now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now.
On Sunday, his company SpaceX launched its Starship rocket, and this one made it to the history books.
Well, Elon Musk's Starship rocket has performed a remarkable feat by lifting off from a launch pad in Texas before its first stage booster was recaptured on the very same spot.
What we just witnessed a week back is one of the greatest inventions humanity has ever done in the space exploration segment. Elon Musk's SpaceX literally made the rocket that they sent to the space came back to the Earth and caught it with kind of just chopsticks. But has it made you wonder how exactly SpaceX was able to track the rocket, define its trajectory and catch it successfully? Well, if you have, let me tell you that they must have run hundreds of simulations, generated tons of data about multiple variables, they must have tracked it and optimized the chances of failure. That's why Elon Musk quotes that data and AI are the next weapons of destructions. If World War III ever were to happen, it would be fought on the grounds of data and AI supremacy. Well, I may be just being fanatic of AI here or fanatic of Elon Musk here, but on a serious note, data is the mine and analytics is the process of extracting diamonds out of it. You take any industry or business field right now and you'll see that at the core, everything is being run on consuming a lot of user data. At this point in time, the big data analytics market is growing every year by 15%. And by the time we reach 2032, it will be of size $1.1 trillion US. Even if you search for jobs, you'll see that there are 1,40,000 data analyst jobs available just within India. Whereas in USA, there are 86,000 plus jobs are available. That too on just the LinkedIn job board. If you consider other job boards, this number could be even more higher. And this particular data analytics course has been created in order to help you achieve one of these jobs. It has been taught by our top industry experts associated with companies like Google, Meta and Microsoft. And I'm confident that if you stay until the end of this video, you'll understand data analytics from basic intuition to how you can practically do it. Here is what you'll get to learn throughout this course. You'll understand what exactly data analytics is. You'll learn Python programming language for data analytics tasks, fundamental statistics concepts like central tendencies, correlation, covariance, probability, hypothesis testing, etc. After that, we'll begin with SQL basics for data analytics. We'll learn about DBMS, data types, DML, etc. And then finally, we'll dive into Power BI. We'll learn about direct query mode, data transaction and modeling with Power BI. Alongside, we'll also discuss all of the services that Power BI has to offer in detail. And we'll close this session by talking about data analytics interview questions that are most commonly asked in almost every interviews. So guys, make sure to stick till the end. And on that note, let's begin with the very first chapter of this course.
What is data analytics? Data analytics is the buzzword you would have heard a lot about in the recent years. To put it simply, it's the process of analyzing raw data to get insights and find patterns about the information. Using various techniques and processes, the raw data is transformed into a format which could be further visualized and be made human readable. To understand the definition in an even clear way, let's take a look at this example. John, who is a digital marketing professional, is running an online advertising campaign to promote a new smart television. John starts by targeting the group of people who might have bought the previous versions of the smart TV in question. As said campaign runs, data analytics comes into the picture through the data generated whenever people clicked on the published advertisement. Now, by inspecting the data about these users' interest and their buying patterns, you might come across that many of them are interested in streaming 4K UHD video. The reason behind this might be that the new smart TV has a better streaming quality than the previous versions. Using this information, you could tune in your advertisements to focus on users who bought the previous version of the smart TV and are interested in getting 4K streaming quality. This data can also be used to attract new customers who did not go for the previous version of the smart TV but are very interested in a better version of the TV. Why is data analytics significant? Businesses use data analytics to optimize and grow by making better business decisions and finding more efficient ways of doing business. The company can build new and better products with the buying patterns and better understanding what the customers need. So how do data analytics work? The data analytics process has some components that can help a variety of initiatives. By combining these components, a successful data analytics initiate will provide a clear picture of where you are, you have been, and where you should go. Generally, this process begins with the descriptive analysis. This is the process of describing historical trends in data. Descriptive analytics aims to answer the question, what happened? This often involves measuring traditional indicators such as return on investment. The indicators used will be different for each industry. Descriptive analytics does not make predictions or directly inform decisions. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way. The next essential part of data analytics is advanced analytics. This part of data science takes advantage of advanced tools to extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. These tools include classical statistics as well as machine learning. Machine learning techs such as neural networks, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and more enable advanced analytics. This information provides new insight from data. Advanced analytics addresses what if the question. Data analytics affects every aspect of our day-to-day lives. You may not even realize it, but you probably use data analytics almost every day. Here are some of the everyday applications of data analytics. Social media stats instantly register anytime there's a visitor or a post to a page. Cell phone bills can pull up months of calling data to show you patterns of usage. Sensors monitor the changing weather and report that data to you instantly on your smartphone. Sports fans collect statistics on their favorite athletes and often use the data to form the term of fantasy leagues. Schools across the nation are involved in high-stakes testing that generates voluminous data on each student's progress. Educators then utilize data generated from extensive reports to drive their instruction. Data analytics is a growing field and will always be a top domain to get into. The average salary of a data analyst in India is 7 LPA and in the US it's $70,000. There are 27,000 plus data analytics jobs available only on LinkedIn, and there are very few skilled professionals to fill that gap.
So Python programming language is both procedural and object-oriented programming language that has become quite popular among the data science community for its ease of use and readability. Oh my God, such a big paragraph. So many things. Programming language, procedural, object-oriented, too big. What does it mean, right? So I always have this habit of understanding things in a desi way. Desi way is in how will you make me understand as a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old kid, right? Now, you should focus on the keywords. Number one, Python programming language is both procedural and object-oriented. Let's understand what is procedural language or what is a procedural programming language. What does it mean? Okay, very simple, guys. Let's say that you wish to go to your college every day, right? What do? You get up, you get ready, you either take your bus, which is a public bus to the school, or you take if you have a bike, you take a bike, start it, go. Look at the procedures that you followed, right? You cannot jump. You cannot just get up from the bed and see the jump on a bike. No, you have to follow the process. That means step number 1 is to get up. Step number 2 is to maybe get ready, eat your breakfast. Step number 3 is going to be get onto a bike. And step number 4 is reach your college or office or whatever it is. So procedural programming language is a language that follows step-by-step procedures and you write the procedures in terms of programs. Now you may ask me, so where was procedural programming used? You know, in the olden days, we had languages like Fortran. What they did was, if they want to do a process of maybe moving a machine or maybe do something out of it, they used to write procedures for it. Okay. For now, all I want you to understand and not go deeper, because this is not really of importance, is procedural language means there's a step-by-step instruction of doing things. Now you may ask me, sir, isn't this the same thing what we do today? Exactly. Python is also procedure, right? So that's the process. We write everything as a step, right? So Python is procedural and object-oriented. Now, what do you mean by object-oriented? Chalo, one keyword we solved, procedural. What is object-oriented? So object-oriented, I cannot go deeper because I am going to be taking a session on it. But what I want you to understand is, in programming, there is a concept called modularization. Modularization is a simple concept. It says, I have a program which is 20,000 lines of code. Okay, 50 people team, 20,000 line of code. I've written an application which people are using. Now, suddenly I want to make a change into it. Okay, let me give an example of WhatsApp. Okay, WhatsApp initially was just a chatting application. You could just chat onto it, but now you can send images, photos, you can even pay. There's a UPI integration in WhatsApp. You can also pay someone through WhatsApp. Now, let's say we are WhatsApp and suddenly WhatsApp decides to say, hey, I want to integrate the payment also into it. Okay. But for payment integration, that feature needs to be added. That code needs to be added. Okay. How effectively can you write your program such that the changes don't cause so much problems or they don't cause extra work in your program? You want to add a feature, you don't have to rewrite the whole 20,000 line of code. If you do that, the whole companies are going to shut, because writing everything from beginning take years together. Okay. So object-oriented means in programming, everything is considered as an object. Okay. So in Python, if I say I want to print a chair, what does a chair have? A chair will have, legs, a sitting part, a backrest, and a headrest. Okay, consider that. Most chairs in the world have the features of legs. They will have, the sitting part, the backrest part, and the headrest part. So can I define one method or one function in Python called chair? And how many ever chairs I want to create, can I create out of it? Let me give a more Pythonic example. If I create a method for reading email, can I also make this function universal so that it reads Gmail, Outlook, Proton Mail, all other emails? I write my function once. That's object-oriented. Everything in programming is an object. You take that object and you manipulate that. Okay. If you did not understand this clearly, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to understand everything in the beginning. Okay. So it's absolutely all right if you did not understand. Also, believe it or not, guys, learning, specifically some complicated things like programming and stuff like that, they follow what we call spiral method of learning. Okay. What do I mean by that? I'm trying to teach you guys what is the basics of Python. Okay. What's going to happen is I'm going to come again and I'm going to revise the same topic again in the day 2. So say, for example, day 1, we are talking about Python. Then day 2 also we are talking about Python. Day 3 also we are talking about Python. And then day 4 we talk about Python. But what's changed is your growth from here to here. This is called spiral technique of learning. This is also called black box method. What I want you to understand is, if you take 20% in one session, that's okay. Because when we revisit the whole thing again, you're going to add 20% more, 20% more. You cannot, 100% you cannot extract anything from a lesson or a training material, right? So even if you do 20% of learning, don't worry. When we revisit it, your brain is not going to be fresh. You know what object-oriented now means. Then I'll give you some more examples, which increases your knowledge. So this spiral method of teaching is followed across the world, right? So even if you are able to extract 20-30% of the knowledge from here, that's okay. Do not worry. Okay. That's actually a good sign. Okay. So we spoke about procedural, we spoke about object-oriented. Now it says quite popular among data science community for its ease of readability. Readability, why? Because among other programming languages, Python is just like English. You want it to do something, you type it just like English. It's that simple. There are no extra shazams or pizzazz stuff which you need in the programming. Aapko flower bracket dalna hai, you have to put a flower bracket, colon, semicolon. Nah, don't need to do that. It's simple, it's elegant, it's readable. So that is why Python is preferred. Okay. Now I hope this clarification is attained for you guys. Okay. Now let's move forward with installation part of it. But let me also, once the installation is done, maybe we'll go back to the introduction of Python because a couple of pointers I need to mention. But yeah, we'll go ahead and install Python. So very first step that you need to do is you need to go to the website called python.org. This is installing locally. This is to install Python in your system locally. Don't do this step. I recommend not to do this step. I'll tell you why. Because you'll have to install all the packages one at a time, one, then two, then three. So many packages that you have, you'll have to install all of them. Don't do that, right? Versus, go ahead and install Anaconda. I'll tell you what Anaconda is. Anaconda is a collection of all the library. Library is, let's say if you want to do statistical computing, right? So there are already available packages or library that make your life easier so that you don't have to implement the formula. They've already implemented it. You just have to call it. So many packages that are available are packed into one single group, and that one group you have to download. It's called Anaconda. Anaconda is an organization. Okay. So go to anaconda.com, and once you go there, there'll be a download section there. So I will show you guys. Why don't I just show you? Okay. So let's say that I go to right. So see, if I click on Anaconda download, now I've already downloaded this because I have a MacBook, but if you guys don't have a MacBook, so there's additional installers for Windows, Linux, and also I think MacBook, right? 3 different OSs. Just go ahead and click on download, right? So what will happen is either you can download for Windows. I'm assuming the Windows button is here. Just give me a minute. So I think there's a Windows installer right here. And there is Mac installer and Linux installer. Okay, let me just share the screen with you guys. So all you have to do is make sure that this is installed. And once you sort of download the installer, you just have to do next, and it's pretty much is going to install everything into your system. Okay. So guys, you can also do this later because what I'm also showing you is what we called as Google Colab. If you guys can please focus your attention to my screen right now, we have something called Google Colab. Collaboratory is what the name is, Colab. If you click on it, right, and you say open Colab right here, or I can also go ahead with new notebook. Okay, I'm just saying new notebook. If you click on new notebook, it opens everything for you on cloud right there. So if you can do the installations later, because today I'm not teaching you something very hard, complicated, rocket science. No. It's very simple, right? So you can do the installation later. And if it's in progress, just let it happen, but focus on the screen. So what I want all of you to do is open Google Colab. So just click on Colab, right? Click on new notebook. It will come to this particular stage. And here you're going to open this book and connect it. I've printed welcome folks. Okay. Couple of things about Colab that you guys need to know. Number one, on your right hand side where it says RAM and disk, right? This icon will come only and only once you run it. So do you see this play button on the side on this? What I want all of you to do is do this. Do 1 plus 2 and type that. Do 1 plus 2, and either you can click on this or you can press Shift plus Enter. If you do Shift Enter, keep pressing Shift and click on Enter, this will run or this will execute. Okay, this is what we call as a cell. This part of it is a cell. This part of it is a cell. Okay, let's jump back to what we were basically trying to understand, or what we are going to sort of get an extra understanding on Python. So I'm going to make some claims, okay? Just like how bigger companies now, they make some claims like the medicine that we give is the best in the world, and this is the best in the world, and this car is going 300 miles per hour. I'm going to also make a claim. But look at my claim is very factual. Factual matlab wo sahi hai, it's right. Python is what we call battery included. Okay. Now you'll be like, okay, so what is a battery included language? See, whenever you buy a remote, don't you feel amazing when the remote already has a cell inside it, a battery inside it, and you're like, oh wow, I didn't even have to do it. And it's not about the money, but it's about the experience, right? Like, oh my God, this is amazing. I didn't have to go buy battery. It's already placed inside, right? When you buy a phone, when you buy an iPhone, when you buy any other phone, it's already charged to 70%, 60%, so that you can open and get the experience of it, right? You don't have to put a charge and wait patiently. Why that is? That's by choice. Companies do that. Python is also what we call battery included. What do you mean by that? In other programming languages, whenever you're working on a problem, you have to write everything from scratch. Okay, most of the part of it you have to write from scratch, but not in Python. What do you mean by that? I'll give an example. Let's say I have a list of numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I want to know what is 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, or 1 plus 2 plus 3 4. What do I have to write a code from the very beginning, or is there something already available that can give me this? So in Python, what we do, right? In Python, we have a package or we have sort of already available methods, what we call. These are called methods. So all I had to do was say sum, and whatever number you add here, no, I'm just going to say 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. If I run this, automatically it's adding everything and it's giving me. Okay. Now that is what I mean by battery included. Python says you focus on your problem. All the things that you need from beginning, I have already made them. You just use them. You don't worry about them. That's what we call as a battery included language. Number 2. Python is an interpreted language. Now let's understand this very well. In C or couple of other languages, what happens is you have written a part of program, okay? Suppose this is your program. What this program does is it takes your first name, Parth, and it saves your last name, Sharma, and it says, Parth Sharma, welcome to Python. That's what your program does, okay? When this, while converting this into a machine code, see, everything is a 0 and 1 for a computer. Computer does not understand your program, right? For a computer to understand your program, it has to be converted to a machine code. To convert that to a machine code, Python, what it does, it takes one line at a time and it converts it into a machine code. Then another line, then adds it to a machine code, then one line. So line by line items in Python are converted to machine code. But in C, one shot, everything is converted to machine code. Now you may ask me, sir, doesn't that make sense to do it at once and not go one line at a time? I mean, why did they design it? So you have to think. Everything has a reason, okay, behind it. And the reasoning is very simple, okay? Anyone who is a compiler designer or someone who knows how to make programming languages for a job, someone whose job is to make programming languages in his life, he's made 4 or 5 languages. They know one thing very clearly, okay? Writing everything from scratch takes years together. Tens and thousands of years. Thousand, not literally, but tens of years. It takes of research and a lot of stuff. What other developers do is they take a base of something already built. Python uses C in the backend. So Python is actually implementing C in the backend. So if you open the engine of Python, C is running as an engine. So when you convert a Python program to an interpreted code, it has to go into a C, and then C will be converting into a machine code. Let's not go deeper into it because it's not sort of irrelevant. But what I want you to know is, of course, Python is a little slow. But when we say slow, don't consider from a perspective of a human, because it's incredibly faster. It's micro and milliseconds in implementations of millions of lines of code. But C would do it much, much faster. But from a human perspective, it's still incredibly blazing fast, right? So Python is battery included. It's an interpreted language. Of course, we know it's object-oriented, right? Which is called OOP, right? Object-oriented programming. With the basics of Python clear now I'm okay and happy to proceed forward, okay? Now, what do? Let's talk about the very first thing that you need to do as a basic programmer is to declare something, that is variable. What is a variable? How do we use it? And as a programmer, how is this going to help me become a better programmer? Okay, let's learn that one step at a time. First of all, what is a variable? Okay, let's read through the definition. So a variable in Python or any other programming language can be termed as a temporary storage location. Wow, heavy keyword. That will be stored in a particular value for a particular variable. Oh my God, okay, that is confusing. It's just like, I'm not sure if you guys know that there's a series called Friends, right? And in that series, they say that you don't know, I know, you know, right? It's confusing. So many things, mix and match. So what does it mean by storage location? Oh, so many people are fans. Nice. Termed as a temporary storage location that will be storing a particular value in a particular variable. What does that mean? Let me explain. Okay. So guys, look through the perspective of a computer. Okay. Think you're a computer. Okay. In a program, I'm going to say that, okay, what do I want to save? I want to save my name. My name is Parth, right? So I'm going to take a variable which saves my name. Why do we need to save your name? Can I just define Parth Sharma? But then how will you point it? Every house has an address. This is house number 10. This is house number 9. This is house number 7. That direction pointing is what a variable is. Okay. Let me help you understand. My name is Parth Sharma. Okay. Now I want to say, hello, Parth. My name is Parth. But what if someone comes and say, I'm going to write a program. Don't worry about it. Okay. Because you don't have to worry about it. Let's say someone's name, I want user to type his or her name. And whatever his or her name is, the output should be hello, your name. So that it is greeting you. How do I write a program for that? Let me see. So I'm going to say and I'm going to say input. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to say enter your name. Okay. Don't try to understand this deeper. I'm just showing this as an example. And I'm going to say print. I'm going to say hello name. Okay, Yara or Swapna. When I type this or when I run this program, it says enter your name. I will say Swapna. Okay. Hello, Swapna. Happy to see you. So you see, my name that I'm saving will always be saved in a variable called name. Now let's go deeper with understanding of it. So what happens whenever you define a variable name called var or var, okay, that variable name could be my name, say Parth. This Parth is of type string. See, Parth is a string, right? It's a string of characters. Like, how do I say this? It's a string of mala, like, you know, that mala, a P and then A, then R, then T, then H. So it's a string. Now this has to be stored in a memory location somewhere. Somewhere a P is saved, A is saved, R is saved, T is saved, and H is saved, right? This is saved. Now the address of this, like to access this, to get this value, I need to give the variable name. And that is why we declare a variable in Python. To add two numbers, we say A and B, and then A5, B5. A plus B, 5 plus 5 is 10. A could be anything, B could be anything, how you define it. That's simple definition of what a variable is. Now, this X is equal to 10, Y is equal to 20, Z is equal to hello world. This is the way you define it. Okay. Now that you've, I think, clarified on what a variable is, let's move forward. Okay. Let's say that, let me put this in presentation mode first. Okay. Now, declaring a variable in Python is as easy as writing a code in simple English language. We've already seen that. You can use an assignment operator. Wow, heavy keyword, right? Assignment operator. We'll clarify that. To directly assign a value to any variable. Although there are certain rules that must be followed in order to declare variables. Now, let me ask you. I told you, hey, it's very simple, boy. You can just write, name ko aap aisa name likh do. So, for example, a name can be written as name and then variable is done. But you should also ask me the question, sir, can I write anything? Can I declare a variable like this? Can I declare it like underscore, 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 underscore? Can this also, can I do it? Or can I write at the rate, at the rate, at the rate, at the rate? Can this be a variable? Or can I also say 0, comma 0, comma 0, comma 0? Right? Can we do this? There are certain rules to declaring a variable. Okay, because people like me or people like us, we always try to see, okay, और क्या क्या कर सकते हैं बताओ, 0 0 लिख दूं मैं. So in order to do that, what we do is we need to also understand what to do when declaring a variable in specifically Python and what not to do, what is allowed and what is not allowed. Okay, let's see what is allowed. So I can write a variable name with first the capital letter. I can write it. I can also use underscore. Okay, that's good. So that must mean that there has to be some rules that you must have defined. Yes, definitely there are rules. We can declare multiple variables in a single line and a multiple line also. So by the way, just letting you know that variables can also be declared like this. Say A is equal to 10, right? B is equal to 10 and C is equal to 10. Or let me take 20 and 11 or 20, right? So this can be written exactly like this. Print A, comma B, comma C, X. What is happening? And see, my keyboard is really bad. I'm so sorry. So 10, 11 and 20, you can do it. But you can also declare it like this. You can also say it. I'm just going to comment the whole thing. And I'm going to come here. I'm going to say A, comma B, comma C is going to be first 10, then 11, and then 20. I'm going to run this. It's still printing. Correct. So you can declare them in a lengthwise, or you can also do them on a single line. Okay. Now, this is not mentioned, but I'll tell you the advantage of using it. In Python, you can also write comments. Like for example, see, I've written this program. You can write a comment here by putting a hash and saying that this takes name X as an input. Okay. And you can come here and say that this prints name as an output. Okay. Now, you see, this is a comment in Python. You can just write a hash and put a comment, and that's pretty much as simple as that. So in case if you have declared a variable and you want to talk something about it, by the way, why is this important? Remember one thing, you're not the only developer in the world. You're going to write a program and you're going to give it to your fellow developers, your colleagues. If they see your program and if they cry, you should know that you're a bad developer. You should help the other developer understand it better. So what you should do is you should write comments. Hey, this is what it does. My function does this. My method does this. Please. So these are comments for your fellow developer to help him understand or her understand. Hey, what I've written is my logic. I was thinking like that. So please use my logic and work on it. So I gave you an example of WhatsApp. If WhatsApp was already built and someone wants to make payment gateway, he first needs to understand the whole program, right? And then only he can add the function. So in programming, remember one thing, reading a program is more important than writing a program. I'll tell you what, reading more program of other people makes you better because it makes you think what was his logic or what was her logic, and it makes you a better developer. So don't just think that programming, oh, I will write code. No. I have been doing since 8 years. I read more code than I write. So please know that difference is very, very crucial. Okay. Now that is understood, we come here and say that, okay, we can declare it like this. See, A, comma B, comma C is 1, comma 2, comma 3. We can also say A, comma B, comma C is 1. This is of integer type. This is a string Python and programming. Okay. We can declare it like that. Now, let's come back to original thing. How do I declare a variable in Python? What can I do? What can I not do? Now let's actually have a understanding. Variables in Python are case sensitive. What is case sensitive? Chaliye samajhte hain. See, me declaring a variable like name is equal to Parth Sharma. Okay. And name is equal to Parth. Or let me take some other name. Yaar, main apna hi naam liye ja raha hu. Let me take Priya. Okay. And if I take n capital, baki sub small n is equal to, let's say, Junaid, right? Abhi, if I print name, what will be my output? It will be Parth Sharma. And if I take n capital, and if I print this, it would be Junaid. And if I take all capital, right? And if I print this, this would be Priya. What does it mean? The way you declare your variable, and even if one letter is capital, the whole meaning changes because it's case sensitive. All small can be taken as name, all big also can be taken as name. One capital and other smaller can also be taken as a name. So be very careful when you declare your variables, right? If something is, let's take an example. You said my, or you say my very first program is equal to hello and written. Okay. Ab yahan pe, if someone decides to make m capital, no matter how many times you write m smaller, it's going to change the meaning of the whole code. So whenever you declare a variable, first of all, avoid writing bigger names. Okay. Number two, please be very careful about the case sensitivity. If you've declared everything small, maintain everything small. Okay. That's what is case sensitivity. Now, a variable name cannot start with a number. Now we come to the main point. Can I declare a name with a number from the beginning? Can I say one name? And if I run this, look at the error it's going to say. It says invalid decimal literal. It says that you cannot have a number at all. You can have a number in the variable, but not in the beginning. In the last you can. So see, I can say name 1. And if I run this, it's still going to, I haven't printed it. I'm so sorry. Let me print this. Name, and I need to fix my keyboard. Okay. So see, it printed hello. Number can come at the end of it or in the middle. So if I put N2MA, ये भी आ जाएगा, right? अब इसमें देखिए hello print हो गया. Oops, I did not do N2 here, right? So see, hello is printed. Number can come anywhere in between, but you cannot add it from the very beginning. If you do that, it's going to cause an error. So don't put a number in the beginning. Number cannot be added. A variable name cannot consist of alphanumeric characters. A variable name cannot consist of alphanumeric characters. What are alphanumeric characters? Okay, can I say @ is equal to hello and then put @ and then I run this? So will this print an output? Oh, absolutely, it would not. So alphanumeric characters cannot be used to declare a variable. You cannot do that. You can't do @. That's not allowed. Now, a variable name can start with a character or an underscore. Now, here is something which is interesting in Python and which you should do. And that is, in Python, what happens, guys, is, let's say you want to declare a variable called first name, last name. I want to extract my first name and my last name. You can do these. So underscore f name is equal to, I will say, path, right? I seriously need to fix my keyboard. Okay. And if I print, or let me just write underscore f name. And if I run this, so it's going to give me an output. What does that mean? A name or underscore, a variable can start with an underscore. But in Python, within Python community, whenever you write an underscore for a variable, we know it is a private variable. You do not, variable. Okay. What does that mean? It means that this is supposed to be used privately. Now, if you don't understand, chill, it's okay. But you can use it for an underscore, but try not to do that. Okay. What are the better ways of declaring variables, sir? Like, what are good practices of declaring a variable? Here's what you should do. If your variable name is longer, you can use something called snake casing. So what that means is my underscore name underscore is underscore path. Or let me take a variable called extract email address is equal to something something. So you see, this is what we call snake casing. So you've added, because imagine if you have a variable name and there is, by the way, I didn't tell you guys one thing. if the variable name, in between you put a space, it's not going to print. It's going to give an error. You can't give a space anywhere within it. So suppose my variable name is dongle, extract email address. When you look at it, doesn't seem like a khichdi. It's messed up. I don't know very clearly what does it mean. Do you mean lad? Do you mean ILAD? Do you mean what does it mean? So to give a distinction, you put an underscore so that the variable name is very clear to read. And that is allowed. And this is what we call snake casing. Okay. There's another casing which will come later on, but this is how you can declare a variable. If you guys have started programming, start doing this. This is a very good practice. So if you start doing this, really, really good. Okay. Okay. Any variable declared is a private variable, right? Or there are public variables also. Yeah, well, any variable that you declare is not public. It's what we call global, but I'll come to that. Don't worry. So, okay. So do you guys see this? Snake casing in programming would mean that you do something called this user underscore ID, user underscore name, which is what I told you. See, it says programming languages like Python, Ruby, and PHP support this. Camel casing means you take the whole character, just a username, but the moment you take the username and you make it capital, like a hump of a camel. So you start with a smaller letter, but you make the first name, last name. So last name ka L becomes more capital. So that is what we call camel casing. This is what we call Pascal casing. The beginning of the letter is also capital and the distinction letter is also capital. Just a username. So U will be capital, N will be capital. Okay. This is a way certain things in programming languages are defined. Okay. 3 things: snake casing, camel casing, Pascal casing. I hope the clarification is attained. Okay. The understatement of what I was saying about underscore private variables, right? So you cannot use a space, and hence in the space of, instead of using the space, you use an underscore. Can you use a hash? If you use a hash, it tries to think that the whole thing is a comment. Can I use an @? So f @name, and if I run this, so you see, it cannot assign an expression here, and maybe you meant equal to. So basically, you can use a hyphen. You see, that is going to say that cannot assign an expression here, maybe you meant equal to. So what happens is, usually while you're working with this, try and using an underscore, right? And here that result is going to be pretty minimal. So the output is going to come. You are going to get a very simple process. So do not name it with a number, do not name it with an alphanumeric character. As long as you stay away from that, you're fine. It's good to go.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary purpose of data analytics? Your options are A, to store data securely, B, to analyze and drive insights from data, C, to create data backups, and option D, to design user interfaces. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move ahead with our session.
Now let's learn a little more in depth about what a global variable is. What is a private variable? What is a global variable? Before we do that, I want you to understand one thing. Let's say that I take a variable and I call it account underscore number, and say the account number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you want to know in Python where exactly is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 saved in memory, you do ID, and inside this you pass the variable name. So you say account, right, underscore num. So if you do this, and if you run this, so think of this as the location of where the account number variable is stored. Okay. This is where it is currently being stored. It's accessible. I can use it. I can do whatever I want with it. I'm able to access the whole variable, right? Now in Python, global variables are those that can be used outside the scope of a class, function, etc. To create a global variable inside a function, we can use a global keyword. Now, I'm not going to necessarily execute this program, but what I am interested in is telling you what the meaning is, right? What does it signify? So Indians, us Indians, wherever we go in the world, right? Generic significance is Indians are hardworking. Okay, it signifies a message. It sends a message. Global variables are what we called as. So imagine you have function. So you have account number of a user, a name of a user, his age, his blood group, so many different kind of data points you have. And your salary. Okay. And your salary, let's say, is above 2 lakh rupees. Okay. Now, in my program, I have functions. What these functions do is basically their step-by-step process that if your salary is less than 2,000, 2 lakh, your loan can be only 14 lakh rupees. If your salary is more than 2 lakh rupees, you will get 50 lakh rupees loan. Example, if conditions, if your salary is higher or lower. A global variable, when you use the word global, what happens is you write a function. Okay, I'm not going to teach you how to write a function now because you're going to get a hella confused. I'm not going to do that. But think I'm writing a function. If I declare a keyword called global, what you can do is in the other function, you can use the same variable here. Otherwise, what you would have done is you would have to define the variable again. But because you use the word global, this variable can be used as many times as you want. What could be a good example of a global variable? Okay, let's try to see. In the calculation of area of a circle, we know it is pi into r, correct? As in pi r square is the, I think, the calculation for the area of a circle. Is there any other mathematical formula where we use pi? Maybe we'll be using it on 2 into pi into r. This is, I think, the circumference calculation, right? The 2 pi r is, I think, the calculation of its circumference. I'm so sorry, I must have forgotten. But you see, while I'm writing methods to calculate the area of a circle, area of, I think, sorry, this is r. You're using pi consistently everywhere. So if I say pi value is going to be 3.14, okay, 3.14159265. Okay, this is the value of pi. Okay, if I declare it and if I want it as a global variable and I'm using it again and again multiple times, what that means is this variable, because value of pi never changes and it is consistent for all the calculations. So you're going to use this again and again. Okay. For most of you who worked on programming, you can also say that, sir, why do we need to declare it in a function? Why don't I declare it outside and let the function use it? I will tell the difference of it, not in this class, because we haven't reached to a level where we talk about classes or functions. By the way, for people who are in the session right now, to declare a function, okay, I want to show you guys something. Okay, I'll just show you guys something. Define. I have a function that I've defined. You know what this function does? If you give it name underscore print, okay? See, this is the function that I've done. A function is nothing but a program that has one responsibility. What the responsibility is, I'll tell you in a minute. So the responsibility of this function is to name, if I give you my name separately, for example, Yera Swapna, Swati Tharun, Sudarshan Hande, to combine them together. When two different names are correctively given, to combine them together. So I'm going to say Parth and I'm going to say Sharma. Okay. And if I run this program, you see it's returning Parth, Sharma together, combined. I gave Parth separately, Sharma separately, gave them together. So a function's job is to do something. The responsibility of a function, it has to maintain that functionality. Matlab, whatever is asked of it, it needs to do it. Here I wrote a function called to add. I'm just going to say add values. Okay, this is a better name of the variable. Sorry, of the function. I'm going to say add underscore values. Okay, what this do? It's only adding the values together. That's a function. In Python, to declare a function, you have to use a keyword called def. It says define. Okay. You see, UPD is nothing but the name of the function that you're building. So it could be anything. Check email account, check email, check account balance, account balance deduct. Because if you remove money, you also need a function to deduct whatever you removed. You need to minus from your account. All these are functions. In Python, you declare it like this: define. UPD is the name. And global X, what I'm doing is I'm saying this function that, hey, I'm declaring this variable as global. This global, if I write two functions, for example, let's say that I copy this exact same thing. I come down here and I paste it, right? I will paste here and I will say that this is add values function number 2. This is add values function number 1, right? If I declare something global here, so if I say global X, I can just use X here directly. I don't need to declare that variable again because it's global. Okay. That is the meaning of the whole global functionality, so that it can be used within functions as well. Okay. I hope that concept is clear. Let's not implement this yet. There are various concepts that you need to jump before you even jump into this, because there are so many ways that you can ask this question, and I will keep writing program and that'll cause. It is a very important aspect of any programming language is to do some sort of a calculation. Okay. Now, before I even jump forward, I want you to think of this word called operator, or what could it mean? So operation would be multiple different things: addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, exponentiation. So that is power a to the power of b, b to the power of c, a square, b square, c cube, square root calculations. So in Python, just because you are allowed, or you also have to do these operations in your day-to-day life. So what happens is you are allowed these operations in Python. So as an operator serves as a keyword or a symbol that is used to perform any operation for one or more variables. Let's try to understand it from a perspective of how many operators there are in Python. Okay. What is the difference between them and how do they operate, right? So that understanding we need to get. So we have assignment operators, comparison operators, identity operators, bitwise operator, arithmetic, logical, and membership. Oh my God, so many things, so complicated. How will I remember all of this? See, the thing is, you don't have to remember everyone. Okay. Now I'm going to little deviate towards philosophy also a little bit. See, I have taken a lot of interviews in my life, right? I've worked for a lot of these big tech companies, product-based companies, and I've taken a lot of interviews. And people like me who are seniors or senior than me, they never ask you, or they will never ask you, if it's a good company, they will never ask you, okay, do you remember how to do this? If you don't, they will give you an opportunity to go on Google, search for the syntax and come. What do I mean by syntax? If you forget that, sir, to add all the numbers together, was it sum operation or was it add operation? I forgot. Was it sum or was it add? I forgot which it was. Can you give me an option to go and check, or maybe can you help me with it? They will help you. Trust me, they will help you with the hint, because as humans, we are not expected to remember everything. And Python has so many syntaxes. You're not supposed to remember them. As and when you become more senior, you don't need to go back to internet to check everything, because everything is in your head because you've been working on it for a long time. But because you start in it, you don't have to remember everything. So now your question could be, sir, what is the best way to remember that assignment operator, comparison operator, identity operator. Okay, this is identity, this is comparison, this is bitwise. The easiest way and the most, I think that's the only right way to do a good memory management of stuff. Understand it deeply. Okay, if you understand it deeply and practice it, you don't need to. Okay, so if I can ask you, right, how do you remember to brush your teeth, or maybe talking to someone who's upset and not upsetting the person even more, someone who's a little depressed? You don't say, hey, nothing, this is nothing, it's all in your brain, don't worry about it. How do you remember, how do you know not to say anything insignificant or something that is not insensitive to someone? You learn it over a period of time. Now you don't say it. No one's taught you everything. If someone talks about depression, don't talk about it. Or if someone is talking about sadness, don't talk this. You're not given a note, but you manage it mentally, right? That is the exact same principle that you have to bring in here. Learn the topics. If I'm talking about assignment operator, know what an assignment operator is. That operator, you need to practice a little bit. And next time when someone asks you, what does it mean? You will be able to know it. Also, the meaning itself is very, very clear. Assignment. Assignment is to assign something. Okay, now let's go deeper and then you'll understand what I'm saying. Okay, let's go deeper. Assignment operators are those operators that will help in executing the assignment of some value to the operands. Wow, so many keywords. Don't worry. Operands are nothing but A plus B. Okay, A, B. A and B are operands. And what you're doing to them is an operator. Plus, minus, multiplication, division. That is an operator. And what operator you're performing on is an operand. Very simple. Moving forward. Assignment operators are like this. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a minute to have a look at all of these symbols. Equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, division equal to, mod equal to, floor division equal to. This double slash is what we call as a floor division. It's actually, I'll show you the difference between it, but have a look at this. Okay, and see that, oh, okay, so one thing is clear. Assignment operators are to assign a particular thing. Okay, that means plus, minus. Also, you were wondering, right, that I took a variable called var is equal to, I want to take that as my name. What did I use to assign it? I used an equal to. So equal to is what? It's an assignment operator. It takes the value and it assigns it to a variable. Assigning is give it the responsibility of maintaining it, managing it, right? So your parents give the responsibility to your lecturers or your trainers to do a good job for training. So assign the responsibility. The variable here, if I say, let me say Iron Man, the value Iron Man is now stored with variable or stored inside a variable called, let's say, superhero. There's a variable called superhero, and superhero holds what? Superhero is like a bowl, like a glass, and it holds the value of Iron Man inside it. If that is clear, good. But how did we assign it? How did we put the value inside it? We used the equal to assign it. That's how we do it. Now, let's do some calculations. And I was mentioning plus equal to, minus equal to. We'll know what that means. Okay, in a bit, I'll tell you what that means. So let's take a variable called number 1, and that number 1 is 10. Okay, and let's say number 2 is going to be 20. If I want to add them together, so I want to say add numbers. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say print. And by the way, guys, you must have seen me do this multiple times, and you'll be like, sir, ye kya ho raha hai? What is happening? You have put this F. This F you have put, and inside this you're putting double quote. See, while you print now, you can also do this, guys. I'm just letting you know. Num1, comma, num2. Okay, or num1, sorry, I was doing addition, right? Plus num2. If I run this, what is the output? 10 plus 20 is 30. But what if I want to say that 10 plus 20 is 30? If I want to print it beautifully, nicely, so that the output is very readable, how do I do that? There are multiple ways of doing this. I can do it like this. The addition, or maybe 10 plus 20 is 30 I want to print. How will I take the value 10? how will I know that whatever number, what if I change this to 20 tomorrow? So you can't manually write 10 plus 20 is 30. You can't do that. Now, I want automatically it to be changed if the value is changed. How do I do that? You just put an F in front of it. F means format. Okay. You come here. What do you want to say? Number 1 plus number 2. So put a flower bracket. This flower bracket is what we call placeholder in Python. Write it down if you don't know. So I want to say number 1 plus number 2 is number 1 plus number 2. So I'm going to take another flower bracket. Inside this first one, what do I want to say? A plus B, right? So number 1. So I'm going to say number 1 plus number 2 is number 1 plus number 2. So number 1 plus number 2. And if I print this, look at this. It says 20 plus 20 is 40. Now, if I change 20 to 15, and guess what? 20 can also be minus 10 also. I can take any values. See, 14 plus minus 10 is 4 because 14 minus 10 is 4. I can also take it as 14 plus 10 is 24. Yes, add numbers is for other developer to understand, but I hope you understood how to print also. What is the use of F? Okay, guys, one more thing I'm going to tell you. And this is another way of writing the same beautiful representation of a string. How do you do that? Very simple. I'm going to remove everything. I'm just मैं इसको पूरा निकालता हूँ. And I'm not writing F. Please observe. There is no F that I'm writing. I can also write it like this. Number 1 plus number 2 is number 3. Okay. And I'm going to say dot format. And here I will say number 1, comma number 2, comma number 1 plus number 2. Okay. I'm going to comment this and I'm going to print this. 14 plus 10 is 24. I got the same output, sir, but this looks a very different thing. And how does it work? Very simple. Let's go back to our whiteboard. Okay. Here, what did I say? I took a value called number 1. I took a value called number 2. Correct? And I told you that whenever you want to print it dynamically, you have to put a flower bracket. So what did I say? Number 1 plus number 2 is add the value. Number 1 plus number 2. In format, what's happening now? This placeholder, you want what to come first? What do you want first value to be there? It's number 1. So I have defined first number 1 here. Then in the second placeholder, what you want to add? You're going to say number 2. So that number 2 is going there. And in the last, number 1 plus number 2, it's going there. You can also write 0, 1, and 2 in this. And you see the output is still going to be 14 plus 2. What if I change 0 to 1, 1 to 0, and the rest is same? It switched. You see, this is at 0th place. See, in Python, what happens now, guys? I'll tell you, don't get confused, okay? Let's say that I'm defining a list called banana, apple, and orange, okay? To start counting it, don't count it as 1, 2, and 3. Don't do that. In programming, we don't do that. We start the number from 0. Why? Don't ask me. That's not my decision. I did not decide on this. Don't ask me. We start from 0. Okay. So if you have a variable, if you have a list of fruits called banana, right? Apple and orange, banana starts at 0. So if I want to know where banana is, it is at 0th index, 0th position. Apple is 1 and this is at 2. And that is why, where is number 1's position? 0. So I should put 0 here because I want 0 to print first, and then 1. And then 2. And then when I write this program, it says it correctly. So this is very complicated. Why is this complicated, guys? And why this is not good? You see, this format thing, you have to write so big. I don't want to do that. Can you give me a way so that I can write it inside the placeholder? And that is exactly why I write it inside. So see how beautiful this is. This tells me that first I'm actually printing number 1. Second, I'm printing number 2. And third, I'm printing number 1 plus number 2. And between there is a plus and is. Pretty much simple, right? So this is why it's easy. So instead of doing and writing dot format bigger, Python allows you to write F. And it tells Python that he's doing formatting, string formatting. You get the value of 2. I don't need to assign it, right? I've already assigned it here. X is equal to 1 and hence x plus 1 is what I'm doing. So what is plus equal to means? X plus equal to 1 is x is equal to x plus 1. That's all this is doing. It's counting, it's adding a number again to it. And in Python, to do it shorthand, to do it faster, what they do is, let's say that if I've declared a variable called num, right? And I have set that as the value of 10. Now I want to increment the value of 10 one at a time. So number is equal to number plus 1 would mean that number I'm adding 1 at a time. And this can also be written as number plus equal to 1. That's all it is doing. Okay. This plus equal to is applying to minus equal to, multiplication equal to. Okay, I'll repeat once again. No problem. If you want a number to add itself again, so for example, x equals to 1. Okay, Lord, let me take num is equal to 1. I want to keep adding 1 to it, or whatever number you want. See, num is equal to num plus 2 also I can give. Yes, you can do 2, 3, 4, 500, 0.5, minus 8, 0.6674, whatever you want to give, you can give. It is anything that you want the number to be added itself with. Okay, I'm just giving 1 because it's easier to understand. So number is currently what? What is the value of number currently? 1, no? So what will you do? You will replace this with what? 1. What is 1 plus 1? 2. This 2 will sit here. So now the value of 1 is 2. Here again, it was num plus 1. So now the value of num is 2. So you see how it's incrementing 1 again and again and again. You see how the whole thing works. So the thing is that I'll show you guys something. Okay, let me just say number is equal to 2. I say number is equal to number plus 1. I've implemented it. And if I print the number, what is the value of number? It's 3. Correct? Let me close this. Number was initially 2, but when I did number plus 1, that is same thing, 2 plus 1, it's 3. If I do number plus 4, what will happen? Number is 2, number plus 4 is, what is the value is? Plus 4 is 6, so 2 plus 4 is 6. As simple as that. This, I can also write what? Now, you can do the same with plus equal to, with minus equal to, multiplication equal to, division equal to, A is equal to A by B. So it keeps dividing. You understood that concept? But I want to show you guys one thing. Okay. When you do division, you have to be very careful in Python. And why that is, I'll tell you. Let's say that I have a number called as 100. If I do number divided by 2, what is the value? 50.0. Huh? If I do number divided by 2 divisions by 2, the output is 50. Do you notice a difference here? It is 50.0 and this is 50. What it means is, for people who are from non-tech background, guys, in programming, what happened is, there was various ways you could define a number. If your number looks like this, 1, 4, minus 1, minus 8, minus 100, 400, 6,75,994. See, these are all what we called as integers. They can range from negative infinity to positive infinity, but they are never in decimal point. For numbers like 1.876, they need to have a different category. They are called float. Okay, so numbers which have no decimal points, it returns integer type. But for numbers like 1.987, 3.141, they're all what? Float values. So in Python, what it returns is also very, very important. Let me give you another example. Let's say instead of taking number as 100, what would I say? 35. If I divide 35 by 2, it gives me 17.5. But what if I do 35 by 2? It's only returning 17. So whenever you do double addition, it will never return the point value. And by the way, mathematically, don't confuse with round and point. Round is something else. Okay, hold on. Let me show you guys something. 117.5. Okay. I say round 17.5 with the least significant value of 2. So it's returning 17.5. If I say least significant value of 1, it's returning 17.5. Rounding is not as same as, so round means after decimal, if you have point, okay, so here, if I take 6, right, and if I run this, see 17 point, see, I'll tell you one thing. So two things for two different aspect of it, okay? When you do double multiplication, even if it's 0.9, it's only going to return the value. So 16.9. See, 16.9 is closer to 17, but it will still return 16. The idea behind double division is it is only returning what we call significant digit. So, okay, mathematically, 3.141 points from point to 141 is what we call least significant digit. They are called least significant digit. Among this, which is the least significant digit? 1. Because 1 has no value. And if you do 1.118614, the longer we go, the lower the value is, it has no value. Correct? So what round does is if the value is 16.9, it will convert that to 17. But double division will always return 16. Be very careful with that understanding. Okay? If that is clear, I would love to tell you guys one other thing. Okay? Hold on. Just give me a minute. Remember one thing, that this single division and this double division do not return the same data type. Now let me show you something. I was talking about integer, float and all of that. Sir, kya hota hai wo? And how do I know? Let's say I'm taking a number is equal to 1. Tell me, what is this number type? Is it an integer or is it a float? It's an integer. Correct? It's an integer type. What is, acha, tell me this. What is this? Is this integer or float? What is this type? This is float type. Yes, because as long as one point comes and some 0 comes, it's a float type. How do we know it's a float? Just type the keyword type and pass the variable called num. And it will return it's of what type, kis category ka data hai wo, what data type this is. This is float. If I remove this dot and print it, now it is of type integer. Correct? That clarification is done. Hey, what is the name type? So for example, if I say Parth Sharma, what will be the type of this? This will be string type. Correct? This is of type string. Now that we have that clear, what is this mod? What is this percentage equals to? What does it do? See, mod returns the remainder. I'm not sure if you guys have done greatest common divisor or highest common factor. So let's say 4. You're dividing 2. 2's are 4. So 4 minus 4 is 0. So the remainder of 4 mod 2 is going to be 0. Correct? How do I know this? If I type 4 mod 2, what should it return? It should return 0. That means a mod or operator returns the remainder. And you can actually use this to identify whether a number is even or odd. How? Whenever there is an odd number and you mod it with 2, you will always get a non-zero reminder. But if you do it with the 2, you get a 0 reminder. Let's show you an example. Okay. Can I write or can I print from 0 to 10 odd numbers or even numbers? You can. How do I do this? Let's take a loop. Don't worry about how to write this program. I'm just showing you an example. You guys can do it very, very easily. Okay. So if I want to print even numbers, what do I do? For I in range of 0 to 10, or I can also take it from 1 to 10. Okay. If I mod 2 is equal to 0, print I. If I run this, it's giving me all even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now I can increase this 10 to 100 also. So you see, all the values are even numbers. What if I want odd numbers? Instead of equal to, we will say not equal to. And if I run this, let me reduce the value from 100 to 10, boss. So see, I'm getting all the odd values. Can you see? 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Very simple. Don't worry about this. Sir, ye loop kaise kar rahe ho aap? What is you haven't taught us? I've not taught it yet. It's gonna come. I'm just showing you an example. of where it is important, how we can print even numbers, identify whether a person number is even. Let's say if you want to write a program in a function way, how to write if a number is even or not. You should input an, see, whenever you write a function, think of it like this. It should pass through your dabba and the output should be your output. So you will pass two numbers. It should be an f of x. You pass two numbers or one number and the output should be whether the output is even or odd. Okay, that is a program that we are writing. How do we write this? We write it like this. So we say define, because that's how you define a function. We say if even or odd. See, that's a good variable name. And what do you need to pass? One number. So I'm just going to say num, because you're passing only one number. Then you say if number mod equal to 0, return f even number. Okay. Else number is equal to 0, return number is 0. Okay. Else return odd. Okay, if I run this, the function ran, but nothing is printing, or maybe I'm not able to print anything, is because I haven't called the function yet. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here. And if I give the value of 1, what happens, right? So it is saying that the number is odd. So let me just write it beautifully, that the number is odd. Okay. If I run it again, and if I run this here, I've given 1, right? If I give it 0, so it says that it's an even number. Now I have actually written a statement jahan pe I'm trying to identify whether a number is equal to 0, but it's still printing an even number. Here is where the problem comes. See, whenever you're writing a function, you return, I'm not printing anything, I'm returning. Okay. There are so many gold things in this that you have to observe. Okay. I'm not printing anything, I'm returning. Okay. So whenever you write a function, you return something, you don't print anything. If I write print here, you see what happens. If I run this, it's going to give me, see, it says even number. It ran, but see what happens is, you need this function to be called somewhere else. Okay, you need this function to be called somewhere else. When you print, it's only going to print, but it's not going to retain a memory. Okay, and that is why in function what we do, we write a keyword called return. So as I was saying that, let's suppose I'm trying to identify whether a number is even or not. Okay, let's remove this for now. This could have actually been implemented in a way where I could have taken an if condition and said that if a number is greater than 0, it goes inside this loop. But don't worry, let's not talk about it. Right, for now, what this function does, it identifies whether it's a number is even or not, and it returns the value. Okay, same way, whenever you think of a function, you should always think, what should I need to give as an input and what I need to give or what I need to get as an output, right? So you see, we were able to do equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, division equal to, mod equal to, and floor division. So basically double slashes means sort of like they move forward, right? So this is what we call as an assignment operator. Okay, so now what do? We move forward with what we call as an assignment operator. But guys, in this assignment operator, we learned one thing. What was that? We learned how to do assignment, and we also do certain addition and subtraction. Within this, guess what? We also have bit and okay, let me take you guys through the non-tech. Since non-tech people are here now, I want to take you guys through one thing. Guys, in programming, like I said, everything is a number, like 1 0 0 1 0 1. Okay, if I want to represent 1 can be represented as 0 0 0 1. Okay, this is actually 1 in binary, and 0 0 1 0 1 0 0. think it's 0, 1. Hold on. And 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. Okay. So you see 0, 0, 0, 1. Okay. You can also write it, by the way. If I want to identify what is the binary representation of 1, so you can actually write it like this. So binary representation of 1 is 0, 0, 0, 1, and 2 is going to be 1, 0. Okay. I was correct. So 0, 0, 0, 1 is 1. 0, 0, 1, 0 is 2. Okay. This is how you represent a 2. Now, guys, there is in programming, we have something called logic gates. Okay, I'll tell you what that means. Okay, for people who are from non-tech background, if something is 1, 1, okay, multiple gates like and or come into picture. What does it mean? Very, very simple. Don't worry. If a value is 1 and the other value is 1, the output will also be 1. If the value is 1 or 1, okay, the output is going to be 1. Okay, now I'll tell you why that is and how that happens and why that is, why that is the case for people from non-tech backgrounds. I want to ask you guys one thing. Have you ever heard of something called logic gates? I want to show you guys one thing. And before I do that, I have this thing that I want to connect. Just give me a minute. Now, the thing is that let's suppose, we hold on, just give me a minute. I will show you guys something. Okay. Okay. Say you're here. Okay. And I told you and operator, and I told you something called or operator. Okay. What I want you to understand is some value. And okay, let's not say some value. Let me say it like this. Okay. Let me teach it to you like this. Condition 1, condition 2. When you talk in English, for all the guys who've not done operators, na, unko main bata raha hu. For them, I'm telling. Tell me one thing. Whenever you talk to your father, your husbands or your boyfriends or whoever they are, right? You tell them that, hey, for my birthday, I want you to give me an iPhone. Okay, or all of you guys out there who will say I want a PlayStation, and you want a good party, or maybe you also want I'm not sure iPhone के साथ क्या जाता है, AirPods. Okay, so I'm gonna say AirPods. Okay, or rather ना मैं इनको ऐसे लिखता हूँ यार, इसमें लिखने में काफी दिक्कत आती है. So what do you say? You say that I want a phone and I want you to gift me an AirPod. Tell me one thing. The condition is very, very clear. What does the person need? Both the things, right? It needs both. It needs iPhone and AirPods. So that means what? And condition is going to become true. And by the way, just letting you know, any logic gate, the output is only two things, true or false. Is the condition correct or is the condition not correct? Okay, that's what you have to remember, true and false. Tell me one thing. If you bring your boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or wife or father or sister a phone, but you do not get them AirPods, you got them phone. So I'm going to say you got them phone and you did not get them the iPhone. Is the condition complete? Because the condition was you have to get them both the phone and AirPod. So it will be false. So if I run this, it's returning 0. 0 means what? False. Correct. See, 1 is true and 0 is false. It's returning 0. Why? Because both the conditions were not met. So and condition is a place where if both the conditions are met, the answer will be condition met. So 1 is what? True. Is this a good enough example for you guys to understand? Did you guys understand what I meant? Now let's say that your parents or your sister, let's take an example of sisters because sisters are the most notorious ones, right? Let's say your sister says that, hey, it's my birthday, but you know what? I'm going to make your life easy. You either bring me a phone or you bring me an AirPod. Okay. What OR condition says is you don't have to fulfill both the conditions. When there's a condition called phone or AirPod, your sister's saying basically, hey, you know what? You bring me anyone, but if you don't bring me any, then I'm going to have a problem. So OR condition means if any one of the condition is true. So basically, if I say 1 or 0, what happens? It's going to return 1. Why? Because any one of the condition is fulfilled. Okay. This one, what the brother did is he got the iPhone. But if I put this 0 and if I put this 1, so he did not bring an iPhone, but he bought an AirPod. So it will still be true because any one condition is supposed to be fulfilled, right? Any one condition you're supposed to fulfill. But if you didn't do both, it's still going to be like sister's going to be furious. You're going to be murdered. You don't want that, right? So you have to fulfill any one condition. But if you're a really good brother, you're going to bring her both an iPhone and an iPod. So you're going to be like, yes, good brother. She's going to be happy and for the whole day, right? So you're going to have a good bonding with your sister for that day. But if you don't bring her anything, you're screwed. So that is what we call OR condition. So for people in non-tech background, this is how we identify whether something is a true or a false. Why? Because when both the conditions were met, condition 1 and condition 2 were met, and if there is an AND operator, you cannot escape. Both of them has to be true or both of them has to be false. I'll tell you why. Look at this. In the AND condition, I put true and true. Matlab you did both of them, it returned 1. If it is 0 and 0, it is returning 0. That means what? You should know one thing now. Now come to logical conclusion. You did both the things, you got the output as same. If you did both the things same for 0, the output is same as it is 0. But if any one of the condition is altered, like 1 becomes 0 and 0 becomes 1, oh, that is when you're going to get 0 every time because you need both the conditions to fulfill. See, 1 and 0 and 0 and 1. So that means what? For AND conditions, both the statement have to be same. So I remember I was talking about these and then we moved forward and we spoke about some logical operations, right? I was talking to you guys about what a logical gate is. I gave you an example of, I think I was giving you sister's example, right? AND gate, OR gate. Now, we move forward towards what we call arithmetic operators in Python. Okay. Just a quick recap, very quick recap. We were talking about what is Python, how to install Python, what are variables in Python, and what are Python operators. Coming back to Python operators, I told you guys that working with Python operators, we have multiple types of Python operators, assignment operators, comparison, all the way to membership, right? We discussed what are assignment operators, and assignment operators are very simple. They help you assign a particular operation on operand. Operand is nothing but a plus b, right? Whatever the number you're trying to add, that number becomes an operand and the operator is what you're doing with it. Plus, minus, division, multiplication. And that's exactly what an assignment operator does. I also told you about the AND gate, the OR gate, and the NOT gate. Okay. All three gates we discussed very quickly. Getting a very quick brief. What was AND operator? AND operator is very simple. AND operator means when there is a condition, when there is a condition 1 and condition 2, right? Condition 2, condition 1 and condition 2, both the condition need to be true. They all need to happen. And when the AND is put in between and both the conditions are true, the output is true. If any one of the condition is not happening, like for example, you brought your sister the iPhone, but you forgot her AirPods. You did not fulfill both the conditions, so the statement will become automatically false. But in OR condition, whenever you do OR gate, any one condition needs to be true. Either you bring iPhone or you bring AirPods. If you're not able to do any, then that's a problem. But if you do any one of it, either it's 1 or 0 or 0, 1, the output will be 1. 1 means true. Whenever you're working with gates, guys, 1 is true and 0 is false. False means we in computer programming, there will be a statement, okay, a statement or a condition, okay, a condition, and logically we say that condition was true or false. Now it's your responsibility to understand that true and false could mean, did he agree or did he not agree? Was he okay? Was he not okay? All of that would all, again, directional would mean it is true or false. Okay, as simple as that. This is a very just a second. This is that. Let me just put it at 3. Okay. Anyways, now we move forward with arithmetic operators. Now in Python, there are shorthand notations. Okay, I'm just gonna take another. There are shorthand notations. Okay, so shorthand notations, what does it mean? See, in Python, whenever there is a variable you've declared called x is equal to 4, okay, now you want to do some operation on it, like 4 plus 3, and then whatever the value is, then that plus 3, or you want to increment the value of 1 again and again. I'll tell you where this is used. This is used, I'm very sure you must have heard of something called as a while loop. Okay, don't go into the detail, but remember one thing: in while loop is not capable of incrementing the counter. Okay, there is a counter which needs to increment itself, but while can't do it. So what do? We take the initial value of I as 0 and we increase it one by one. So how do we increase it? If I is equal to I plus 1 and I is equal to 1, I is equal to 0. So what is the value of I currently? 0. 0 plus 1 is I is equal to 1. So this 1 is now, I is now updated with 1. Now again, this I is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. Now it is updated as 2. So you see, it goes on. So I is equal to I plus 1 can also be rewritten as I plus equal to 1. It's just a better way of writing. You can also decrement it. I equals to I minus 1 can be written as I minus equal to 1. Same thing happens with multiplication. I is equal to I into 1 can be written as I multiplication equal to 1. So see, it's just a shorthand way of writing. It is what the statement does, exactly what you need to understand. Okay. Anyways, I hope that gave you some clarity. Like I said, if it is not attained, work, practice, you'll get it. Okay. You asked me, okay, sir, how does a not equal to works? Not equal to, how does it work? First, to understand not equal to, we have to understand not. Correct? I told you that this operator not reverses what? The entire operation. Not reverses what it is supposed to do. Not true becomes false. Not false becomes true. So see, A is not true. And if I want to get the value of A, it returns empty. That means there's nothing there. Okay. Not equal to is the reverse of equal to. So I'll tell you. Is A equals to, so okay, 4 equals to 4. What should be the output here? It should be true, correct? It should be true, correct? Because this condition is true. But when I say not equal to, is 4 not equal to 4? That's false, right? Because 4 is equal to 2. Don't get confused. Not equal to is only used to check if something is not equal to that. So is 4 not equal to 5? This condition just became true because 4 is not equal to 5. Correct? Or if you want to do it in a nice way, you say that number 1 is equal to 4 and number 2 is equal to say 6. And I'm so sorry, I should have just expanded that. Yeah. So how do you do addition? So we say add is equal to num1 plus num2. Right? Subtraction can be done with the same thing. Sub is equal to num1 minus num2. Right? Multiplication would be mul is equal to num1 into num2, and exponentiation is something to the power of something. So we say num1 to the power of num2. Okay, that's how you can do it. If you guys know one thing, if you guys have worked on math, which I'm assuming you have, all of you have you ever heard of this thing called square root of 4? and square root of 8, right? Of course, you must have. So what a square root means, it's nothing but whenever the power of a number goes less than 1. So 8 to the power of 1 by 2, this is square root. 8 to the power of 1 by 3, this is cube root. What is 1 by 3 in number? 0.5. Correct? So now with exponentiations, you can also calculate square roots. I'll tell you exactly how. We come here, we take this out. Let's say you want to find out the square root of 45, right? So if I say square root of 45, what is the square root of 45? 6.70. Okay. What am I doing? 45, right? So num is equal to 45. Square root is equal to, let me go up a little bit. Square root is equal to what is the number into, which is to the power of 0.5. So if we run this and print as square root 6.7082, this is also 6.7082. So now you are able to plot the square root of the number. Okay, what's floor division? Very good question. Very good question. I discussed this yesterday, but I'm going to do that again. Okay, floor operator is this. In Python, if you want to divide something by something, so say 45 by 2, it gave me 22.5. But if I do double, so for example, 45 floor division by 2, what floor division does, guys, is whiteboard time. See, when I do 45 by 2, I get a number which is a float type. What do you mean by float? It means decimal number. Decimal number, right? Like 3.14, a 0.961. How are you executing, sir? Shift enter? Yes, Yara. I am executing it as shift plus enter. So in Jupyter Notebook, you press shift, keep pressing shift and press enter. So it's like keep pressing shift and then enter. It'll execute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, as I was saying, this single line division would mean that the output will have a decimal value. Say, for example, 3.14159265. I know the value of pi for such big number. Don't ask me how, but I do. When you do multiplication, when you do division, and when you get such a big value, when you do a single division, you will get such big value. But when you do double, it only is caring about what is the biggest number. I told you, whenever you have a 3.141 number, this after the points, all the number are called least significant digits. Okay. And within this least significant digit, 5 has the lowest value because that's more rounding off thing. So it only extracts 3. So this happens. Okay. Just be mindful of that. Now this mod operator returns the reminder, right? That's simple as that. Now we move forward with comparison operator. Now, and someone in the question asked me the difference between, sir, what is the difference between one single equal to and double single equal to, right? You just posted that what is one single equal to and what is double equal to, right? You've written a program here. And you are saying that now you just put double equal to. See, here you're putting 1 equal to, and here you've put double equal to in the program above. Why do you do that? I'll tell you. When I say, guys, number 1 is equal to 5, what am I doing? I'm taking the value of 5 and I'm putting it in number 1. Correct? Whiteboard time. Okay. So when I take a variable called number 1, and I'm saying that the value of this is 10. What am I doing? I'm taking 10 and I'm putting it in the variable called number 1. That's what I'm doing. But when I use double equal to, I'm not assigning anything. See, this operator is an assignment operator. You're assigning it. But this is what we use to compare it. Okay. Comparing would mean that is 4 is equal to 4? Is 4 4? Is 4 same? Or the text path is path equal to path is to check whether they are the same thing. I'll show you an example. So I was on the whiteboard and I was just telling you guys that assignment operator is to assign and comparison operator is to compare. Okay. Now that you come here, see number 1 is equal to 5. What am I doing here? I'm assigning 5 to variable number 1. But now I want to check whether two values are equal or not. How do I do it? With double equal to. Is this path equal to this path or not? You tell me what should be the output of this. Is equal to path. What should be the output of this? Should it be true or should it be false? For whoever said it is false, it is correct. And for whoever it is said true, it's not correct. I'll tell you why. Guys, this small path and this path, the P is capital. In Python, I told you it is case sensitive. It is not matching. That is why it was saying that, hey, this path is not equal to that path. You know, it seems that they are not the same thing. Okay, because I'll give you an example. Say all the small value of car, okay, small car is equal to again small car. See, they will be true because that small car and that car, they are both small and same letter, same length. But what happens if I give car one space? One space. See, all I've done is just add one extra space and it is returning true. It is highly case sensitive. That you need to be very, very aware of. So this double equal to is just checking, hey, are you equal? You're not? Okay, I'll return true and false. So what does it mean? One equal to assigned, double equal to returns the output as either a true or a false condition. Okay, that's what it does. Hope that gave you clarity. Okay. Now moving forward with comparison operators. What is a comparison operator? Are you less than? Are you greater than? Are you less than equal to? Are you greater than equal to? Double equal to, which I just explained. Now I will say not equal to. I'll explain that again. But I have an amazing trick. Okay. This will help you guys with the problem of greater than equal to or less than equal to forever in your life. What it is, I'll tell you. Have you seen a crocodile? Have you ever seen a crocodile? See, crocodile has a teeth, right? It'll have a teeth. So this crocodile says, I want to eat, right? I want to eat. It says, I want to eat. Now, how will a crocodile eat? It eats when the mouth is open, correct? Now, in Python or any programming language, the biggest problem happens. I'll tell you exactly when. Okay. Let's say that I have a variable called number1 is equal to 10 and number2 is equal to 15. Okay. Number1 greater than number2 can be rewritten as number2 greater than number1. See, these two are the same exact thing. But how was I able to write this well? Every time if there is a condition A greater than or equal to B, wherever the mouth is opening, that condition needs to be bigger. And wherever the mouth is closing, that condition needs to be smaller. Example, 8 greater than 2. Is this condition true? It is true, right? It is bigger than 2. If I switch this, put 2 here, 8 here, what happens? Now this greater than, that bigger mouth that is pointing towards the bigger number now needs to rotate and point towards the bigger number. So whenever you check this greater than or equal to condition, always see if the bigger part of the mouth of the arrow is pointing towards the bigger number, that condition is true. And if it is not, the condition is false. This is going to help you a lot. Trust me. Because usually what happens, your dear friends and colleagues who are also programmers love confusing you by not putting it straight away that number1 is greater than number2 or 8 is greater than 2, but they'll be like 2 is smaller than 8. They both mean the same thing, but they don't give it straight away. They put some things to confuse you, right? Life is not amazing every time, right? So that is why whenever you see an arrow and the bigger part of it is pointing towards the bigger number, no matter if it is greater than or less than, your condition is supposed to be true and it will be sorted. Okay, this will help you a lot. Trust me, when you start writing programs, you'll thank me later. Okay. Now, what is greater than or equal to, less than or equal to? Okay, there is also, we just spoke about greater than and less than, but we didn't talk about greater than equal to, less than equal to. Remember one thing, guys, sometimes when you're writing conditions, you also need to do what? So suppose there is a list of 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to plot all the 3 numbers. Okay, so you will say in a loop, you will say that it is greater than 3. But see, if it's greater than 3 now, 4 also has to be included. You want it to stop when it is greater than or equal to 3. At 3, sharp at 3, I want to stop it. Okay. So if any number is greater than or including that number, sometimes what happens, when we say greater than 4, we expect anything which is 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. 4, it will not work. But when we see greater than or equal to, it includes 4 in the calculation. Okay, let me reiterate that. Greater than or equal to, what it does, the number, what do you say, the checking of the condition, this condition, if A is, hey, I think I have a beautiful example here somewhere. You will not understand it, but I just have one example that I was teaching exactly this to the guys yesterday. Oh yeah, right. Okay, guys, don't worry. This is a while loop. But don't worry about the code. Okay, I'm just executing one code. You see, the condition is less than or equal to. Okay, is less than or equal to. See what happens if I remove equal to. The loop goes all the way till 5, but it is not including 6 because it says less than 6. Less than 6 is 5. But I also want to include 6 because go loop it, like calculate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but also include 6. So you have to put equal to, less than or equal to. Now you'll get the value of 6 too. So see, this is how the conditions vary when you're working with Python. Okay. In our PPT, I can see that there is a smaller, greater, less than, equal to, not equal to. And I've already explained not equal to, right? Not equal to is the opposite of this. So see, by the way, guys, this condition, Control Z, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Tell me this. And now, since you guys have understood this well, instead of not equal to, okay, be very, very careful of what I'm asking you right now. See, when I try to equal it, hey, is path equals to path? And this gave me false. But if I use the same condition and say not equal to, it should return true, correct? Because it is not equal to, it's returning true. So see, not equal to returned true. Why did that happen? That happened because that condition is not true. So now you understood the difference, like how to use equal to, not equal to. Very simple. Very happy. Very happy. Okay, now moving forward. Now, what is a logical operator? Now, combining multiple statements through logic is where the logical operators are used in programming language, especially when comparing an if-else condition. I haven't gone all the way to if-else condition, but I will have to write an example. I don't want you to worry too much about the program, but what it does or what it represents. Okay. Let me take one example and show you how and, or, and not works. Okay. See, in Python, whenever we write a logic or a particular, how do I say this? I'm going to take this example of this while loop and I'm going to paste it here to explain something to you guys. Okay. In Python, whenever you encounter this colon, this double colon, this colon that you see here, please remember you're entering some condition. You're entering some condition that you've written. Okay. Once you enter this condition, what does Python do? Python execute everything line by line. So what happens first, or let me know, find a better example. I don't want to confuse you guys with some complicated loops. I'll just take an example of one for you and show you. Oh yeah, this is a good example. So see, coming down, what this program or what this function does is it is converting your percentage into a grade. Okay, now let me copy paste this program. To how to operate on this, I'll tell you. Just write to grade and suppose your percentage is 85.67. Your grade is B. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and I'll tell you something about how in Python you have conditions and how you enter within the conditions. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and paste it here and let me just expand on it and keep it in the middle. Okay, see here, if the value of X, the number, is greater than or equal to 90, I return A. I entered in the condition here with this and I'm checking. So this is condition number 1, C1. This is condition number 2. This is condition number 3. This is condition number 4. And this is if C1, C2, C3, C4, none of the conditions meet, this is the default condition. This is by default. Okay. So look at it like this. Anyone from 100 to 90 grade becomes what? Becomes an A. From 90, anything lesser than 90 to 80 becomes B, then C, then D. And from 65 all the way till 0 automatically is F. This is that F condition. Okay. You entered a condition. Then if this was true and not, you entered another condition. You see, this colon is a condition. You can have multiple conditions and you enter the conditions. Okay. Now, that said, I want to come back to my explanation of AND gate. What does an AND gate mean? Or what does this AND operator means? Very simple. We come back here. You write this condition. You say that 4 is equal to 4 and 3 and 3 equal to 3. This is condition number 1. 4 is equal to, which is true. For the people who do not still get what an AND gate is or what an AND operator means, I want you to understand one thing. AND does one thing. I gave you guys a very good example yesterday about when you work with AND. Let's suppose for Rakhi, your sister's demanded an iPhone and she's demanded an AirPod. Okay. For an AND condition to meet, she wants both the things to be true. Matlab, you should get both the things for her. You need to get an iPhone also. You need to get an AirPod also. That means what? The conditions to your left and the conditions to your right, they both need to return true. They both need to be true. If they are not true, the output of AND will not be true. It will be false because both the conditions are not meeting. It's like our parents also sometimes. They want you to do engineering also. They want you to join a good company also. Both of them. Sometimes it's happening. Sometimes it's not possible. So it's like you have to do it, right? Both the conditions have to be true. If both the conditions are not true, that's when the problem happens. And by the way, AND works on both the cases. I'll tell you how. See, if you write true and hold on. Just a second. True and true. Both the conditions are true. To the left-hand side, iPhone I got. To the right-hand side, AirPods I got. The conditions will be true. But what if I write false and false? Okay, I will write false and false. This is returning false. No, it won't return true. It will return the condition itself. If both the sides are true, it will return true. If both the sides are false, it will return false. Okay. So for AND, you only check whether the condition is true. Okay, I will tell you. Number 1, let's say that num1 is equal to 40. Num2 is equal to 30. I'm going to write a condition now. Num1 is greater than 25 and num2 is less than 50. Should it return true? It will return true. Why? Because both the conditions are true. Number 1 is greater than 25. 40 is greater than 25, correct? So this condition became true. Number 2 is less than 50. Of course, number 2 is 30 and 30 is less than 50. So it returned true. But what would if I had written greater than, it is returning false because one of the conditions became false. You got what I'm saying? So AND is checking whether both the conditions are true. And this is exactly how you check it. Okay, this is exactly how you get it. Okay. And it is returning 20 to me. Sir, why is this happening? Okay. I told you guys that AND operator does what? It returns if something is true. What is the binary of 25? Let's assume it is 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. And what is the 20? For 20, it will be 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. Example. For that, what you should do, you should convert your number into a binary, 20 into binary. Now, what did I tell you? If both the conditions are 1, it will return 1. 1 and 0 is going to return 0. 0 and 0 returns 0. 1 and 0 returns 0. 1 and 1 returns 1. 0, 0, 0. Now, if you convert this to a number, it will be 20. And that is why 20 and 20 is returning 20. Okay. and between numbers, it converts the number into a bit, and then it compares in the bit, hey, if only and only if both the value have 1, will I put 1, and if everything is 0, I'll put a 0. So that is what it is doing. So see here, 25 and 20. This AND operator and this AND operator returned completely different values. Okay. They both are AND. Well, they're supposed to work on the same thing. If both the conditions are true, right? If on the left, I'm going to say left condition, and I'm going to say right condition. Okay. Left condition and right condition. If they are both true, the output will be true. Okay. The results will be true. If both the conditions are false, the output will be false. Let's get that clarity first. Both the conditions either need to be true or both the condition either need to be false for it to return something. Even if one condition is not true, it will not return. So please tell me, all of you guys, and I'm going to ask you this, for AND operator, for an AND operator, when will we get true and which conditions we will get false? Let's write this difference. 1 and 1 condition returns true. 1 and 0 returns false. 0 and 1 returns false. 0 and 0 returns false. So in AND operator, the only way you can get a true is when both the conditions are true. That's all you should remember. Everything else, it's going to return false. Don't worry about it. Only focus. And now you should know when should you write AND, when you are confident and when both the conditions will be true, only then you use the AND operator. Does this give you clarity? Mil gaya clarity? Very good. Abhi, we will operate on OR. And now we will see, in our PPT, we've mentioned OR also. Now we'll see OR. I have already told you guys, and it should be very, very simple. When will the OR return true and when will the OR return false? In OR, if any one of the value is 1, it will return true. Matlab, if say true, or I'm going to write true, hold on, true or false. Okay, it's returning true. Any one condition, if it is true, it is returning true. If both the conditions are false, it's returning false. So in OR condition, it always returns true if any one of the value is true. True and true, true or true returns true. True or false, return true. False or true, returns true. Only when both the things are false will it return false. Is the clarity attained for OR operator? Only one condition need to be true. Both the conditions like AND, that both I need correct. No, that's not there. Got it? Now, we are going to move forward with a NOT operation. And what this NOT does, this NOT operator, I'll give you an example, okay? And you will get an understanding of it, okay? Let me take a list, okay? A list of names like Parth. Let's say Parth, I will say Irfan, right? I will say Yara, Priya le lete hain, right? We are here. What? We did not take Aman. Aman tumhe bhul gaye, sorry. Aman not in array. It's returning true. What happened is, this not condition just checked. Is Aman not inside array? Aman array ke andar nahi hai. Aman is not inside the array, which is true, correct? Aman is not inside the array. And that returned true. So this not is a checker for something not inside something, or for not condition to be true. 4 equal to 4. Okay. Is 4 equal to 4? It is true. Not true becomes false. Not just converts true into a false and a false into a true. That's all the work of a not is. Not is just to reverse the whole operation. It's like, I don't know how many of you watch Suits, this series of Suits, right? Harvey Specter and that Micros wala thing. Every time some case comes to them, it just knocks out of the park, right? It's like that. It reverses the whole thing. They are able to solve the not of a true to a false and a false to a true. It reverses the whole operation. So when I say 4 is equal to 4, na, it is supposed to return true. But when I do not of true, it will return false to me. Now you should know when should not be implemented. Not should be implemented in your program when you're trying to reverse the decision. You're trying to reverse the operation, and only when the reversed happened should you enter the loop or should you enter the condition. Only then you are supposed to use the not wala thing. Okay. And operator can also be rewritten as and operator. Okay. Or operator can also be written as or operator like this. And not operator is also written like not. Understanding the difference between them is highly crucial. When to use this and when to use this and is very okay. Let's do one thing for you guys. I want to show you guys one thing. Okay, 1 and 1, what will it return? It will return true. 1 and 1, this is returning true as well. Of course it is true. If I say true and true, of course it's going to give me true. There is a very simple difference between the keyword and small and, which I'll explain in a minute. But when to use the numbers, that is the symbols, and when to use the condition is the most important thing that you will identify. Okay. And in a minute, I'll explain that, because in the PPT, we have a section where I'll explain. But just wanted to raise that concern for you, raise that point towards you, that and, or, and not can also be written in a very symbolic way, that you don't have to write an and that and also works. This and this and has a very simple difference or a very slight difference. I'll explain that in the further PPT because I have the whole topic there. But please remember this in mind, that they are two different things, very similar but different. Okay. I want a condition to become true. So what will I say? I will say that number 1. No, I will say path in array and I will take this, copy it, and I'll paste it here. Tell me, what is this condition supposed to return true? Parth in array and Irfan in array. Irfan in the variable array. Both the statements are returned to true, right? Not. See, it returned false. I'll tell you why. This condition is supposed to return true, but in front of the true, you wrote a not, and now it returned false. So see, I've combined not and. So this condition is true and this condition is true. So it returned true, but you put a not, so true ka not ho gaya false, and then the output is false. Okay, no issues.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of the print function in Python? Your options are A, to take user input, option B, to define a variable, option C, to display output onto the console, and option D, to create a loop. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move ahead with our session.
Moving forward, we have identity operators. Okay. Identity operators in Python are used to compare if the objects are in fact the same objects or not. Okay. Is returns true if it is same object. Now, is not returns true if it is not the same object. Okay. Now, before I even jump inside the coding for this, let's try to implement an example. Okay. And we'll see a couple of examples on when to use is and when to use is not. Okay. Let's have a look at it. Let's say that 4. Okay. What is the type of 4? What is the data type of 4? Integer. Forget the error. Ignore the error. It returned true. 4 is 4. Okay. If I say 4 is 5, it's returning false. Okay. This is keyword that you see right now. Okay. You could say, na, ki, sir, this is also checking whether something is something or not. But the is operator in Python does something more than just comparing it with, just not compare, but also see if it's of same object or not. Okay, let's look at some examples before we even try to understand. But before we do that, okay, I want to combine some things together and then teach them together. So is and is not, you keep it in the side, and I'll tell you there's a reason behind it. We'll say is and is not, we'll keep it in the side. We'll pick up two more and we'll explain them together, and it'll all start making a little bit of sense. For now, let's keep it up and let's go down to membership. In and not in also we will include. So number one, we will talk about what is an is, what is an is not. Okay, we go down to third one, and we say that I also want to know what is in and not in. Okay, so what is in and not in. Okay, and this is where it ends. Okay. With respect to identity operators, you need to know one thing. Okay, I'm gonna write it down here. We read the definition of identity operators as identity operators in Python are used in comparing the objects are in fact the same objects or not. Same thing with membership is we'll check if the sequence is present in the object or not. We've already used the example of in and not in the array wala problem statement that I had seen previously. If you come here, right, we checked path in array. So see this keyword in, we've already checked whether this particular thing is available or not, like this particular thing is inside the array or not. And we also checked whether Irfan is in the array or not. So in would return true if something that you're trying to match is inside something that you're trying to look for or compare with or check with. Okay, I'll also give you a couple of examples, but what I want you to understand with these four keyword is not in may, it is always one thing, which is when you use in or not in, what are you doing? You have a condition, or you have not a condition, I would say you have a statement. Okay, I'll explain that what it means. So you have my statement called boss path. Okay, this is my statement, or my, I wouldn't say condition, I would say statement is the right word for it. Okay, and I have an array, and inside this array I'm trying to check whether Parth exists, Pooja exists, and Vinayak exists and all of that stuff. Path in the variable name is array. So what you should understand is what you're trying to check, I'm sorry, CHECK, check in the data structure. Can this be the syntax that I can say? Can this be the syntax for using the in statement? Whatever you want to check, you put it on the left, you put an in keyword, and whatever data structure would mean it's a list. Now tomorrow I want to compare it with a dictionary, I want to compare it with a tuple, I want to compare it with a set, whatever it is, your data structure. But this in keyword checks that. So your condition should come here, or your statement should come here inside what you're trying to check. Let's look at one example. Okay, let's look at one more example, and then I'll come to is and is not. I have a string st is equal to, let me say that it is right, how's the Josh? Hi sir. Okay, chaliye, this is a string. This is a string sentence. I want to check something. I want to check whether a or, this word or is available in string. It returned false. But don't worry about the result. Focus on how the syntax is defined. And this is where most people end up making a mistake. Or is what you want to check. inside the data structure that you wanted to check. So ST here is your data structure. This is where your output, you're comparing it with this. Okay, this is what you're comparing it with, and that is where it returned or it resulted in the. It's clear, right? Okay. Now, is not and not in. Don't get confused in that. The reason I've taken them collectively is because you will see that there is a pattern among this. What is that pattern? That pattern is not in and not in. They all have the word either is and in it. Okay, is or in it. You remember in the beginning of the Python, I told you guys that it's just like English. Python is just like English. You're just trying to check whether something exists inside something, like in something, or is to check. In is also to check whether something exists in something or not. Is something is to check whether they are of same type or not. Like, is this guy good, or is this guy bad, or is this condition true, or is that condition false, right? So the checking of that is what is crucial while you're working with that particular condition. You check with the is and not, right? The syntax is very, very crucial. And I'm saying this is because there comes a topic in Python which is going to confuse so much that you guys are going to forget again the concept of is and in again. And that concept is again membership, right? Membership operations. The reason why I'm also mentioning them again and again is because when you write if, these are actually called conditionals. Okay. If, elif, and else. The problem is going inside this, the conditional operators and membership operators, they will confuse you with the syntaxes. One syntax, I want you to keep it in your mind, and I'm going to ask it again because I want you to repeat it. I want you to tell me that you check something in the data structure. Just please remember this. The condition that you're trying to check comes on the left. What you're checking it in comes on the right. So the operation is left to right. The operation is a left to a right segment. Okay. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay. If you remember this syntax very, very well, your life is beautiful, is easy. There's not going to be any problem. Your syntax understanding of things is going to be right. Okay. That something that you check and something that you check in and not in the data structure, whatever the data structure could be, string, list, dictionary, tuple, whatever it is going to come to your right. Because the next session that I'm going to take right now is going to be a data structure. So it's going to be list, tuple, dictionary, looping through the dictionary, looping through a tuple, looping through a list, all of that stuff. Then you will understand exactly why I'm sort of emphasizing on this particular thing. Okay. All right. That depends on what your aim is. If you want to become a data scientist, what happens is these companies store their data in a SQL table. Okay. All that data is going to be stored in a SQL table. As a data scientist, what you do is you will have a tool which you will be able to access. So see what happens now. Every company has a customer experience division, marketing division, sales division, HR division, operations division, right? Every division has a different table where they save marketing data, sales data, HR data, ops data. You're a data scientist. You want to work on operations. So what you will do is you will go inside the big table that is in the SQL. It has all. Inside this, you will go inside operations. You will inside operations. There will be so many tables: operations analysis, operation conversion, operation experience. So many tables will be there. As a data scientist, what you will do, you will take that table and you will install it in your system, as in download it in your system. Then you will run some machine learning on it, and then you will give the output. So that is why they ask you to learn SQL, is because SQL is not everywhere. Without SQL, you're nothing, right? SQL is super, super duper important. Very, very important. If you don't learn it, then you're not even a data scientist. They say you're an analyst. Analyst ko bhi SQL lagta hai. So, that's very, very important. Okay. Anyways, we were talking about in, not in, and all those. We were talking about multiple operations. Right now, what we will do is we will try to analyze and we'll try to see if we are able to get an understanding on things like, is there a way we can represent the syntaxes in a different way? So for example, is not in, all of this, we'll try to understand syntactically because they're very, very crucial, right? So we'll try to analyze and we'll try to see which of the syntaxes differ a little bit and which of the syntaxes are what we exactly want. So let's say that I have a variable called name and I'm taking a list called path, right? I'm assuming Yera, and I'm taking, let's say, Junaid. Okay, I'm taking these names. Now what is operator does is it checks for the identity of that particular thing. I'll tell you what that means. I'm just going to take another variable and I'm going to call it name. Name is Y. Okay. This is a little complicated to understand, so I want all of you to completely focus here, because what will happen is this can also screw with your brain a lot. The concept of is and is not, and that's why I was keeping it at last. See, is operator, just like any other operator, is only concerned. This is operator is only concerned for identity. It may not make so much sense right now, but it is a lot important. Okay. I took a variable or I took an array called name and I gave it some value. Whenever I give it some value, I've told you that the values will go sit inside name. But have you ever tried identifying what is the location of that memory? We'll see. We'll see. Let's take name. Okay. To identify the location of that particular key, where is it saved? Where is the name saved? You have to use the word called ID. See, the ID is 4427043136. Okay. And the ID of Y, because what did I do? I took name and then I gave it to a variable called Y. So basically Y and name are the same thing. They are equally the same thing. There is nothing different. They are equally the same thing. Okay. The name, that name variable is, say, A, B, C, D. Okay. This name needs to be put somewhere in the memory, right? In the computer memory, there will be partitions in the memory. And somewhere within the memory, you need to save this, right? You need to save this variable somewhere. Wherever you save, it will be creating an ID for it. That, hey, this name is saved in this memory address called 407113661. Example. And every time you rerun, it saves it in a new way. See, you come here. If I say ID of name, okay. See, I've run it. I've run the program and I've come, it's 44, last value is 424. If I rerun it again, it will change because you're rerunning the whole thing again. The memory address changes, but what ID returns is a memory address, right? So ID in Python, okay. I'm just going to write ID in Python. So returns the identity. Can you see this? It returns the identity. What do you mean by identity? Identity is sort of like, where is that particular thing stored? Okay, I want you to think like it. On an upper, think like that. It's a temporary storage. It's not a temporary storage. It's a storage location which is converted to ID, because location is a big number. Okay, in Pythonic way, a location of something is a very big number. There is a way of converting it into a smaller number, which is this ID. ID is basically where it is stored. Okay, just think of this. Identity operator is returning true when both the things are correct. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of examples. You guys will get a clarity with respect to say key when the Y variable and the name variable were the same thing. So see, ID of name and ID of Y, they all are going to be the same thing. If there are multiple variables with name, first of all, in a program, Siddharth, you cannot have multiple variables with the same name. So let me tell you why that is. Let's say I have taken another variable, or you know what, I deleted this program. Hold on. Let's say that I have taken this name is equal to, first it was what? Parth, Yera, and Junaid. And then there is another variable called, let's take some other name. Let's take Junaid and let's take Irfan, right? And let's take Devika. Okay. And if I run name now, what do you think is going to happen? The name, which is the most recent variable defined, it will override the previous variable. So previous variable is as good as not returned because it is overridden now. So you, in the program, you actually never take a variable with the same name. You never take it. That's not good. Anyways, what I was basically trying to say is that, let's say that I have this name variable. Okay. Let me copy paste this. Let me paste it here. Okay. Let me take another variable called name2. Okay. Let's call it name1. And let's exactly, I will copy paste this and I will paste it here. And let me ask, name 1 is name 2. You will be shocked that it returns false. Okay. You're not doing equal to equal to. If you're doing equal to, are they same? It's going to return true because they are same. The difference is this equal to operator is doing what? It is checking whether the values are same. But is keyword is checking the identity. Identity means what? That ID that I just printed. Is the ID for both of them same? If it is same, only then it returns true. So if I do name 1 is name 2, and if I run this, it's going to return false because they are not the same. They may be of same value, but name 1 and name 2 are two different variables in two different locations and their identity don't match. So is and is not is actually to match them. I hope there is no clarity in this. I will also give you another example. Let's take another variable as hello. Okay. And let's say B is equal to namaste. Okay. I have taken two variables. A is equal to hello, B is equal to namaste. I'm going to say is A is not B. It returned true. Why? Because is A B? They are two different locations. They are not B. They are not true, right? So let me cut this. Let me paste this. And let me say A is B. What will be A is B output? What will be the output for A is B? It will be false because the identity is not different. And is not reverses that. If the identity is not different, return true. You guys got that? Why it is like this? Why is it like this? Why are we checking for identity? You will understand this eventually when you write a program. And the reason I'm not writing this big ass program to tell you guys is because the more I write now, the more you're going to get confused because it uses something called flags. Okay, now we move forward with what we called as bitwise operator. And now I explain the difference between and. Okay. I told you guys one thing, right? That there are two types of operators in Python. There is a keyword operator called and then there is a symbol and. Then there is an or, and then there is a or. This is called pipe operator, which is an or operator. And then we have not keyword, and then we have not here. The difference between these two are only one thing. These keywords are used only on conditions. And this and keywords are used on numbers. I'll tell you exactly why. See, Python is an interpreter language. Okay, Python is an interpreter language. Okay, whenever you take 4 and 7, when you want to do and operation between, and you've used this and keyword. See, I write and like this, guys. So please don't get confused. My way of writing and is like this. It's not like this. So that's also an and. Okay. Yeah, just let me beautify this and. Okay. Okay. So this difference between characters written with double quotes and single quotes, no difference. They are still string. They are the same. There's no difference. They are the same. You can write however you want. Okay. So 4 and 7. I'm taking 4 and 7. Whenever I use the word and, or not word, the character and, computer will automatically convert this number into binary 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. And 7 will be converted as 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Example I'm giving. This is not an exact representation of binary. What and does when both of them are 1, the output will be 1. So 1 and 0 will be 0. 0 and 1 will be 0. 0 and 1 will be 0. 1 and 0 will be 0. I should have put some 1 here, otherwise everything will be 0. 0, 1 and 0. So you see this becomes 4 and 7. I'm assuming 4 and 7 would be, I need to run that. 4 and 7 becomes 4. Okay, so the output becomes 4 itself, right? So yeah, it should somehow be 4 here. It should exactly replicate this number. But yeah, just for representation purpose, I'm just writing it. That is correct. So whenever you do AND operator, it does one thing. It takes a number, converts it into binary, does the AND operator, converts the number into a number again and gives the output. I'll show you an example. How do you convert a number into binary? I told you guys. What is the value of 4? just write bin of 4. So 0, last mein 100. And what is the binary representation of a 7? It is last mein 0000 and then 111 in the last. If you do AND between them, so I'm assuming 100, right? So it will be 0000100 and it will be 0000111. Okay. 1 and 0 is 0. 0 and 1 is 0. 1 and 1 is 1. Again 0000. This number is equal to this number, isn't it? So what is the AND operator between 4 and 7? It is 4. It is the same thing, right? So that is what an AND operator or a NOT operator does. The difference is AND, OR, and NOT should not be used for numbers, but they should be used for conditions. By the way, let's look at one other thing. 4 and 7 is returning 4 and 7 is returning 4. 4 and 7 is going to return 7. The difference between the numbers representation here is number does something called lazy evaluation while it does the AND operator for numbers. So you should not consider this for the output of a number. You should consider this as the correct output. Because when you put an AND, Python says, hey, you've used the keyword AND. So what I will do is I will try to see, is my left side right? Is my right side right? And then what it does, it doesn't convert it into a bit. It does some other manipulation, which is not correct. So you actually saw 4 and 7 is not 7, but 4. So don't do AND between numbers. Do AND as the number, as this keyword between numbers, this AND. That is the right way of doing for numbers, and AND as a keyword should be used for conditions. Now, did you understand the difference between when to use AND and when to use that AND? Okay, this is the universal truth of life. Okay, how to use them both, that you have to be very, very careful about. Okay, does that give you clarity? Okay, now I want to talk a little bit in detail about the operators. Okay, if you guys want to apply for, big tech companies like Google and Meta and all of these, right? They have an interview session in data structures and algorithms where there is a specific topic called bitwise operations. Bitwise operations. Okay. Bitwise operation is a part of data structures and algorithms where they ask you to bitwise. The questions would be like, take a number 1 and take number 4 and add them together, but don't use plus, minus, division, multiplication. You cannot use all 4. How will you add a number? You have to do bitwise addition here. You have to add them bitwise. And that adding is crazy because sometimes what happens, when you do bitwise addition, 001, there is also carry bit. A bit will be carried also, just like how we carry the numbers in math. So it's a little complicated. That's when it is helpful. For if not, if you want to be a normal developer, bitwise is just okay. You can even avoid that. How did 4 and 7 return the 7? What happens is, if you do not use the keyword AND or this user AND, Python says, is 4 true? As in, is the condition to my left true? See, 0 and 1. 0 is a false statement, 1 is a true statement. Anything above 1, Python considers that to be a true. So true and true should have returned true. But guess what? First, initially 4 was true and then initially 7 was true. So it returned 7 because 7 was the most recent true statement. So if you get this 4 and 7, it's going to return the wrong output, Sarji. So please do not try to do AND operator between some numbers. Use this and get the output. Is that clarity attained, Sarji? Is this something that you get it? See, it may not necessarily return 7 every time. Like if you do 3 and 4, it will not necessarily return 4. It will sometimes returns another number, but that number is wrong. That's not how the operation works. Maybe the interpreter is missing something inside. I do not know interpreter that deeply, but I've also never questioned that, but that's not the right way of representing. Okay, cool. So coming back to our bitwise operators, I already told you the topic of AND operators. What do AND do? When we have two bitwise numbers, if both the numbers are 1, the output will be 1. If any one of it is 0, then the output is 0. Same thing happens with OR. What happens with OR? In OR, let's suppose if I have a bitwise number of 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0 and 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. What happens? In OR, if any one is true, it is true. Any one value is true, true. Any one value is true, true. So 0, 0, 0, 0. So it returned 7 again. Okay, let's see if that value is correct. So we said for 4 and 7, right? So 4 or 7. So it returned 7. So that means our calculations was correct. OR operator does bitwise operator. It converts the number into a bit and then it is comparing. So when we did OR operation, 4 or 7 returned 7 because we did a comparison there. Unfortunately, there is nowhere where bitwise operations are used. I just told you an example. It is used in interview questions of data structures and algorithms where you do bitwise additions. Bitwise addition. Or if you are a competitive programmer, if you are a competitive programmer, if you do Google Code Jam, Google Source of Code, then you will have a topic called graphs. Graphs like there's a graph called A, it is connected to B, and a graph B, which is connected to C, and C is connected to D, and then B is connected to D again. So the mapping is A maps to B maps to C and D maps back again to B and C. Okay. To create graph addition, deletion, multiplication, you use bitwise manipulation there. But it is a very hard data structure to work on. But when you work on graphs, you will be using something called the shortest path. So I'll tell you, A, B, C, and D, right? If I want to, so A connects to B, B connects to both C and D, and A connects to A. And D, let's say it's only unidirectional. You only go once, you can't come back. Which is the shortest path to D? Or also, let's say C connects to D. Okay. Which is the shortest path from A to D? A to D. It's going to be A, B, and D. So basically AB and BD, correct? This will be the path. But how will an algorithm know that this is the shortest path? Right? So we have algorithms like A star, Dijkstra. These algorithms tell the shortest path between a graph. Okay, so while you work with graph now, you will be doing some bitwise addition, multiplication. You will be actually doing bitwise division there, mostly depending on how you use the graph, and you'll be getting an output, sir. But in your normal life, day-to-day programmer life, not much. No, it's not commonly used. It's not very commonly used. Yeah. Okay. Now we did AND operator, we did OR operator. This operator, these are all ternary operators. What they basically do is this is left by shift, this is right by shift, this is the inverse operator, right? What this basically does is it converts all the integers which are 0 to 1 and 1 to 0. So let's take an example. Okay. If I do not of 4, or say, for example, not of 4, right? So it returns -5. And if I do not of 6, it returns -7. And if I do not of 9, it returns -10. So there is a pattern here, right? What you do is you take the value 9 and you add +1 to it and make the value negative. So that is the output. What will be the not of 45? -46. -46. Add negative to it. Yes. And what would be the not of 74? -75. You got it, right? So what it is basically do, so with bits also there are some patterns that you will start seeing, and I'll show you in a moment how that works. Also, I will show you one other thing. Specifically with NOT operator, what's happening is 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0 was converted to 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1 because it reversed the whole bit and you got the negative. If it was 4, then it got, if it was 4, then it became -5. You know, this became -5 because you sort of inverted it, right? There is another operator in Python called XOR operator. What this XOR does is A XOR B is going to return C. So A XOR C will return B. And A XOR A, C, B I've taken. B XOR C will return A. So basically, it's a cyclic pattern, 1, 2, and 3. If you take 1, 2, it will return 3. If you take 2, 3, it will return 1. 3, 1, it will return 2. This is 90% of the cases. Sometimes in XOR operator, when you take A XOR B, it may return D. And if you do DA, it will not return the same value. That gives you a little concern. So it gives you a little bit of problem, okay? So I was talking about XOR operators, okay? XOR in Python, okay? Most of the time, what happens in XOR operators now, when you're working with Pythons, what you're going to see is that with XOR operator, you get a cyclic thing in return. So if A XOR B you get the same value back. Okay. So say, for example, I'm trying to find a better sort of example for XOR. Okay. So see, A XOR B returns the other value. Let's try to, I'll try to show you what that means. Okay. So let's say 1 XOR of 3. Or 2, 3 is 1. So see, 1, 2, 3 is going to repeat now, okay? A 2 XOR 3. So I'm going to say 1 XOR of 2. It's going to give me 3. And 3 XOR 1 is going to give me 2. So see, this is cyclic in nature, but that's not always the case. I'm letting you know what XOR basically is doing, right? XOR na, guys, is a gate. Or how about I do this? XOR is a gate which is combining multiple gates together. Okay. Like I'm assuming XOR gate has multiple gates. I don't know which gates they are, but they combine multiple gates. What I want you to do is, can you do the research on what gates XOR combine and what are the gates that combine and return the results? XOR symbol is this, the hat. The hat. Do you see? Let me expand this. Do you see the hat there? The hat or the cap, you can say, that is the symbol for XOR. What is the use of it? Very good question. In Python, or maybe in any programming languages, sometimes what happens, and your entire program revolves around that 3 number. No, it's not a power of a number. No, don't get confused. XOR does one thing. You take one number, another number, it repeats the number. So for example, 1 XOR 2 is 3, 3 XOR 2 is 1, 1 XOR 2 is 3. Like 3 XOR 1 is 2. So it just sort of reverts the whole thing. XOR is actually bitwise. If I see now, what if there are like 4 values like A, B, C, and D? What is an XOR? Let's write out 1 XOR 2 XOR 3. It returned 0. Why? Because first you did A XOR 1 and 2, and then that value XOR 3 you did. So it's returning 3. You can do multiple XORs, but it is going to go 2 number at a time, like 2 number value, then another XOR, then another XOR, and then another XOR. The use, I'll tell you the example and the use of it, right? See, XOR gates are what I'm struggling with right now with all of you is to explain the benefit of an XOR. See, XOR, the implementation of XOR actually depends on what your problem statement is. Okay, number 1. Number 2, whenever you have, say, suppose some numbers like number 1, comma, number 2, comma, number 3, there may come an instance where you need to do some bitwise manipulation. And that is why most organizations have encountered that XOR sometimes do come into picture where you don't have to write the code. We've given the code to you. And that is why XOR actually implements. So NAND, it's another complicated gates that is expanded into more. So what I would say is that XOR operators are used specifically when, let's suppose you have 3 numbers, 1, 2, 3 that I have defined, right? Now I want to do bitwise manipulation, but while I do bitwise manipulation, I want the identity of the number to be attained. Matlab, say for example, I want to do bitwise conversion of 1 and then bitwise conversion of 2. And in case if I needed to have an XOR operator where I need that for my calculation, I'm going to use it. Apparently it is useful. Frankly, in 8 years, I haven't used it in any programming that I have done. Never one instances I've used any bitwise operator as a data scientist. I haven't. As a software engineer, also I have not used it so far, because there are more complicated problems that you solve eventually. So XOR operators or logical operators is something that I haven't used, but it is available because the responsibility of a programming language is to give you everything and not be selective in giving what. So they give you everything here. Eventually, if you want to use it, you can go ahead.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
So the first question that arises in our mind is, what is the need for statistics? So let me make it absolutely clear that statistics is one of the key fundamental skills required for data science. Now, when you try to get into the depth of data science and decide to implement any kind of algorithm, then primary knowledge in statistics is quite important. Actually, statistics and probability are considered as a base knowledge, and they're very essential for building any machine learning algorithm. So let's look at some of the most commonly used statistical terminology in data science. So let's begin with our understanding about population and sample. Now, our population includes all the elements from a set of data. So the whole data set where we have all data of our interest is defined as population. And the sample consists of one or more observations drawn from the population. So we can also say that the population is the collection of all items of interest to our study and is usually denoted with an uppercase N. And the numbers we've obtained when using the population are called as parameters. And a sample is a subset of the population and is denoted with a lowercase n. And the numbers we've obtained when working with the sample are called as statistics. Now let's say we want to conduct a survey of the marks of 100 students. Then 100 students will represent our entire population. So from here, if we take some data, then that data will be a sample. So how do we extract this data from the entire population? Now we cannot just randomly pick it, right? So in a simplified way, we can say that this sample is like an understandable form of the whole population dataset. There are different kind of sampling techniques which we can use to extract the sample data. And we can say that our whole population can be inferred in the sample and we can derive a solution out of it. Now we'll understand what is census and what is survey. So census is something where we gather data from the whole population of interest. So for example, elections or any 15-year census can be considered as a census data. And survey is the gathering of data from the sample in order to make conclusions about the population. So for example, a survey can be opinion polls or quality control checks in manufacturing units. So these two are very general terms which we can mostly hear or see in the newspapers. Now, we have already discussed parameter and statistic while discussing population and sample. Now, we'll look at them in detail. So, a parameter is a descriptive measure of the population. So here, any kind of analysis related to population is called as parameter. And some common examples of parameters are population mean, population variance, and population standard deviation. So anything related to population data is defined as a parameter. And a descriptive measure of the sample is known as statistic. And the sample data can be sample mean, sample variance, and sample standard deviation. So anything related to sample data is defined as statistic. So how are these terminologies actually notated? So here the population parameter is denoted as mu for mean, sigma square for variance, and sigma for standard deviation. And the sample statistic is denoted as x bar for mean, s square for variance, and s for standard deviation. So these are the standard ways to represent this terminology. Now we'll understand what is sampling. So data sampling is a statistical analysis technique used to select, manipulate, and analyze a representative subset of data points in order to identify patterns and trends in the larger data set being examined. So sampling basically allows data scientists, predictive modelers, and other data analysts to work with a small, manageable amount of data in order to build and run analytical models more quickly, while still producing accurate findings. So sampling can be particularly useful with data sets that are too large to efficiently analyze in full. So now we'll be moving to an important topic, which is sampling techniques. So as we know, sampling helps a lot in research, It is one of the most important factors which determines the accuracy of your survey result. So if anything goes wrong with your sample, then it will be directly reflected in the final result. And there are a lot of techniques which help us to gather sample data depending upon the need and situation. So to start with, let's have a look on some basic techniques. So what is random sampling? So it is a sampling technique where every item in the population has an even chance and likelihood of being selected in the sample. And here the selection of items completely depends on chance or by probability, and therefore the sampling technique is also sometimes known as method of chances. Here we can take an example of sampling a marble from a vase. We record one or more of its properties, perhaps its color, number or weight, and put it back into the vase. We repeat this procedure n times for drawing a sample of size n, and the idea is illustrated by this figure on the screen. Now when sampling the first marble, each marble has the same chance of 0.1 for being sampled. When sampling the second marble, each marble still has a 0.1 chance of being sampled. This generalizes to all subsequent marbles being sampled. So each time we sample a unit, all units have similar chances of being sampled. This is precisely what we meant with our definition of simple random sampling. So I hope all of you are clear with this. Alright, now if you look over here, it may surprise you that marble 5 occurs twice in our sample. This may happen because we need to replace each marble we sampled. So this technique is known as simple random sampling without replacement. Now let's see how that works. Right, so for the first marble we sample, each marble has a 0.1 chance of being sampled. So far so good, right? So if you don't replace it before sampling a second unit, the first unit we sampled has a 0 chance of being sampled. The other 9 units each have a chance of 1 in 9, which is equal to 0.11 of being sampled as a second unit. So this is how simple random sampling without replacement violates a definition of simple random sampling. And note that this violation gets worse as we sample more units from a smaller population. The next technique is stratified sampling. So with stratified sampling, the researcher divides the population into separate groups called strata. Then a probability sample is drawn from each group. So let's consider a situation where a research team is seeking opinions about religion amongst various age groups. So instead of collecting feedback from 320 million US citizens, random samples of around 10,000 can be selected for research. So these 10,000 citizens can be divided into strata according to the age. That is groups of 18 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49 and so on. And here each stratum will have distinct members and number of members will also be distinct. So next we have cluster sampling. Now cluster sampling is a sampling technique that divides the main population into various sections or clusters. In the sampling technique, analysis is carried out on a sample which consists of multiple sample parameters such as demographics, habits, background or any other population attribute which may focus on conducted research. It is usually used when groups that are similar yet internally diverse form a statistical population. Instead of selecting the entire population of data, cluster sampling allows the researchers to collect data by dividing the data into small, more effective groups. Now let's consider a scenario where an organization is looking to survey the performance of smartphones across USA. Now they can divide the entire country's population into cities, that is clusters, and further select cities with the highest population and also filter those using mobile devices. Now this multi-stage sampling is known as cluster sampling. So next we'll look at categories of statistics. So as we have already discussed, statistics is concerned with developing and studying different methods for collecting, analyzing and presenting the empirical data. The field of statistics is composed of two broad categories. So the first category is descriptive statistics and the second category is inferential statistics. And both of them give us different insights about the data. One alone doesn't help us much to understand the complete picture of our data, but using both of them together gives us a powerful tool for description and prediction. So let us get the basic idea of what they are. So what is descriptive statistics? Now descriptive statistics is the analysis of data that helps to describe, show or summarize data in a meaningful way. And data can be summarized and represented in an accurate way using charts, tables and graphs. It does not allow us to make conclusions beyond the data which you have analyzed or reached conclusions. And with descriptive statistics, will not receive any uncertainty because we are describing only the people or the items that we actually want to measure. So here we are not inferring the properties of a larger population. Now, descriptive statistics is actually very important because if we have not presented our data in this way, then it would be very hard to visualize the data. So descriptive statistics help us to present the data in a more meaningful way by which it allows us to make simple interpretations of the data. For example, if we have marks of 1,000 students and we may be interested in the overall performance of those students and the distribution as well as the spread of the marks. Now, descriptive statistics provides us the tools to define our data in a most understandable and appropriate way. So in a nutshell, descriptive statistics just describes and summarizes data but does not allow us to draw conclusions about the whole population from which we took the sample. And inferential statistics is about using data from sample and then making inferences about the larger population from which the sample is drawn. Now, the goal of inferential statistics is to draw conclusions from a sample and generalize them to the whole population. So it is very important that our sample accurately reflects the population. The reason why sampling techniques are very important is the sample data set reflects the whole population, and then only we do any kind of inferential statistics. Like the mean of sample could be similar to the mean of the whole population, and in case if our sample is not correct or not actually reflecting the whole population, then if we do any kind of inference, that would be wrong because our sample is not reflecting the whole population. For example, suppose we are interested in the exam marks of all the students in UK, but it is not feasible to measure the exam marks of all the students. So now we'll measure the marks of a smaller sample of students. So let's say that can be 1,000 students. Now this 1,000 student sample will now represent the large population of UK students. And we would consider this sample for our statistical study for studying the population from which it's inferred. And this is the reason that our sample should accurately represent the whole population. And sometimes inferential statistics is also called as inductive statistics. So in a nutshell, inferential statistics makes inferences about populations using data drawn from the population. And instead of using the entire population to gather the data, the statistician will collect a sample and make inferences about the entire population using the sample. In this module, we'll discuss different kinds of data, that is categorical, numerical, and ordinal data. Then we'll learn how to describe data through statistics. Later, we'll discuss in detail about central tendencies, and at last, we'll focus on variability and spread. So let's get started. When working with statistics, it's important to recognize the different types of data. So the first one is numerical data, and the second one is categorical data. For example, if you ask 5 of your friends how many pets they own, they might give you the following data: 0, 2, 1, 4, and 18. Now you need to keep in mind that not all data is numerical. Let's say you also record the gender of each of your friends and you get the following data: male, male, female, male, and female. So most of the data falls into one of these two groups, numerical or categorical. So what is numerical data? So numerical data mostly has measurements such as a person's height, weight, IQ, or blood pressure, or their account such as the number of stock shares a person owns or how many teeth a dog has. And sometimes this numerical data is also known as quantitative data. Now this numerical data can be further broken into two types, discrete and continuous. So discrete data represents all of those items that can be counted, or in other words, they take on possible values that can be listed out. So the list of possible values may be fixed, also called finite, or it may go from 0 to infinity, making it countably infinite. For example, the number of heads in 100 coin flips takes on values from 0 through 100, and this is nothing but a finite case. On the other hand, the number of flips needed to get 100 heads takes on values from 100, and it goes up to infinity if you never get to that 100th head. So its possible values are listed as 100, 101, 102, and it goes up to infinity, making it a case of countably infinite. And while continuous data represent measurements, their possible values cannot be counted and can only be described using intervals on the real number line. For example, the exact amount of gas purchased at the pump for cars with 20-gallon tanks would be continuous data from 0 gallons to 20 gallons. Now you might pump 8.4 gallons or 8.41 or 8.414863 gallons or any other possible number from 0 to 20. So in this way, continuous data can be thought of as being uncountably infinite. So another type of data is categorical data. So it represents characteristics such as a person's gender, marital status, hometown, or the types of movies they like. And categorical data can also take on numerical values such as 1 indicating male and 2 indicating female. But those numbers don't have any mathematical meaning, like you can't add them together. And this categorical data is also known as qualitative data. Now, categorical data can be further broken into two types, ordinal and nominal. So, ordinal data mixes numerical and categorical data. Now, this data falls into categories, but the numbers placed on the categories have meaning. For example, rating a restaurant on a scale from 1 as lowest to 5 as highest stars gives ordinal data. And this ordinal data is often treated as categorical data. However, unlike categorical data, the numbers do have mathematical meaning. For example, if you survey 100 people and ask them to rate a restaurant on a scale from 1 to 5, taking the average of the 100 responses will have meaning. But this would not be the case with categorical data. And on the other hand, nominal scales are used for labeling variables without any quantitative value. So nominal scales could simply be labels. So here are some examples on the screen. So notice that all of these scales are mutually exclusive and none of them have any numerical significance. So a good way to remember all of this is that nominal sounds a lot like name and nominal scales are kind of like names or labels. So next we'll understand how can we describe data through statistics. So collecting data can be easy and fun, but sometimes it can be hard to tell other people about what you found, and that is why we use statistics. And there are two kinds of statistics frequently used to describe data. So they are measures of central tendency and measures of spread. So these are often called descriptive statistics because they can help you to describe your data. So measures of central tendencies are ways of describing the central position for a group of data. Or in other words, it is a summary statistic that represents the center point or typical value of a dataset. And these measures indicate where most values in a distribution fall and are also referred to as the central location of a distribution. Now you can think of it as the tendency of data to cluster around a middle value. So in statistics, the three most common measures of central tendency are the mean, median, and mode. And each of these measures calculate the location of the central point using a different method. So they basically help summarize a bunch of scores with a single number. And measures of spread, sometimes also called as measures of dispersion, are basically ways of summarizing a group of data by describing how spread out the scores are. Suppose a mean score of 100 students is 65 out of 100. However, not all the students would have scored 65 marks. So the score will be spread out and some will be higher and other might be lower. And to describe and measure spread, we have number of statistics like range, quartile, variance, and standard deviation. And these help us to know the spread of scores within a bunch of scores. So let's discuss about the measures of central tendencies in detail. So the mean is the most popular and well-known measure of central tendency. Now it can be used with both discrete and continuous data. So the mean is equal to the sum of all the values in the dataset divided by the number of values in the dataset. So let's say to calculate the mean of the set of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, first we need to add up the numbers and then divide by 5, which will give us a mean of 3. So in statistics, the mean is denoted as x bar for a set of numbers x1, x2, x3 till xi, and the mean or average is the sum of all x divided by I. So another type of mean is trimmed mean, which is a variation of the original mean. Now, many a times it is noticed by statisticians that the mean is influenced by extreme values. So consider this example of the marks of 5 students with the values 67, 15, 75, 72, and 85. Now, the mean of this population is distorted by the influence of one very small value. So we calculate a trimmed mean by dropping the highest and lowest values, which will be equivalent to dropping the lowest and highest 20% of values. So the trimmed mean is calculated as 67 plus 75 plus 72 by 3, which is equal to 71.3. So the value of 71.3 is much closer to the typical values in the distribution than 62.8. And of course, we seldom would be working with a population with only 5 values. But the same principle applies to large populations as well. So another variation of mean is a weighted mean, which we can calculate by multiplying each data value xi by a weight wi and dividing their sum by the sum of the weights. So the formula for a weighted mean is here on the screen. So here are two main reasons for using a weighted mean. Some values are intrinsically more variable than others, and highly variable observations are given a lower weight. For example, if you are taking the average from multiple sensors and one of the sensors is less accurate, then we might lower the weight of the data from that sensor. And in such kind of scenarios, we can put different weights as per the business needs. So in this case, we are manually giving the weights based on our business knowledge, and then we go ahead and calculate the mean. And in the second scenario, the data collected does not equally represent the different groups that we're interested in measuring. For example, let's say there was an experiment conducted and the data obtained could not reflect all the groups in the user base. So to correct that, we can give higher weight to the values from the groups that were underrepresented. And in such cases, weighted mean would give more meaningful sense to the data than in comparison to trimmed mean or normal mean. So that's all about mean, guys. So now we'll go ahead and implement mean in R. So this is our studio, guys. So now to implement mean, all we have to do is use the mean function. And I'd like to get the mean value of the monthly charges column over here. So I'd want to find out the mean of monthly charges. So all I have to do is use the name of the data set. I'll use a dollar symbol and I'll select the column which is monthly charges and I'll get the mean of it. So the mean of this monthly charges is $64. Okay. Now we'll look at median. So the median of a data set is the middle value on the sorted list of data. And in order to calculate the mean, first we have to order our data in ascending or descending order. So the median of the data set is the number at position n plus 1 divided by 2 in the ordered list, where n is the number of observations. So if n equals 7, the middle value is the 7 plus 1 by 2 position value, that is, the fourth value is a median. Now, it's actually very simple when we have odd number of observations. But if there's even number of values, the median is the average of two middle values. So this is formally defined as the average of the n by 2th and n by 2 plus 1th value. So if there are 6 values, the median is the average of 6 by 2th and 6 by 2 plus 1th value, or the third and fourth values. Now let's understand the difference between mean and median. So let's say you run a customer satisfaction survey with a sample of 9 members and rate their overall satisfaction score on a scale of 1 to 10. And you get an average of 5.22. And you know that in general, you tend to retain customers with a score over 3. So you're satisfied because this indicates that you're still above where you want to be. But then suddenly you lose 6 of those 9 customers. So now you go back to look at your data and you find these scores. So the median of this group is 3, indicating that at least half of the customers were unhappy. So the scores became lopsided because of the unexpected 10s, and this made us miss out on an important part of our data. So in this case, the average can be slightly influenced by few values, making it a bad representative of the majority of the values in the dataset. So under these circumstances, median gives us a better representation of the central tendency than mean. So if we have more outliers in a data set, then it is better to use median than mean because mean will give poor central tendency. Now let's implement median in R. Right? So to implement median, we have the median function. So again, I'd like to get the median value of this monthly charges column. Again, I'll take the data set customer churn. I'll give the dollar symbol. I'll give the name of the column which is monthly charges. So the median value of monthly charges is $70. Now we'll look at mode. So mode is the most frequently occurring data point. If you consider all of the data we have, then it's not necessary for mean and median to be in the dataset. But the mode definitely has to be in it, as it is the highest occurring data point in a dataset. So next we'll look at variability and spread. So here on the screen we have scorecard of 3 players in a game. So they have played 10 games and these are the frequencies of each player in each game. So in one game, player 1 scored 7, in another he scored 8, and in 2 games he scored 9. Similarly for player 2, in one game he scored 7, and in 2 games he scored 9, and in another 4 games he scored 10. And likewise player 3, in 2 games he scored 3, in one game he scored 6, and he scored 7 in 2 games. So here the mean, median and mode for all the 3 players is 10. So on the basis of this, can we say that the performance of all the 3 players is same? Actually no, because in such a scenario the mean, median, mode are not accurate and we have to use different techniques to understand the variability and spread of data. So one method to calculate variability and spread is range. So range is simply defined as difference between the maximum and minimum observations. So in our example, the range for player 1 can be calculated as 13 minus 7. And for player 2 also it will be 13 minus 7. And for player 3 it will be 30 minus 3. So range is a difference between the largest and the smallest values in the data. Now we'll implement range in R. So now to implement range, R gives the range function. So range, again I'll give the data set, I'll select the monthly charges column. So this is the range guys, so this is the minimum value and this is the highest value. Okay. Then we have quartiles. So quartiles tells about the spread of a data set by breaking the data into quarters. So here we have the lower quartile Q1, which is the point between the lowest 25% of values and the highest 75% of values. And it is also called the 25th percentile. And the second quartile, that is Q2, is the middle of the data set. It is also called the 50th percentile or the median. Then the upper quartile, that is Q3, is the point between the lowest 75% and the highest 25% of values. And it is also called the 75th percentile. And the interquartile range is the difference between Q3 and Q1. That is the upper quartile minus lower quartile, and it describes the middle 50% of values when ordered from lowest to highest. This interquartile range is often seen as a better measure of spread than the range as it is not affected by outliers. So if you remember, there is one specific type of graph that is very useful when it comes to describing center, variability and detecting outliers. That graph is a box plot. Now the box plot shows you at a glance Q1, Q2, Q3 along with the outliers. So if we go back to our example, here the third player has scored 30 in one game, which is good, but it is actually an outlier. So if you make a box plot, we can easily point out such outliers. So to get a hang of Q1, Q2, Q3 and outliers, the box plot is the best. So the box plot itself stands for the central 50% of the distribution. That is, the length of the box represents the interquartile range. And the horizontal line inside the box is the median, or in other words, Q2. Now let's implement interquartile range in R. So R provides the IQR function. Let's use it to find out the interquartile range. Again, I want to find out the IQR for monthly charges. So it'll be customer churn dollar monthly charges. So guys, this is the interquartile range for the monthly charges column. Next, we have variance and standard deviation. So variance is something which will tell us how far away is each value in the data from the mean. So first, we subtract the mean from each value in the data, and this gives us a measure of the distance of each value from the mean. So basically, calculating variance involves squaring deviations. So it does not have the same unit of measurement as the original observations. For example, lengths measured in meters have variance measured in meters squared. And taking the square root of the variance gives us the units used in the original scale. And that is actually the standard deviation. So the standard deviation is actually the square root of variance. So here is the formula for variance. So x is the data point and x bar is the sample, and we are calculating how far is the data point from the mean. And standard deviation is just the square root of the variance. So standard deviation is the measure of spread most commonly used when mean is used to calculate central tendency. Thus, it measures the spread around the mean. And because of its close links with the mean, standard deviation can be greatly affected if the mean gives a poor measure of central tendency. So standard deviation is influenced a lot by outliers. So just one value could contribute largely to the results of the standard deviation, and this makes standard deviation a very useful measure of spread for symmetrical distributions with no outliers. And standard deviation is also useful when comparing the spread of two separate data sets that have approximately the same mean. So the data set with the smallest standard deviation has a narrower spread of measurements around the mean and therefore usually has comparatively fewer high or low values. So an item selected at random from a data set whose standard deviation is low has a better chance of being close to the mean than an item from a data set whose standard deviation is higher. And generally, the more widely spread the values are, the larger the standard deviation is. For example, imagine that we must separate two different sets of exam results from a class of 30 students. So the first exam has marks ranging from 31% to 98%, and the other ranges from 82% to 93%. So given these ranges, the standard deviation would be larger for the results of the first exam because the spread is more from 31% to 98%. Whereas in other, standard deviation will be less as it ranges from 82% to 93% and the data is not widely spread. So now we'll implement variance and standard deviation in R. So R provides VAR and SD functions to get the variance and standard deviation. So again, I do want to find out the variance with respect to the monthly charges column. So I'll type customer churn, $monthly charges. So this is the variance, guys, 905. Now I'll also calculate the standard deviation. So I need to put SD over here. So I'll select the monthly charges column again. Right, so this is the standard deviation, guys. And these are some properties of standard deviation. So standard deviation is only used to measure spread or dispersion around the mean of a data set. And it is never negative. And standard deviation is sensitive to outliers. So single outlier can raise the standard deviation and in turn distort the picture of spread. And for data with approximately the same mean, the greater the spread, the greater the standard deviation. And if all the values of a data set are the same, the standard deviation is 0 because each value is equal to the mean. We'll discuss what is probability. Then we'll look at the difference between probability and statistics. Later we'll discuss in detail about the probability terminology and its rules. Then we'll look at conditional probability. And at last we'll focus on the probability distribution. So let's begin. Now learning about probability helps us make informed judgments on what is likely to happen based on a pattern of data collected previously. So let's explore probability. Now probability seeks to answer the question, what is the chance of an event happening? And an event has some outcome of interest. To calculate the chance of an event happening, we also need to consider all the other events that can occur. So as we can see in the formula, probability of an event happening, that is P of V, is equal to times of an event occurred divided by a total number of opportunities for the event to have occurred, which means the number of ways it can happen divided by the total number of outcomes. Now let's look at an example of probability. So Emma here owns a large fish store with many colors of fish. She keeps all of the fish in a large aquarium. So in her main aquarium, she has 5 orange fish, 6 purple fish, 14 blue fish and 5 green fish. Now, a customer comes into the store and wants to buy a purple fish. So what is the probability that Emma will reach in and scoop out a purple fish on her first scoop? So to calculate this probability, Emma needs to find out the total number of fish in her aquarium. So Emma needs to add the 5 orange fish plus 6 purple fish plus 14 blue fish plus 5 green fish, which is equal to 30 in total. Now Emma must also know the number of favorable outcomes. So in her tank there are only 6 purple fish, and that makes the number of favorable outcomes to be 6. And the formula to calculate probability is the number of favorable outcomes over the number of total outcomes. So the number of favorable outcomes is 6 and the number of total outcomes is 30. So the probability of Emma scooping a purple fish the first time is 6 out of 30. And also remember, all fractions must be in simplest form. So 6 over 30 will reduce to 1 over 5, and hence the probability that Emma will scoop out a purple fish on a first try is 1 by 5. So now we'll look at the major difference between probability and statistics. So probability and statistics are related areas of mathematics which concern themselves with analyzing the relative frequency of events. Still, there are some fundamental differences. So probability deals with predicting the likelihood of future events, while statistics involves the analysis of the frequency of past events. And probability is primarily a theoretical branch of mathematics which studies the consequences of mathematical definitions, while statistics is primarily an applied branch of mathematics which tries to make sense of observations in the real world. Now we'll look at the key terms used in probability. So an experiment in probability is a test to see what will happen in case you do something. So simple example is flipping a coin. So when you flip a coin, you are performing an experiment to see what side of the coin you'll end up with. And an outcome in a probability refers to a single result of an experiment. So in the example of experiment, one outcome would be heads and the other outcome would be tails. Then we have event. So event is the set of group of different outcomes of an experiment. Suppose you flip a coin multiple times, then an event would be getting a certain number of heads. And the sample space is the total number of all the different possible outcomes of a given experiment. So if you flipped a coin multiple times, all the different combinations of heads and tails would make up the sample space. So a sample space is also defined as the universal set for the outcomes of a given experiment. Next, we'll focus on a couple of rules which we'll need to follow in probability. So here, this is the total sample space we have, and the probability of this area is 1. Here, if any event occurs, then the probability of an event lies between 0 and 1. So if an event is certain to occur, it will have a probability of 1. And if there is no chance of the occurrence of an event, then the probability will be 0. So the area of the rectangle denotes sample space, and since the probability is associated with the area, it obviously cannot be negative. So now we'll look at mutually exclusive events. So here the events cannot occur at the same time. If event A occurs, then event B cannot. So if A and B are mutually exclusive events, then the probability of A and B happening together is 0. And here the probability that A or B will occur is the sum of the probability of each event. That is, probability of A or B equals probability of A plus probability of B. And there is also a possibility that if event A and B are not mutually exclusive, then we will be removing this intersection part. So when they are mutually exclusive, to calculate probability, we are just adding event A and B. And when they are not mutually exclusive, then the probability of A or B equals the probability of A plus the probability of B minus the probability of A and B. Now, two events are known to be independent events if the occurrence of one event will have no effect on the probability of the other one. So if A and B are two independent events and probability of A and probability of B be their probabilities, then probability of both A and B occurring would be probability of A into probability of B. For example, the probability of rolling a dice and getting a 2 for the first time and also for the second time. So those events are independent, right? So next we'll discuss different types of probability. So mainly probability can be defined in two categories, frequent and conditional probability. So frequent probability is used to find the chance of a particular outcome. Now let's say we toss a fair coin with the outcome of tail as 1 and head as 0. Suppose if we repeat this experiment 1000 times, and after completing this experiment, we receive the outcome as 600 times tails and 400 times heads. And if we count how frequent the heads or tails have come in the past, then we'll get the result as 60% tails and 40% heads. And this frequency can be considered as probabilities for fair coin coming up as head or tails, and this is the frequent probability. And then we have conditional probability of an event, which measures the probability of an event if another event has already occurred. So in other words, we can say that the conditional probability of an event is the probability of that event given that another event has already taken place before it. So let A and B be two events associated with an experiment. Then the occurrence of B is restricted by the fact that A will have occurred before B and will affect B. And this is how we can get the occurrence of B given that A has taken place. So let's consider these two events, A and B. So A is the probability for rain and B is the probability that the league game is cancelled. Now from these definitions, you might quickly realize that the two events are not mutually exclusive. That is, both A and B could occur simultaneously. Also, the two events are not likely to be independent of one another. That is, the event of rain will greatly increase the likelihood that the league game is cancelled. So what is the probability that the league game is cancelled given that it rains today? So this probability is called as conditional probability because we are given the condition that it is raining. In other words, event B is no longer a what if. We already know that it has occurred and it may or may not have an impact on the probability of event A. Therefore, given that event B has already occurred, what is the probability of A? Is our conditional probability. So the conditional probability of A given B is denoted by P of A given B, which is equal to P of A and B divided by P of B. And here probability of B should be greater than 0. And if we cross multiply, then probability of A and B becomes probability of B into probability of A given B. And similarly, the conditional probability of B given A is denoted by probability of B given A equals probability of P and B divided by probability of A. And over here, probability of A should be greater than 0. And again, if we cross multiply, then probability of A and B becomes probability of A into probability of B given A. And again later, when we equate these two equations, then probability of A given B into probability of B is equal to probability of B given A into probability of A. And if we take probability of B from LHS to RHS, then probability of A given B is equal to probability of B given A into probability of A divided by probability of B. And this is the base theorem of conditional probability. So next we'll discuss probability distribution. So the probability function for a discrete random variable is the probability mass function. It shows the exact probabilities for a particular value of the random variable. So suppose you're a teacher in a university and after checking assignments for a week, you graded all the students. Now you gave these graded papers to a data entry guy in the university and told him to create a spreadsheet containing the grades of all the students. But the guy stores only the grades and not the corresponding students. And he also made another blunder. He missed a couple of entries in a hurry and we have no idea whose grades are missing. So let's find a way to solve this. So one way is that you visualize the grades and see if you can find a trend in the data. So the plot here is frequency distribution of the data. And you see that there is a smooth curve-like structure that defines our data. But do you notice an anomaly? So we have an abnormally low frequency at a particular score range. So the best guess would be to have missing values that remove the dent in the distribution. And this is how we would try to solve a real-life problem using data analysis. So for any data scientist, student or a practitioner, distribution is a must-know concept. It provides the basis for analytics and inferential statistics. And while the concept of probability gives us the mathematical calculations, distributions help us to actually visualize what's happening underneath. And we have different types of distributions like Bernoulli distribution, binomial distribution, normal distribution, exponential distribution, and so on. In this module, we'll learn about covariance and correlation. Then we'll look at their importance. And later we'll discuss about the correlation coefficient. Now, covariance and correlation are two concepts in the field of probability and statistics. Both are concepts that describe the relationship between two variables. And also, both are tools of measurement of a certain kind of dependence between variables. So what is correlation? Now, when you say that two items correlate, you're basically saying that the change in one item affects a change in another item as well. You'll always talk about correlation as a range between -1 and 1. For example, if you say that two items have a correlation of 0.9, you're basically saying that a change in one item results in a similar change to another item. So for example, all the stock market indexes tend to move together in similar directions. when Dow Jones loses 5%, S&P 500 would also lose around 5%. And when Dow Jones gains 5%, S&P 500 would also gain around 5%. And that is because they are highly correlated. Now, there could also be negative correlation where you might observe that as Dow Jones loses 5% of its value, gold might gain 5%. Alternatively, if Dow Jones gains 5% of its value, gold would in turn lose 5% of its value. And in addition, correlation values are dependent on units of measure of X and Y. So what is covariance? Now, if you say that two items tend to vary together, then you're talking about the covariance between the two items, which can be positive or negative covariance. To simplify, covariance tries to look into and measure how much variables change together. So positive covariance indicates that higher than average values of one variable tend to be paired with higher than average values of the other variable. And negative covariance indicates that higher than average values of one variable tend to be paired with lower than average values of the other variable. And covariance is not standardized unlike the correlation coefficient. Therefore, covariance values can range from negative infinity to positive infinity. Both covariance and correlation have distinctive types. So covariance can be classified as positive covariance, which means two variables tend to vary together, and negative covariance means one variable is above or below the expected value while compared to another variable. On the other hand, the correlation has three categories: positive, negative, or zero. So positive correlation is indicated by a plus sign, negative correlation is indicated by a minus sign, and zero is for uncorrelated variables. Another notable difference is that correlation is dimensionless. So in contrast, covariance is in units, which is formed by multiplying the unit of one variable to another unit of another variable. So covariance provides a measure of the strength of the correlation between two or more sets of random variates. So the covariance for two random variates x and y, each with sample size n, is defined by the expectation value. So in this formula, x represents the independent variable, y represents the dependent variable, n represents the number of data points in the sample, x bar represents the mean of the independent variable, and y bar represents the mean of the dependent variable. So now we'll look at the formula for correlation. Here, COV of xy is the covariance between the x and y, sigma of x is the standard deviation of x, and sigma of y is the standard deviation of y. Now let's look at some differences between covariance and correlation. So the measure used to indicate the extent to which two random variables change in tandem is known as covariance. And the measure used to represent how strongly two random variables are related is known as correlation. Now covariance is nothing but a measure of correlation. On the contrary, correlation refers to the scaled form of covariance. And the value of correlation lies between -1 and +1. Conversely, the value of covariance lies between minus infinity and plus infinity. And covariance is affected by the change in scale. As against this, correlation is not influenced by the change in scale. So that's the reason we mainly use correlation instead of covariance, because it is the most standardized version. Now let's take an example to understand correlation. In a particular concert, the number of attendees is dependent on how many hours the sunlight is there. Here we have a distribution of sunlight and concert attendance. So here the number of attendance depends upon the sunshine. So if we plot it out, then we'll understand how the sunlight is impacting the concert attendance and whether they are correlated or not. So let's check it out. Now, whenever we are plotting any particular scatter plot, we need to make sure that on the x-axis, we'll always have the independent variable, and the y-axis will always be the dependent variable. So over here, our independent variable is sunshine, and based on that, we would like to see what is the relationship with the concert attendance. So concert attendance is nothing but the dependent variable. So here we have made a scatter plot of this data set. We have sunshine on the x-axis, which ranges from 0 to 8 hours. And on the y-axis, we have the concert attendance in hundreds. So you can see that as the duration of sunlight increases, the concert attendance also increases. So yes, there is a correlation between sunlight and concert attendance. Now there could be different cases in correlation, such as positive linear correlation, negative linear correlation, and there could even be no correlation at all. Here in positive linear correlation, we see that if the independent variable is increasing, then the dependent variable is also increasing, and they are positively correlated to each other. In case of negative linear correlation, as the independent variable increases, the dependent variable decreases. And in the third case, there is absolutely no correlation between the dependent and the independent variables. So now we'll focus on the correlation coefficient. As we know that correlation is a relationship between two sets of variables used to describe or predict information. Therefore, the correlation coefficient is the degree in which the change in a set of variables is related. This means that we are trying to find out if the two variables have a correlation at all, how strong the correlation is, and if the correlation is positive or negative. And to find the exact correlation between variables, you'll need to use the correlation coefficient equation. So when solved, the correlation coefficient equation will give you a number between -1 and 1. The closer the number is to a positive one, the stronger the positive correlation. A change in the value of one variable will predict a change in the same direction in the second variable. And the closer the number is to a negative one, the stronger the negative correlation. A change in the value of one variable predicts a change in the opposite direction in the second variable. And the closer the number is to 0, the weaker the correlation. 0 means there is no correlation between the two variables. So coefficient of 0 indicates there is no discernible relationship between fluctuations of the variables. So this is the formula for calculating correlation coefficient, where R denotes the correlation coefficient, which is equal to the covariance of x and y divided by standard deviations of x and y. So here if R equals 1, that means for every positive increase in one variable, there is a positive increase of a fixed proportion in the other. It is associated with perfect positive correlation. That is, with the increase in x-axis, the y-axis will also increase. For example, shoe sizes go up in perfect correlation with foot length. And if R equals -1, this means that for every positive increase in one variable, there is a negative decrease of a fixed proportion in the other. It is associated with perfect negative correlation moving opposite to each other. For example, the amount of gas in a tank decreases in perfect correlation with speed. And when it is 0, this means that for every increase, there isn't a positive or negative increase. The two just aren't related to each other. So now a lot of times we have heard correlation does not cause causation, or correlation does not imply causation, or correlation is not causation. But what does this actually mean? As we know, correlation describes the size and direction of a relationship between two or more variables, while causation indicates that one event is the result of the occurrence of the other event. That is, there is a causal relationship between the two events. This is also referred to as cause and effect. The classic causation versus correlation example that is frequently used is that smoking is correlated with alcoholism but doesn't cause alcoholism, while smoking causes an increase in the risk of developing lung cancer. Now we'll look at different relationship causes, like A causes B, which is known as direct causation, or B causes A. So this is reverse causation. Then A and B both are the consequences of the common cause, but they both do not cause each other. Or A and B both cause C, which is another condition. Or A causes C, which causes B. So this is an indirect causation. Thus, there can be no conclusion made regarding the existence or the direction of a cause and effect relationship only from the fact that A and B are correlated. So determining whether there is an actual cause and effect relationship requires further investigation. Even when the relationship between A and B is statistically significant, a large effect size is observed or a large part of the variance is explained. For example, the faster windmills are observed to rotate, the more wind is observed to be. Therefore, wind is caused by the rotation of windmills. So in this example, the correlation between windmill activity and wind velocity does not imply that wind is caused by windmills. It is rather the other way around, as suggested by the fact that wind doesn't need windmills to exist, while windmills need wind to rotate. So wind can be observed in places where there are no windmills or non-rotating windmills. And there are obviously good reasons to believe that windmills existed before the invention of windmills, right? In this module, we will learn about hypothesis testing. Then we'll look at the different types of statistical hypothesis. Going ahead, we'll understand the types of decision errors, and finally, we will look at some decision rules for rejecting the null hypothesis. So let's explore. Now, when you conduct a quantitative research, you are inevitably attempting to answer a research question or hypothesis that you've set. So one method of evaluating this research question is via a process called as hypothesis testing, which is sometimes also referred to as significance testing. And there are many facets to this. So a statistical hypothesis is an assumption about a population parameter, and this assumption may or may not be true. So hypothesis testing refers to the formal procedures used by statisticians to accept or reject statistical hypotheses. But the best way to determine whether a statistical hypothesis is true would be to examine the entire population. Since that is often impractical, researchers typically examine a random sample from the population. And if the sample data is not consistent with the statistical hypothesis, the hypothesis is rejected. So now we'll look at the types of statistical hypothesis. So mainly there are two types of statistical hypothesis: null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. So the null hypothesis is denoted by H0 and is usually the hypothesis that the sample observations result purely from chance. And the alternative hypothesis is denoted by H1 or HA and is the hypothesis that the sample observations are influenced by some non-random cause. For example, suppose you wanted to determine whether a coin was fair and balanced. So a null hypothesis might be that half the flips would result in heads and half in tails. And the alternative hypothesis might be that the number of heads and tails would be very different. So symbolically, the hypothesis would be expressed as for H0, P equals 0.5, and for H1, P is not equal to 0.5. So suppose we flip the coin 50 times, resulting in 40 heads and 10 tails. Now, given this result, we would be inclined to reject the null hypothesis, and we would conclude based on the evidence that the coin was probably not fair and balanced. So hypothesis testing is about testing to see whether the stated hypothesis is acceptable or not. And during our hypothesis testing, we want to gather as much data as we can so that we can prove our hypothesis one way or another. So statisticians follow a formal process to determine whether to reject a null hypothesis based on sample data. And this process is called as hypothesis testing, consisting of 4 steps. So the first step is to state the hypothesis. Now this involves stating the null and alternative hypothesis. So the hypotheses are stated in such a way that they are mutually exclusive. That is, if one is true, then the other must be false. Next step is to formulate an analysis plan. So the analysis plan describes how to use sample data to evaluate the null hypothesis. And the evaluation often focuses on a single test statistic. And then in the next step, we will analyze the sample data. So here we will find the value of the test statistic like mean score, proportion, t-statistic, and z-score described in the analysis plan. And the last step is to interpret the results. And here we apply the decision rule described in the analysis plan. And if the value of the test statistic is unlikely based on the null hypothesis, it will reject that null hypothesis. So for example, a cleaning company can publish information that proves that their cleaning product kills 99% of all germs. So if they perform a hypothesis test that has data that proves their hypothesis that their cleaning product kills 99% of the germs. And while these tests can be very helpful, there is a danger when it comes to interpreting the results. It is possible to make 2 different kinds of errors when interpreting the results. Next, we'll look at the types of errors that can result from a hypothesis test. Now, hypothesis testing in statistics involves deciding whether to reject or not reject a null hypothesis. There are problems that can occur when making decisions about a null hypothesis. And mainly 2 types of errors can result from a hypothesis test. So it can be either a type 1 error or a type 2 error. So a type 1 error occurs when the researcher rejects a null hypothesis when it is actually true. So this error happens when you say that the null hypothesis is false when it is actually true. Our null hypothesis is the hypothesis for our expected outcome. So if our null hypothesis is that dogs live longer than cats, it would be like saying dogs don't live longer than cats when in fact they do. And to help you remember this type 1 error, think of it as having just one wrong. So you are wrongly thinking that the null hypothesis is false. And in statistics, we label the probability of making this kind of error with this symbol. So it's alpha over here. Now usually it is 0.05, which means that you're okay with a 5% chance of making a type 1 error. Now the lower the alpha number, the lower the risk of you making such an error. And the tricky part with setting the alpha number is that if you set it too low, it may mean that you won't catch the really small differences that may be there. The other type of error is called a type 2 error. So a type 2 error occurs when the researcher fails to reject a null hypothesis that is false. So this type of error happens when you say that the null hypothesis is true when it is actually false. And for a null hypothesis that dogs live longer than cats, it would be like saying that dogs do live longer than cats when in fact they don't. Now to help you remember a type 2 error, think of two wrongs. So you're basically wrongly thinking that the null hypothesis is wrong. And the probability of making a type 2 error is labeled with a beta symbol. So this type of error can be decreased by making sure that your sample size, the number of tests, and the number of subjects you have is large enough so that the real differences can be spotted. So for the dogs and cats, this would mean that you need to gather data about enough dogs and cats to see real difference between them. So if you have information about just one dog and one cat, you can't say for sure that the statement that dogs live longer than cats is true or not. And if the dog lives longer than the cat, then you might make the mistake of saying that dogs do live longer than cats, even though the opposite were true. So your sample size isn't large enough for you to see the difference. And if you take this beta value and subtract it from 1, that is 1 minus beta, you will get what is called the power of your test. So the higher the power of your test, the less likely you are to make a type 2 error. So with this, we can easily identify the type 1 and type 2 errors. So type 1 error is false positive and telling a man is pregnant, and type 2 error is false negative and telling pregnant woman is not pregnant. So here is the metrics to understand this example in a better way. So let's look at true positive. So here the interpretation is you predicted positive and it's actually true. That is, you predicted that a woman is pregnant and she actually is. Then we have true negative. So here the interpretation is you predicted negative, but it's actually true. That is, you predicted that a man is not pregnant and he actually is not. Then we have false positive. That is type 1 error. So here the interpretation is you predicted positive, but it's false. That is, you predicted that a man is pregnant, but he actually is not. And finally, we have false negative. That is type 2 error. So here interpretation is you predicted negative and it's false. That is, you predicted that a woman is not pregnant, but she actually is. Now we will look at some of the decision rules for rejecting the null hypothesis. So a z-value is a measure of standard deviation. That is, how many standard deviations away from the mean is the observed value. For example, if the z-value is plus 1.8, it can be interpreted as the observed value is plus 1.8 standard deviations away from the mean. And the p-values are just the probabilities. So both these statistical terms are associated with the standard normal distribution. So z-score can be calculated from the following formula. So z equals x minus mu upon sigma, where z is the z-score, x is the value of the element, mu is the population mean, and sigma is the standard deviation. For example, let's say you have a test score of 190, and the test has a mean of 150 and a standard deviation of 25. And assuming a normal distribution, your z-score would be 190 minus 150 upon 25, which would be equal to 1.6. So you could say that our score is 1.6 standard deviations above the mean. And this is how we can interpret the z-scores. So a z-score less than 0 represents an element less than the mean. A z-score greater than 0 represents an element greater than the mean. And a z-score equal to 0 represents an element equal to the mean. And a z-score equal to 1 represents an element that is 1 standard deviation greater than the mean. Similarly, a z-score equal to 2 represents an element 2 standard deviations greater than the mean, and so on. And a z-score equal to minus 1 represents an element that is 1 standard deviation less than the mean. Similarly, a z-score equal to minus 2 represents an element which is 2 standard deviations less than the mean, and this goes on. So if the number of elements in the set is large, about 68% of the elements have a z-score between minus 1 and 1. And about 95% have a z-score between minus 2 and 2. And about 99% have a z-score between minus 3 and 3. Now we'll look at p-values. So in simple terms, when you perform a hypothesis test in statistics, a p-value helps you determine the significance of your results. And the p-value or calculated probability is the probability of finding the observed or more extreme results when the null hypothesis of a study question is true. So the definition of extreme depends on how the hypothesis is being tested. Now p can also be described in terms of rejecting h0 when it is actually true. However, it is not a direct probability of the state. And the term significance level is used to refer to a pre-chosen probability, and the term p-value is used to indicate a probability you can calculate after a given study. And if your p-value is less than the chosen significance level, then you reject the null hypothesis. That is, you accept that your sample gives reasonable evidence to support the alternative hypothesis, though it does not imply a meaningful or important difference, and that is for you to decide when considering the real-world relevance of your result. And the choice of significance level at which you reject h0 is arbitrary. Now, the evidence in the trial is your data and statistics that go along with it. All the hypothesis tests ultimately use a p-value to weigh the strength of the evidence. That is, what data is telling you about the population. Now, the p-value is just a number between 0 and 1, and it can be interpreted in the following way. So, a small p-value, typically equal to or less than 0.05, indicates strong evidence against the null hypothesis. So, you reject the null hypothesis. P-value, which is greater than 0.05, indicates weak evidence against the null hypothesis. So, you fail to reject the null hypothesis. And p-values which are very close to the cutoff, 0.05, are considered to be marginal. Now, you always have to report the p-values so your readers can draw their own conclusions. So, for example, suppose a pizza place claims the delivery time is 30 minutes or less on average, but you actually think it's more than that. Now, you conduct a hypothesis test because you believe the null hypothesis h0, that is, the mean delivery time being 30 minutes max, is actually incorrect. So, your alternative hypothesis HA is that the mean time is greater than 30 minutes. So, you randomly sample some delivery times and run the data through the hypothesis test, and your p-value turns out to be 0.001, which is much less than 0.05. So in real terms, there is a probability of 0.001 that you will mistakenly reject the pizza place's claim that their delivery time is less than or equal to 30 minutes. And since typically we are willing to reject the null hypothesis when this probability is less than 0.05, you conclude that the pizza place is wrong and the delivery times are in fact more than 30 minutes on average. So both z-scores and p-values are associated with the standard normal distribution. So the table on the screen shows the uncorrected critical p-values and z-scores for different confidence levels. Now consider an example. The critical z-score values when using a 95% confidence level are minus 1.96 and plus 1.96 standard deviations. So the uncorrected p-value associated with a 95% confidence level is 0.05. So if your z-score is between minus 1.96 and plus 1.96, your uncorrected p-value will be larger than 0.05, and you cannot reject your null hypothesis because the pattern exhibited could very likely be the result of random spatial processes. And if the z-score falls outside the range, for example, minus 2.5 or plus 5.4 standard deviations, the observed spatial pattern is probably too unusual to be the result of random choice, and the p-value will be small to reflect this. So in this case, it is possible to reject the null hypothesis and proceed with figuring out what might be causing the statistically significant spatial structure in your data. So key idea here is that the values in the middle of the normal distribution represent the expected outcome. Now let's understand what exactly is hypothesis testing. So now before we start up understanding what exactly is hypothesis testing, I've got a question for you folks. So tell me what you understand by hypothesis. So when it comes to statistical analogy, hypothesis basically is a premise or a claim which has to be tested or it has to be investigated. So let's say I just make a claim that whenever I wear a blue shirt, it will definitely rain on that particular day. So this is a claim which I'm making, and now in statistical analogy, this claim has to be tested. So this is the premise of hypothesis testing. So as it is written over here, hypothesis testing is basically an assumption about a population parameter, and this assumption may or may not be true. So I'll just make a claim that if I wear a blue shirt, then it will definitely rain on that particular day, right? So there is a very good chance for this claim to be not true, or there is also a very good chance for this claim to be true. Right, now there are two things which we have to learn when it comes to hypothesis testing. So we have something known as null hypothesis, and then we have alternate hypothesis. So when you hear the term null, you basically think of, let's say, zero or empty. So what is null hypothesis? So null hypothesis is basically the claim which you make. So this is your initial claim, right? And when it comes to null hypothesis, we assume that the sample observations result purely from chance. So there is no non-random cause influencing this particular data set or these particular observations. And then we'll head on to alternate hypothesis. So when it comes to alternate hypothesis, this is basically we are stating that no, null hypothesis is wrong, and there is a very good possibility that there is something else which exists apart from the null hypothesis. So as it is stated over here, alternate hypothesis basically states that the sample observations are influenced by some non-random cause. And I'll give an example to make this clear. So let's take the time when an apple hit Newton's head, right? And on the basis of this, he developed calculus and all of the gravitational theory. Now this would be your null hypothesis. And after, let's say, hundreds of years later, Einstein came in and he said that, no, this is not right. So there is a lot more than what is going on in Newton's philosophy of gravitation. So there is time and space involved, and there are a lot of other factors which come into the picture. So this would be the alternate hypothesis. So over here, Newton's theory would be the null hypothesis, and then Einstein's theory would be the alternate hypothesis. And Einstein would give his postulates to make sure that the null hypothesis is removed. And these are the symbols to denote null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. So null hypothesis is denoted by H0, and alternative hypothesis is denoted by either H1 or HA. Right, now let's understand hypothesis with this example. So let's say you have a coin and you assume that this is an unbiased coin. So there is a 50% probability of getting head, and there is also a 50% probability of getting tail. So this is your null hypothesis. So your null hypothesis is that there is a 50% probability of getting head, and there is also a 50% probability of getting tails, right? But what happens is when you actually go ahead and toss this coin 100 times, you get 99 heads and only one tail. So don't you think there is something wrong with this? So you had assumed that you actually have a unbiased coin, but you are dealing with an unbiased coin where you have 99 heads and just one tail. So there is something which is making this coin give you more heads. So with the help of this test, you understand that the probability of getting heads and tails is actually not exactly 50%. So your null hypothesis stated that there is 50% probability for getting both heads and tails. So on the basis of these experiments which you had conducted, you can disprove the null hypothesis, and you're saying that it is not actually 50% probability to get heads and tails. So there is actually a greater probability of getting more heads and less tails, and hence you go ahead and reject the null hypothesis. Right, so this is the structure of the hypothesis test. So you start off by stating the hypothesis, which is basically your null hypothesis, and then your alternate hypothesis, and then you go ahead and formulate an analysis plan. Now after you have an analysis plan, you will go ahead and analyze the sample data, and once you have your results, you have to interpret the results. So this is the basic structure of all of your hypothesis tests. Alright. Now there are different types of hypothesis tests useful for different hypothesis scenarios and data samples. So as your data changes, then you'd have to use a different hypothesis test for your different data sets. And these are some of the most frequently used hypothesis tests. So you've got t-test and chi-square test for independence. So let's start off with the first one, which is t-test. So a t-test basically checks if the averages or means of two groups are reliably different from each other. Or in other words, it lets you know if these differences could have happened by chance. Now this definition seems to be complicated. So let's again understand this with the help of an example. So let's say we've got a drug company which wants to test a new cancer drug to find out if it improves life expectancy. So we've got two groups over here, and one group is actually given the actual drug and the other group is given a placebo, right? So we've got this blue colored group over here, and all of the people in this group are given the actual drug, and we've got the second group over here, and all of the people in the second group are given the placebo. Now the first group shows an average life expectancy of plus 6 years after taking the actual drug, while the second group shows an average life expectancy of plus 5 years after taking the placebo. Now, on the basis of this experiment, can you actually say that the drug works? So this is the question which you're facing, right? So on the basis of this particular experiment, you have actually seen that the first group, which was given the actual drug, has a greater life expectancy than the second group, which was given a placebo. Now, let's say if I take a different population and give them an actual drug, or if I increase the number of people in the first group, then will it work with the other groups as well? Right? So this is what we actually want to know. And this is where t-test comes in. Right? So now when it comes to t-test, we have something known as a t-score. And t-score is the ratio between the difference between two groups and the difference within the two groups. Now, if we take these two groups over here, we actually want to understand if these two groups are same or they are actually different, right? Now, when it comes to the t-score, so if the t-score is very large, then it would mean that these two groups are very different. And if the t-score is very small, then it would mean that these two groups are actually very similar in nature. And t-score is basically signal upon noise. Or in other words, it is the variance between the groups upon variance within the groups. Now let's say we go ahead and calculate the t-score. So the difference between the groups comes out to be around 6 and the difference within groups comes out to be around 2. So when you divide 6 with 2, you get a ratio of 3. So this means that the first group is 3 times more different than the second group. Now this actually tells you that there is quite a bit of difference between the first group and the second group. And on the basis of this, you can actually conclude that this drug might actually work. So that was t-score. Now let's go ahead and understand the next hypothesis test, which is chi-square test for independence. So the chi-square statistic is commonly used for testing relationships between categorical variables. Now the null hypothesis of the chi-square test is that there is no relationship existing on the categorical variables in the population. So they are absolutely independent. So over here, we are trying to determine if there's a relationship between the gender of a student and the result of the exam. So over here, the null hypothesis would state that there is absolutely no relationship between the gender of a student and the result of the exam. Right. Now let's take this example to understand chi-square test in a better way. So we've got 500 students in total again, and out of those 500 students, we've got 300 boys and 200 girls. And all of them are asked, what is their favorite color? Is it blue, green, or pink? Now, we'd have to determine, is there a relationship between gender of the student and the favorite color? So we go ahead and tabulate this. Now, this is the formula to calculate chi-square. So O minus E whole square upon E. So over here, O is the observed value of the categorical variables. E is the expected value of the categorical variables. And this symbol which you see, this is basically chi-square test of independence. Right. So these are all of the steps which you would have to perform while implementing chi-square test. So you'd have to start off by defining the null and alternate hypothesis. And then you'll go ahead and state a value for alpha. Following which you will calculate the degrees of freedom. And then you'll state your decision rule. Going ahead, you'll calculate the test statistic, and finally you'll state the results and the conclusion. So we'll start off with our first step where we'd have to define the null and the alternate hypothesis. So over here, H0 is the null hypothesis, and the null hypothesis for this data would be that gender and the favorite color of the student are not related. And the alternate hypothesis would be for this particular population, gender and favorite color are actually related. So this is your first step where you have defined your null and alternate hypothesis. Then you'll go ahead and do the second step where you're stating the alpha. So before we run any statistical test, we must first determine the alpha level, which is also called the significance level. And by definition, alpha level is the probability of rejecting the null hypothesis when the null hypothesis is true. So let's say the null hypothesis is actually true and the alpha value is 0.05. So this means that there is a 5% of risk of actually stating that there is a difference which exists when actually there is no difference between the categories. Right. So, and over here we are taking the alpha level to be 0.05 for this particular example. Going ahead, we'll calculate the number of degrees of freedom. So number of degrees of freedom is obtained by multiplying number of rows minus 1 into number of columns minus 1. So we've got 2 rows over here, it would be 2 minus 1, and we've got 3 columns over here, it would be 3 minus 1. And when you multiply 1 with 2, you get 2 degrees of freedom. And then we'll go ahead and state the decision rule. Now, before we state the decision rule, we'd have to find out the critical value. And we can get the critical value using this chi-square table. So this chi-square table has the number of degrees of freedom denoted over here on the rows. And then we've got the alpha value stated over here on the column side. And since we have 2 degrees of freedom and the alpha value is 0.05, our critical value would be 5.991. And on the basis of this, we can state the decision rule that if chi-square is greater than 5.99, we'll go ahead and reject the null hypothesis. Right. Now it's time to calculate the test statistic. So to calculate the test statistic, we already know the formula. So it is O minus E whole square upon E. And over here, we'd actually have to calculate the expected value. So these are the observed values over here, but we would also have to calculate the expected value. So expected value would be frequency of number of columns into frequency of number of rows upon total number of records over here. So let's say if I want to determine the frequency of all of the boys whose favorite color is blue. So that would be frequency of columns since the color is blue. So we'd have to take this column over here, which would be 120. And then we'd have to take the frequency of rows, which is boys over here. This would be 300. So 120 into 300, and then we'll divide this with the total number of records over here, which is 500. So 120 into 300 divided by 500 would give you an expected value of 72. Similarly, let's say if you want to calculate the expected value of boys, green, it would be 180 into 300 divided by 500. For boys and pink, it would be 200 into 300 divided by 500. And when it comes to girls and blue, it would be 120 into 200 divided by 500. When it is girls and green, it would be 180 into 200 divided by 500. And finally, when it comes to girls and pink, it would be 200 into 200 divided by 500. So when we perform all of this, we'll get the expected values over here. So these are our observed values and these are the expected values which we have calculated using the above formula. Now we'll get the final table where we have the observed values and the expected values in the same table. Right, so this is the actual values and then in the parenthesis we've got the expected values over here. And then we'll go ahead and use our formula and then calculate the chi-square value. So it'll be observed minus expected whole square upon the expected value. So it'll be 100 minus 72 whole square plus 72, and similarly it'll go on. And we calculate the entire thing, we'll get a chi-square value of 276.37. Right, so it's finally time to state our result. Now our decision rule stated that if chi-square is greater than 5.99, we'll go ahead and reject the null hypothesis. And over here, after performing all of our calculations, we've got a chi-square value of 276.37, and that is why we'll go ahead and reject this null hypothesis. Right, so the conclusion is this: in this population there is actually a relationship which exists between the gender of the student and the favorite color of the student. In this module we will discuss different types of rescaling, that is standardization and normalization. Then we will look into the different scenarios where standardization and normalization are used, and finally we will discuss which is more efficient among standardization and normalization. So let's begin. Now, data pre-processing plays a crucial role in data mining. So whenever you are dealing with parameters of different units and scale, it is important to understand the data pre-processing and scaling methods. So scaling or rescaling is nothing but changing the type of data measurement that you are using in your data. And there are two types of rescaling methods commonly used, which are standardization and normalization. Now let us say we have a list of student heights. So some of the data is in centimeters, while some of the data is in the form of feet. Now the data has to be scaled either to centimeters or feet. So this scaling of data is used in a lot of scenarios. And one such application where this technique is used is in machine learning algorithms. So there is a lot of math involved in machine learning, and that is why standardization and normalization is used a lot. So now first understand what is standardization. So standardization is also called z-score normalization, and in standardization features will be rescaled so that they'll have the property of any standard normal distribution with mean 0 and standard deviation of 1. So this is the formula to calculate the z-score: x minus mu divided by sigma, where x is the particular variable, mu is the mean, and sigma is the standard deviation. So standardizing the features so that they are centered around 0 with a standard deviation of 1 is not only important if you are comparing measurements of different units, but it is also a general requirement for many machine learning algorithms. For instance, consider a shampoo bottle on an online store. Now, different websites may describe the weight of this one bottle as, let's say, 20 OZ, 20 ounces, 1.25 lb, 567 GMS, or 567 grams. The challenge here is to recognize that all of these are units of weight and they are all the same quantity. So once this is determined, the value can be standardized according to a preset dictionary. So intuitively, we can also think of gradient descent as a prominent example of this. Now, it is an optimization algorithm used in linear regression, perceptron, and neural networks as well. So in the case of gradient descent, the different scales and weights get updated rapidly. That is, future value stays rolling with the updates. And that is why data is normalized in gradient descent. And other examples are k-nearest neighbors and k-means clustering algorithms. So these use Euclidean distance measure to standardize the data. And there are also some machine learning algorithms which don't use standardization at all, such as the tree-based classifiers which don't use standardization. So these tree-based algorithms such as decision tree or random forest use scale variant, and hence they don't need the standardization method. And these are the algorithms which require feature scaling or standardization. So k-nearest neighbors algorithm needs standardization because it uses the Euclidean distance measure. Now, linear regression, logistic regression, and neural networks use the gradient descent optimization method. And as we have already discussed, gradient descent algorithm updates the weight. So that is why it requires standardization. So if it is not standardized, then a few weights will be updated faster and few are not. That is why standardization is important for these algorithms. So another example which you would take would be the dimension reduction algorithm, such as principal component analysis. So principal component analysis uses standardization as the pre-processing step to reduce the number of dimensions so that all the features are on the same scale. Now we'll see what normalization is. So normalization is another rescaling method which we have as an alternative to standardization. And normalization is also called as min-max scaling. Now what happens in standardization is, it just scales from 0 to 1. But in normalization, it will have a smaller standard deviation which helps in compressing the effect of outliers if there are any present. So this is the formula for normalization. So we take any particular variable x and subtract it with the minimum variable and then divide it by range. So what we get is a standard variable in the range of 0 to 1. So for example, consider a credit card data set having two variables. Let's say credit cards and income. So now you intend to cluster these records to find similar applicants based on these attributes. Now as you can well imagine, these two will be on different scales, and income being on a much higher scale will influence the distance measure much more than credit cards. And thus normalization is done to avoid this. So another example would be if you're studying the brand effectiveness of some brand and there are several columns which are on the scale like very good, good, average and bad. So in these cases, normalization is performed before doing regression. So now you might be thinking, which one is better, normalization or standardization? So let us see. So depending on the application, we can either go for standardization or normalization. So there is no correct way to define whether to go for normalization or standardization. Or we can actually go for both, and based on the results, we can choose the best of those. For example, in clustering analysis, standardization may be especially crucial to compare the similarities within the features based on any feature distance measure. And another prominent example for standardization would be principal component analysis, as we are interested in the components that maximize the variance. Whereas in the case of image processing, for example, the pixel intensity, normalization would be the best choice. So depending on the application, you can choose which is best for you. Now, there is actually a thumb rule that if your data varies a lot, we should choose standardization over normalization. And if you have outliers in the dataset, the normalization would work better when compared to standardization. So we can conclude that both standardization and normalization work best with its features depending on the application. It is actually up to you whether to go for standardization or normalization.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. What is the difference between population and sample in statistics? Your options are A. Population is a subset of sample. Option B. Sample is a subset of population. And option C. Population and sample are interchangeable terms. And last option, option D. Population and sample have no relation in statistics. You can comment your answers in the comment section below. Now let's move ahead with our session.
Okay, so if we talk about the Microsoft SQL Server history, okay, so Microsoft SQL Server is a product which is being developed by the Microsoft itself in the year 1989. Okay, so Microsoft SQL Server is the name of a tool or a name of an application which is developed by the Microsoft itself in the year 1989. Okay, this tool we call it as a relational database management system. The things which I am highlighting, I am going to explain it one by one. Okay, so about this tool helped the user to store its data. So Microsoft SQL Server is a relational database management system which was developed in the year 1989. And about this tool, so this tool is in the market since the 34 years. Now, if the tool was developed in the 1989, so what we can do with this tool? So this tool is helping the user to store the data, to read the data from this database, and to do any kind of modification on the data. So simply, the Microsoft SQL Server is a tool which will help the user to store the data on this application. So if we go back in the history in the year 1970, so there was a scientist which was named as an E.F. Codd, so who is also known as the father of the relational databases. Okay, so in this, the E.F. Codd described the Codd 12 rules. Okay, so as he is known as the father of the relational database, why? Because he has developed a Codd 12 rules in the year 1970. So again, the same scientist and the working with the IBM. So in the year 1974, the SQL language appeared. Based on what? Based on the Codd 12 rules. So in the year 1974, the SQL language appeared. Again, so SQL. So SQL stand for Structured Query Language. So remember that. I will ask this question. In the year 1974, the SQL language appeared. So again, in the year 1978, IBM is the name of a company. So IBM worked to develop the Codd ideas and released a product named as System/R. So the first product which the IBM released was named as System/R. About this tool was there to help the user to store their data. Okay, IBM was still in the process to develop a tool, a good tool. So they developed its first tool in the year 1986, and this is the first prototype for the relational databases. Okay, so they call this tool as an Oracle. The tool which they launched in the year 1986 was standardized by ANSI. Okay, so this was standardized by ANSI. ANSI stands for American National Standard Institute. So whenever you develop any kind of an application and you want this to be globally recognized, so you have to follow some patterns for that. Okay, and for an application, if you want it to be globally accepted, so there are some rules. If you follow that rules, then you are good. So all those rules, whichever you require to be globally recognized, those are being standardized by who? By the ANSI. ANSI is a governing body. Okay. Now, So if we see two things we have learned from this slide now. Okay, so what all three things I would say. So there is in 1974, the SQL language appeared. So SQL is what? SQL is a language. Remember that. In the year 1989, the Microsoft SQL Server software is there. Okay, three things to learn from this slide. As I mentioned, so whatever I have highlighted, we are going to learn about these things in a detail. Okay, in detail means in the next coming slide. Don't worry. So whatever SQL is, what is RDBMS, what is NoSQL, so everything will come in a moment. As we are going to focus on this tool. So if you see this tool currently, okay, so this is the history of the Microsoft SQL Server. When we mention about the Microsoft SQL Server, it started in the year 1989 or here till the year 2020-22. So the latest version which we have in SQL Server was being launched in the year 2022. Okay, so from the year 1989 to 2022, every year or every alternate year, so you can see this product was being launched. Okay, now does it mean that this product can be installed everywhere? So you need to understand about it. There is always one thing we call it as a platform. So platform is required to install any product. So what is a platform? Platform means an operating system. So which operating system the Microsoft SQL Server supports? So Microsoft SQL Server supports only two platforms. One is Windows platform. So you can install the product which are related to the Microsoft on any Windows machine. So if you are running any Windows like 6, 7, 8, 10, so you can run it, or on the Windows server as well. So there are two things. One is the Windows machine, and the second one we call it as the Windows server. So we have the different Windows server. So you can directly run the Windows machine, SQL Server on your Windows machine or Windows server. Now, the second is the Linux. If you have any Linux or Ubuntu or any Unix operating system, so Linux or Unix, so you can also install this SQL Server on those machines. So which version of the SQL Server are supported on the Linux or Unix machine? So starting from the SQL Server 2017, 2019 and 2022. So these three products are being currently supported on the Linux machine. So prior to 2017, 2016, 14, these are not supported on the Linux machine. Remember that. Okay. So all the versions of the SQL Server from 1989 to 2020-22. So everything is supported on the Windows machine. Remember that. So far Microsoft has not launched a product which supports the Mac operating system. So Mac is not supported so far. Mac means Apple operating system. So this is not supported so far. Okay, so which means that you can install any product of SQL Server. So always remember that every product has its expiry date. So starting from 1989 till the year 2022 over here to this part. So these product has reached the end of life. What is end of life? So which means that you can use this product, but Microsoft will not support you. Okay, so this is using a software without any provisioning. End of life means, so you can use this software, but this is not being supported by the Microsoft any longer. Okay, so which active versions we have in the SQL? So these are the active versions. So when I say about the active versions, which means that you can use these versions, and now Microsoft will support you. Support in what cases? Will provide the updates, will provide the security fixes. Okay, this is for what? This is for the structure. So as I mentioned, SQL is a structured query language. This is a programming language. It's a language which helps the user to do what? It helps the user to store the data, to modify the data or manipulate the data, and read the data from what? From the relational databases. So with the help of this language, the user will help to read the data, okay, which means modify the data as well as to update the data from the databases itself. So SQL is also known as the relational database management system. Okay, so SQL again stands for the structured query language, and this is also known as a standard language for any RDBMS tools. Now we are talking about the RDBMS tools. What is RDBMS? RDBMS stand for Relational Database Management System. Okay, so RDBMS simply stand for Relational Database Management System. So these are nothing, these are the tools. So we have the different tools in the market. We have MySQL, MyAccess, so Microsoft Access, Oracle, Sybase, Postgres, Informix, SQL Server. Now, so every tool which I have highlighted over here, so every tool is known as an RDBMS tool. What is the meaning of an RDBMS? So RDBMS is a category. So which means the data, whatever is present inside this RDBMS database, so those are relational data. Those are what? Those are known as relational data. How they are different from one another. Okay, so how an RDBMS tools are different from one another. Okay, I will just, okay. So we have the Microsoft SQL, MS SQL. We have MySQL. We have Oracle. We have Postgres. We have IBM. We have MS Access. So everything over here. So this is known as a relational database management system. So now, if we talk about the tool, so who are the current owners? So there are the different companies who own this tool. So every tool which I have mentioned on the screen. So every tool is known as what? So this is what? This is the RDBMS tools. RDBMS simply stands for Relational Database Management System. Now, is there a difference between the tools? Yes, there might be the difference between the tools. When we talk about the Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle, so to use these tools, you require a license, which means you need to buy the product so that you can run it on your machines locally. For MySQL, it's completely freeware. Okay, so Postgres as well, it's a freeware, but this one requires the license. The few things over here. Okay, now is there a difference in the use? The look and feel may be the, like, let's take an example. If we take an example of a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other site, social media site, so these are referred to the social media. And what is the difference between all of them? So maybe there is a difference between the look and feel, like how they present the data, how they present the things on their social media, but the end use for them is to entertain the customer. Okay, to give the information, to help the customer to get the information, the same thing. So over here, if we talk about these different tools, right, their end goal is to do what? To help the user to store and retrieve the data into the database management system. So everything over here uses the base language as a SQL. So if we talk about the languages which they use, so Microsoft SQL Server uses a language which we call it as a T-SQL, T-SQL. T stand for transaction structured. T here stand for transaction. SQL stand for structured query language. So MySQL uses a programming language. We just call it as a SQL. Oracle uses a programming language. We call it as a PL SQL. Postgres, we call it SQL. We call it as a IBM for SQL. And MS Access, we have the Jet SQL. Okay, so these are the programming language which we use it, right, to interact with these tools. Okay, to interact with these tools, so we use these programming language. And so now, okay, everything what we learned there, so this is the same thing. So now why we need to learn the SQL language? So SQL as a language, why you require to learn it? So this will allow the user to access the data in relational database management system. So which means that with the help of a SQL language, okay, So this will help the user to do what? So this will help the user to access the data in a relational database management system. Okay, which will also help the user to describe the data. Describe the data. When I say describe the data, so let's say that I am owning an application. My application is to take the input from the user. Okay, so my application is taking the input from the user. This is my application. What is this? Application. Based on this application, I will design my own database. So when I say about the designing my own database, let's say that I am some kind of a vendor, so which will take payment. So I have the one payment table, user information table. So different table. Okay, so there is no such template in SQL Server which you can use, but you can create your own templates. Templates simply mean that, so these boxes represent the tables. These boxes represent what? The tables. So you can design your own database. So this is my database. This is my application. Now, so this will help us to describe the data and allow user to define the data in the database and manipulate. Manipulate means that you have the charge, you have the control over the database. You can, at any point in time, you can create the new data, you can modify the data, you can also delete the data from the database management system. As I was mentioning, so now the SQL is a language, and there are different languages like the front-end languages. There are application languages which help us to design the applications. So is this language compatible with the Java? If this language is compatible with the C#, or if this language is compatible with the Python? Yes, you can integrate. Okay, so you can integrate or embed this language with the other programming languages as well. Okay, so if you know how to use it, so you can use a SQL with the help of the Java as well. Within the application, you can run your statements, and that will help you to read the record from the databases. Okay, as SQL has the ability, it means that you can control your databases. As I mentioned, you can create your databases, you can update them, you can drop them. You can drop the tables inside the databases, you can create new tables, you can modify the tables as well. So the advance in the SQL Server, if we talk about, so you can also create views, stored procedure, functions in those databases. So those are the advances in the SQL Server. Also, this will help you to set the permissions. Okay, so let's say there are 10 people in my team. So 2 people are the developers who will read the database. 2 will only insert the database records. 2 will modify the records. 2 will generate reports. So 2 will be the database owners. So they will be the in charge of all databases. So different. So there are the different level of permissions. So which you can set on your databases, and which you can assign the different users. So that is all possible. Okay, so these things will help you to design your own database. What this will help you to design your own databases. Okay, so what is SQL and why we need to learn about the SQL? Is this clear? That's good. Okay, so now we need to understand about the terminology. What is NoSQL? As this is an introduction for the NoSQL. You don't need to go in details with the NoSQL, but still I will show you what is meaning of NoSQL, right? One thing you understand. So in this course is designed to learn about a technology which is SQL. So this is just the introduction of the NoSQL. Introduction only.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. What does the acronym SQL stands for in the context of SQL Server? Your options are A. Structured Query Language, B. Server Quality Language, C. System Query Logic, and option D. Sequential Query Logic. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move ahead with our session.
So what is the meaning of a? So what is NoSQL? NoSQL stands for non-structured query language. Okay. NoSQL stands for non-structured query language. When we talk about the NoSQL databases, okay, or the NoSQL, so there is no structure. When we talk about the SQL, there is one structure which is known as table. But in the NoSQL, we don't have any structure. Okay. In the NoSQL, we don't have any structure. Right. So as we know about the NoSQL, which does not have any structure at all. So which means if there is no structure, there is no schema as all. Okay. So if we don't have any schema, the data is not in any order, neither in a ascending order, neither in the descending order, neither there is some like I would say there's some structure. Let's say that we have the data in a different format. NoSQL as well. So it's used to scale the data. Scale means that where the data is very huge. And also, this database is a next generation database management system. Now, does it mean that we don't need to learn about the SQL? We should directly jump to the NoSQL? No, that's not the case. Okay, so I will explain you where we will use the SQL and where the NoSQL is useful. Okay, now as we mentioned about the NoSQL database system is used to store the data, which is very much huge, okay, or the same in the nature. Okay, so when we talk about the NoSQL, you see there are the different types. So inside the NoSQL database, we have the different types of the databases. You don't need to go into the detail, but still I will show you. Okay, so the companies, the big companies like the Facebook, Google, Search, and the other companies as well uses this NoSQL database. Why? Because they find it very much easy to store this data in the NoSQL. If I just show you this diagram, this current screenshot, we will use this to understand about the NoSQL. As I mentioned, the first thing, NoSQL does not follow any structure. So you don't like find it like what is the structure, how it's storing the data. There is no structure inside the NoSQL. Okay, that's the first thing. So as NoSQL databases are geared towards the managing the large or the very big data in the NoSQL family. Okay, so there are the different structure. If we talk about the document-based structure, when we talk about the first structure, which is the documents based, so this structure or this type of the NoSQL will help to store the data elements in the document-like structure. So those structure will use which kind of format? They will use the JSON format. JSON is a programming language, okay, which help to store the data in the forms of a tag. If some of you have worked with the HTML, so JSON is somewhere relatable like an HTML, not exactly the same. So it is something like a relatable. Okay, so they will store the data in the JSON format, and then these are the different softwares wherein we use the document-based NoSQL database. Okay, so where we can use this document-based structure. So this will be used in the content management, like that it can be a library management, wherein you will be using the content. Okay, content can be either the library, either it can be anything, monitoring the web applications or monitoring the web mobile applications. So you can use the NoSQL in that. Okay, so you can say that, so this kind of data, so they went together for a party, so the data will be like this. So this particular thing, we call it as a node. Is there a B tree structure now? So they purchase a shopping, like there is a birthday for the Sham, so they purchase a birthday gift as well. So you see there is a structure. No structure. Yeah, node can be meaning of a chain. Yeah. Right, so there is no structure at all in this. So when we talk about the graph database, so those will be holding the data in a structured format like this, right? So over here I was showing you what is a parent and child. So the upper node on the top, whatever is node on the top, that is known as parent. One parent may have multiple child, so this is the node. So I just wanted to help you understand what is the node, right? So in other ways, in SQL Server, we also call this as a B tree. Okay, so B tree help us to do what? So this help us to perform the multiple things in SQL Server, like indexing, like cluster, non-cluster indexing, sorting, searching. So there are the different ways we use it. But this B tree will work on what? This will work on a table. Table is what? It's a structured data, right? Without a table, we cannot create a B tree. Yes or no? Right. In there is no table at all in NoSQL. There is no structure database. So which one we have done? So we have done the two of them. One is document and the other one is graph. So graph we will come towards the very end. So first I will show you the key columns. So this is the structure of a key column, key or the value stores. So when we talk about the C, I will explain them one by one. So when we talk about the key and the value stores in the NoSQL, okay, the key value stores are the very much simplest. So every key will have its own value, where data is stored in the formatted of the pairs, where data is stored in the format of the pairs. So this databases or the database for the key and the value are very much highly performant for simple read write operations. Okay, so data, whatever you see, so you will see the data like this. So this is not a table. Okay, don't think like this is a table. Okay, so in the table we have the structure like the rows and column. There is no rows and column, so data will be in this format only. So there is no structure at all. Okay, so this can be an example of a key and the value store. So this can be my key, like row ID, and value can be 101. Key can be first name and value can be Android, like this. So every key will has its value like this. So everything over here, you see the key and its associated values. The fourth one is a graph structure. As we have seen the graph, so this is the nodes. Okay, you see there is directly no relationship, but over here, so there is the location George Washington. No, this is the name of a person. So the four friends will get together to do what? So I think there is a birthday party at this particular location. So they have bought some products. So they have shared the bill among the three. So and they are meeting at this particular location at this particular address. So over here, you can see the semi-structure. So in the graph database, okay, so the data is also semi-structured. Semi-structured means that there can be relationship. In the real world, how you will see the data? Okay, in the real world, how you can see the data? So in the real world, the problems or the I will show you the data. So data will be presented to you like this. So this can be node 1. So inside the node 1, this can be the relationship. Okay, the relationship can be the other tab. So this can be friend. So Alice is the friend of Bob. Bob is a friend of Charlie. So this is the information of Alice, Bob, and Charlie. Right. So you cannot say that like whenever we have the same data, but same data is not at all same. Is two people with the same name can have the same email ID? No, it is not possible. It cannot have it. Yeah, good. So now, so as I mentioned, if I like generally I don't go into the detail of the NoSQL because it's unrelated. You will never see this again, right? And over here, whatever the data you see on the screen currently, this is for the graph database. This is pictorial representation. When I say the pictorial representation, so data will always be in this format. Okay, this is actual data, so this is actual data. Okay, now when I say actual data, so how I can show you this relationship? When I say a relationship for the nodes, so there is like not any chance I can show you the data for this, right? Okay, so nodes and the relationship, right? So actually the data what you see, so this is the actual data. This is just the representation, pictorial representation, how you can see the data. Okay, so three friends, they are friends. How we have identified the relationship? With the help of this another line of code, right? The person have the friendship. Okay, you can say that, you can relate that in that way. Okay, so everything whatever you see on the screen, okay, it can be different, it can vary It can vary. When I say it can vary, so let's take one more example. In here, there are two friends. Okay, so there is no Charlie, but again, so there is a one more friend between the David and Eva, so which is Charlie. So in this category, you can see the data. Okay. So DBMS system is to facilitate an overview of the database and produce or provide a variety of the administrative operations such as tuning, performance, monitoring, backup recovery. So with the help of this DBMS, we will be able to load the data and update the data, and also we can read the data from the database management system. Okay, so this DBMS, now what it is? Okay, this is a software program. This is nothing. This was a software program which will help us to get us the data. Now, is this a structure or unstructured? There is no such thing structure or unstructured. Okay, so within the DBMS, there is no such thing as a structure or unstructured. This will help us to store what? So this is an application which will help us to store the data. Okay, so RDBMS uses one structure to store the data in the format of table and structure. Over here, there is no defined structure for the DBMS. Okay. So inside the DBMS, there are the different types. If you go into the detail, as we are not going into the detail, right? Because DBMS is not in use as of now. Okay. So if we see that the different types of the, I would say, the structures which we can use. So there is a network structure, there is the relational structure, there is the object-oriented structure. So there a variety of the structures are there. So now, what is an RDBMS? When we talk about the RDBMS, so this is the important concept. Why? Every data we see nowadays, it's in relational. When we talk about a relational, what does the relational mean? So in a moment, I will give you an example. So RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System, which is an advanced version of the DBMS. DBMS is nothing, it's an advanced version of DBMS. So with this help of a RDBMS, so user will store the data in the format of what? In the format of tables. Okay, and table will have the relationship among themselves. Okay, the relational data over here will be stored in a structured format, which is known as a table. So storing the data in the format of a row and the column. Okay. So the table structure we have, it's known as a relational format. Okay. So every entry we made inside the table, so that will be stored in the format of rows and columns. Everything inside the relational database will be the interlinked to one another. If I just take an example for an RDBMS, so this is Amazon. Amazon may have the different tables. Let's understand about the 4 or 5 different tables for that Amazon. So these are my different tables. So one is user table. So user table, user will store the information about the particular users. Okay. So let's say Baljit, Sham, Abhishek, Akila. So there are the different user. So user may have the information like this. 101 is my user ID, name is Alpha, and 101 user will have buy some product. Okay, so product can be 101 person can buy shoes from the Amazon. Shoe has the ID of a 99, price of a 799. Okay, then the user will add the product to the cart and then pay for that product. 101, 99, 799, payment done. After the cart, we will push the record to the I would say delivery team. 101, 99, product delivered to the Delhi address. So over here, we'll receive the confirmation. So you see over here from the confirmation done. So over here from the starting first user till the delivery. So everything is interconnected with one another based on the either it's an ID or it's a shoe number. on the basis of which this product was being delivered. So there are the different ways where we can find the relationship between the different tables in SQL Server. This can be a one example. Okay. So now let's take a real-time example. So for the RDBMS, when we see a real-time example, how does the RDBMS database look like? So this is the ER diagram. ER stands for entity relationship diagram for my SQL Server. When we talk about that entity, what is an entity? Entity can be these tables. These boxes, every box here represent a table. So everything over here represent a table. So state, province, address, everything here are the tables. So inside the table, we have different columns. Okay, these are the name of the columns. The rows values, we are not concerned about that. We see the tables and their rows. Now every row is interconnected with one another. When I say interconnected with one another, so I will just zoom a bit so that we can see the relationship. So you can see there is a relationship. So this state, province, and the address have the relationship on the basis of what column? State, province, ID. State, province, ID. Over here, country, region code, and country, region code. From this table and this table, there must be some address ID, like this. Address type ID and address type ID. So these columns are same. So over here, we have the business entity ID, then business entity ID, business entity ID, like this. So then we have the contact type ID, contact type ID. Then we all over here, we have the business type, over here, business type, over here as well, we have business type. So phone number, type ID, phone number type. You see, these columns will have the relationship. How they will have the relationship? So when the values of these columns are same among the tables, then we can join or we can club the data or we can retrieve the records from the different tables. Okay, if there is no relationship, then we will not be able to join two tables in SQL Server. Okay, to get some relational data. Is it clear? So when we talk about the SQL Server fundamentals, so in our fundamentals, we will see what is a Microsoft SQL Server. So what is the database inside this? So when we talk about a database, what is a database? A database is an organized, remember that. It is what? It's an organized collection of data. When we talk about a database, it's nothing, it's an organized collection of data which is stored and accessed from an electronic device. Organized collection of data stored on an electronic device, okay, which the application may use to read and write the data from. There are the different types of databases. We have the hierarchical, we have the flat file, we have the relational. So let's talk about them one by one. Okay, so when we talk about the hierarchical follows the structure of a parent and child. Parent, one parent can have multiple child. Okay, like this. In general way, what all parents and child relationship we can see. When we talk about the hierarchical database, okay, it's a system where the data elements have one-to-many relationship. Let's say on the top we have the electronics. So let's create a hierarchical for the electronics item. So in the electronics item, so we'll see that television. So we are going to create it for the television. Okay, so there can be the phones as well. There can be the any other things as well. Okay, laptops as well. So this way we have created a hierarchical structure. Inside the phone, we have the iPhone, Android phones. So you see from one to many relationship we can have. So there are the different mobile versions like the Android 10, iPhone 11, 12, 13 like this. In the televisions, we have LCDs, we have LEDs, we have plasma TVs. So all those things are there, right? So in the laptops, we have the computers, we have that other laptops as well. So this is what one-to-many relationship in SQL Server. When we talk about the one-to-many relationship, so this look like that. Okay, so this is how the structure will look like. Okay, you got it. What is an hierarchical structure? So this follows a parent and child. So the parent node. So whatever is on the top, this is known as a parent node or the root node. parent node or the root node. Everything below that, it's known as child. Everything below that is known as child. Okay, got it? Now, what is the problem in storing the data in this format? So in this format, the problem or the disadvantages are the traversing or adding the new record. Let's say that new phone comes in. So then we have to find the appropriate branch, and under the branch, we have to create a subnode, and then we have to add that record. So this is a time-taking process. In this, so we can either mess some records or we can even push some relationship. Okay, so this is the problem. So if you have to delete something from here, also you have to find that word, and under which branch you have to make sure of that. Okay, to add the data or remove the data. Okay, so this is an example, and this is the disadvantage of having the electronics or the hierarchical structure. First structure. The second structure, which we are going to talk about, it's a flat file structure. So flat file. So if we just create a new file, new text document, inside this text document, so whatever data you stored, so this is considered as a flat file document. Okay, the flat file document. Okay, flat file. A flat file can be either a .txt document or it can be either a .csv format. Okay, what is a CSV or what is a flat file? So flat file simply means a two-dimension file. In this flat file, we have the ID, name, age, gender. Okay, like this. ID is 101, name is alpha, age is 21, gender is male. Okay, so you see I created one record in this, and this is a flat file format. Now, flat file. A flat file is also a type of a database. Type. It's not actually a database in which the data is stored in a plain text. So what is the plain text over here? It's a notepad file where each line of the file represent a record. So this is my record, first record. Maybe like this, I have multiple records in my table. Okay. So over here, the lines does not have any kind of a relationship. So in here, there is no such a relationship between the different lines. Okay. So it's a simple, straightforward data, whatever we receive. Now, the one thing you need to understand over here. Okay. So one thing you need to understand over here, the whatever data you have, so this cannot be monitored. What I say monitored. So let's say that if the user at the female first over here, towards the very end, it had the female, then it's the age, then it's the name, and then the ID. So no one will take care of this, right? So this need to be taken care by the users. So how usually the data is to be inserted into the flat file? So most of the time, what we see an interface, an application. This is my application. So application, on most of the time in the application, we submit a form or we add some data, and then we click on the next button. Once you click on the next button, whatever the information you have filled in this particular form, so it's being stored inside a file. So this can be it. I would say this can be a pictorial representation from where the data is come. Okay. Yes. Excel, CSV, .txt, those are also considered as a flat file. Now, as I mentioned, there is no control over the data. So this is having a disadvantage. So every time we are loading the data, we need to check for those things. Okay. Sometimes user may enter more records into the notepad file. There is no, I think I believe there is no such rule for that. Okay. So user can add any kind of data in this. Okay. Now, so to store this, I will just delete that one. So now, coming back to the point, to store this flat file, so we have two options, .txt, and the other one is if I save this flat file, I will do a save as of this flat file to the CSV format, test.csv. Okay, if you see a file has been created. So CSV is a comma separated value file. CSV shortcut or the abbreviation would be a comma separated value file. Okay. So inside the comma separated value file, we can get the data like this. Again, we don't have the control over the data. The data can be stored inside my database like this, or there can be a different kind of data. So this can be my record. Okay. So what are the limitations? It's a comma separated value file. Comma separated value file. So I will just close this now. So we have the limitations as well. So we cannot control who will edit the data. So what kind of data we are going to see in this. Okay, those all can be considered as the limitations. Now coming back to the point. So whenever you install a SQL Server, relational databases, as we have seen this example can be one of the example for the relational databases. Okay. Now what can be the next slide? So we will see about the SQL Server. So when you install a product, so let's see the license agreement for a product. So this is a license agreement for the SQL Server 2019. I will show you for the 2020-22 as well. Let's understand how you can do that, or how you can like see the records for this particular SQL Server. So when you install a product, so there are the different license agreement. License means that you have to buy this product from Microsoft. Now, as a learner, we will not buy a product. So we'll use one version of the SQL Server, which we call it as a developer edition. So most of us here are using the developer edition because we are learning this product. Okay, we are doing what? We are learning this product. Okay. So now in this developer edition, so what we need to do? So we need to understand about the different license agreement. When you buy a product from the Microsoft and they provide you a key, and that key is of an enterprise. What does an enterprise mean? Enterprise means that a product which has all the capabilities. So let's take a small example. Let's say that recently iPhone was launched. So when an iPhone was launched, there were the different versions of the iPhone. One was the iPhone SE, then iPhone Max, then iPhone Plus, right? So we say about that there is one phone which has all the capabilities, and that will cost the high. So like the enterprise can have all the features. So whatever features, so what is this? Compute, storage, intelligence, choice of language and platform, performance and availability, secure and reliable, quick business insight. So everything is there in the enterprise. So you see these cross mark represent, so everything is included with the enterprise version. Okay, so if you have a production databases or the critical databases wherein you know that the 1 second of the data loss will cost you hundreds and thousands of dollars, so in that case you should use an enterprise editions. How big you can create a database in an enterprise database? So the size of a database in an enterprise would be around 524 petabytes. Okay, 524 petabytes. For standard as well, the size is same, but for Express and web, so their sizes are less different. OS capabilities. So how many CPUs it can support as limited by the operating system. So how many are present on the operating system? Those many CPU and those many memory it can have. Okay, this is one thing. So now if your budget, so let's say that if an enterprise will cost you, that's an assumption. Okay, it's an example. If an enterprise will cost you around $1,000, let's say about the standard edition. Standard edition first is missing these features. So which means it will come with the less feature and it will have the less cost. Okay, $700. Okay, so now if your budget is low and you don't require the SQL Server to use all those capabilities and you are using the SQL for the testing purpose, then you should understand the one which I am highlighting or marking with a cross. So these are not at all available. These version or these features are not at all available. So this will be there for the Express and Web Edition. So Express and Web Edition will have the less cost compared to that of a standard or enterprise version. Okay, compared to the standard and enterprise version, so Express Edition so will have the less cost. Okay, so with these different versions of the SQL Server, we can understand that. We can understand what? We can understand that. So how the Microsoft is earning the money. The version which we are using, the developer edition. So this is same like an enterprise. So whatever feature we can see in the enterprise version, we can also see those things in the developer edition. Now, so developer edition are not recommended to use in a live production environment, because in case Microsoft will find it, so it will be a penalty for your company. And also, right, so developer versions are not the stable versions, so you should not use that in the production environment. Okay, this is one thing. Now, okay, now I will come to the Windows authentication. I will click on connect. Once I click on the connect button, so you will see an object explorer towards the left hand side. Okay, I can see an object explorer towards the left hand side. So there are certain things. So everything over the left hand side is known as so everything over here is known as what? So these are my objects. What are those? So those are my objects in SQL Server, nothing else. These are my objects. Okay, so this part over here represents my objects. So everything over here are my objects. Okay, so there can be the n number of objects in here. So everything is an object. Database, security, server, replication, always on high availability, management, integration services. So everything is an object. Okay, so now this option over here, this will help me to connect. This icon will help me to connect. This will help me to disconnect, and this is an option to refresh. So 3 options over here. If you safely want to disconnect from the SQL Server, connect on this. So I will type it. So this is for disconnect. This is for refresh. And this is for connection. Connect, disconnect, and refresh. So now I will just click on the disconnect button over here. So I will be safely disconnected from my SQL Server. I will be safely disconnected from my SQL Server. If I click on the first option, so this will help me to connect to my SQL Server. Okay, and this option over here will help me to refresh. 3 options. Now, so this phase over here, this object explorer over here, we call it as a graphical user interface. Why we call it as a graphical user interface? Without typing any command, so we can use the mouse to like navigate through all the options in SQL Server. Okay, without like typing any command, we can use the mouse to navigate to these options in SQL Server. Clear? Now, so where we will type the command? To type the command, we need to open the SQL Server query editor window. To see the SQL Server query editor window, you need to click on the new query editor window on the top. So over here. So once you click on the new query editor window, so a new query editor. So this is a tool which will help you to type your command in this. So you can type the commands, any commands in this particular screen. So any command which are related to the SQL only, you can type in here. Okay, so this is like a text editor in the notepad, like any other notepad. So this is like the text editor. So how many like this text editor or the new query editor windows you can open in SQL Server? You can open the several query editor windows in SQL Server. You see like this, like this, like this. So there are the several query editor windows in SQL Server you can open. Okay. You see multiple query editor windows I have opened. I will close all document. Okay. So you see I have closed all the document. I will just click on the new query editor window. So I can open multiple query editor windows in SQL Server. Okay. So far clear? Now, how you can see them? So there is a drop down. Okay, over here towards the right corner. So over here you can see the drop down. So whenever I click on a new query editor window, so you see if I click on 2-3 times more, now there are multiple tabs over here which are opened. Okay, so over here whenever a query editor window is being opened, you see there is a SQL query name 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So these are the names of my SQL Server window, this window. Thelon SQL demo is the name of my instance. Master is my database name. So in a moment, I will show you what is the master. So master is the name of my system database, and this is my login name, Thelon /BLJE. What is this number? So every time I open a new SQL query window, so a new number is being generated to that window. 52, 70, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. If I will just write it, so the four things, so one is what? So first one is instance name. Second is login name. Third is session ID. And the fourth is database name. Important things, pay attention. Okay, so what is my instance name? When I connect to the SQL server, there is an instance name, Thlon / DL demo, right? Or where on this screen I can see this particular instance name, where I can see this towards the bottom bar. So you see the instance name over here. Okay, so this is the name of my instance, or you can just check it on the left hand side or towards the top of the query editor window. In my query editor, which instance of SQL Server I am connected to, so Thlon / SQL demo. So this is the name of my instance which I am connected to. What is my login name? This is my login name. The second information which I see on the bottom bar of the screen, or if I just expand this screen, so I can see the login name over here. So what is my session ID? So current my session ID is 78. What does it mean? Session ID. So session ID is a unique number, or it's a unique number given to you whenever you connect to the SQL server. Okay, let's say that my account name is Baljit and I have connected 20 times with 20 different sessions within my SQL server. How SQL server can differentiate what these different 20 sessions are doing? Like ID1, ID2, ID3. So what it will do, it will give every session ID a number, like 52, 70, 72, a unique number. Okay, so this unique number will help the SQL server to understand what this user is doing. Okay, so whether it's inserting the record, updating the record, deleting the record, like this. Okay, so what is my current database name? The fourth thing is the current database name, master. Okay, so these are the four things. Okay, now, so all the information I have stored in this login session. So it's like a same process ID. If you know about your task manager, right? So whenever you open an application, any application onto your machine, whether it's an Adobe, whether it's a Google Chrome, whether it's a Zoom meeting. So if you go to the details bar in your task manager, so every time you open an application, there is a background noise. Sorry, I will mute you for a minute. Okay, so every time you open an application, there is a process ID. Process ID is a way how our processor recognizes, okay, which machine or which set of applications are being currently open. So you see there are the multiple tabs open for Chrome. Chrome is one application, but there are multiple tabs open. So this way it can understand, okay, these different Chromes uses this process ID. Okay, let's say about the CMD, there are different tabs open. So there are the different session ID. So this way, the operating system or my kernel operating system will understand how much CPU, how much memory, or how much IO devices are being used by this particular process. Okay, the same way in the SQL server. Whenever you open your SQL server, open your SQL server connection, which means you are connected to your database. Okay, you are connected to your SQL server. That way, SQL server will give you a process ID. No matter if you are connected by a GUI or CLI or a command line or a graphical user interface. So every time you open a connection, so you will be given a connection ID. Now, so why and how many connections a user can open? So there is a limit. So limit is 32,000 So this is the limit to connect to the SQL Server instance. So this many user can connect to the SQL Server instance at one time. So which means that there can be hundreds and thousands of users connected to my database. It's okay. But at one particular time, so if let's say there are 40,000 users and they want to read the data from my database, but the limit is only 32,767. So this many user can communicate, or this can like talk to my database in SQL Server. This is one thing. So why SQL Server is getting the session ID above 70? If I just click on the new query, so whenever I click on a new query, okay, the SQL Server session ID starts with some number which is greater than 50. Why? Okay, so because session ID from 1 to 50, session ID from 1 to 50 are reserved for system processes. System process. Okay, remember that. One more thing to add here, SQL Server is not a case sensitive. Okay, SQL Server is not a case sensitive. Now, all this information on the top, how I have collected this information, I will repeat it once more. Instance name is the first information which you see in the bottom bar. The second information is the login name. The third information is the session ID, and fourth is the master. Okay. Okay. So what are data types and how we can use that in SQL Server? What all data types we have and how we can use them in SQL Server. So a data type, what is a data type? It's an attribute that specified a type of a data an object can hold. Okay, it's an attribute that specify a type of an data an object can hold. So let's say that I want to store the information for an employee. So employee has multiple fields. Employee has employee ID, employee name, employee phone number, employee email account, employee account number, account salaries, account like employee date of birth, employee hire date. So there are n numbers of fields for that. So to store such data, so we have the different data types in SQL Server. Okay, so data type is being categorized into the like the numeric data. Numeric data means the integer data, like our phone numbers, like our employee IDs of if they are integer, right? So wherein we store the data for that numeric. Then we have the character or string data in the SQL Server. Okay, so when we talk about the character or string data, we talk about the it can be a mix of the characters or it can be a ABCD 1 2 3 4, anything can be there inside that data type. Then we have the binary strings, so wherein it comes of a true and false or 1 and zeros. Then we have the date and time related data. Okay, and then we have the other data type like the large object XML data types as well. So how we can use them. So we'll go through them, each of them one by one. Okay, but before that, I will just start the day with the data type. So instead of going through the definition and explaining you, I will just open my SQL Server. Okay, I will explain each and every type in here. All right. So when we talk about the data types in the SQL Server, right? So the first type of data type which we are going to look at is the integer data type. Which data type? The integer data type, which works with the numeric data. Numeric. When you see this word as a numeric, what comes to your mind? Very good. The numbers. It can be either the numbers or either it can be the floating numbers, right? So there can be the different approach for that. Okay, so when we talk about the numbers, anything which stores a number, okay, number can be either, there are different types of number. Either it can be a negative number, either it can be a positive number, either it can be any floating number, data like this, right? So or the zeros as well, right? Those are included in between there. Okay, so numbers can be anything, right? So now what all data types we have to store the number? So it starts with the tiny bit, tiny integer. Okay, tiny integer. When we talk about the numbers, so whatever data we want to store in SQL Server, at the end of the day, it is storing on a disk, right? So now if you want to store some numbers in your SQL Server, how it is being stored? Okay, so how it is being stored, let's understand that. So for example, we have a number. So if you store any image or any MP3 file or any document, so it is stored on where? On the disk, right? So disk will consume, so for that particular file will consume some space. So as well, the same thing with the data type. So when we are going to store some numbers, some phone numbers for a person, some email IDs for a person, some names for a person, some employee ID information for a person, it is stored on a disk and it will also consume some space. Always remember that. This is not virtual. Actually, in the backend, it will consume some space. Okay. So the tiny integer in SQL Server will consume how much space? It will consume 1 byte of space. Okay. And how many numbers it can store? It can store the numbers between 0 to 255. Okay. So tiny bit. So size it can take. Okay. The size of a tiny bit can be around 1 byte and it can consume from 0 to 255 byte of information, tiny integer. Okay. Now, so whenever you declare any column, let's say the age of a person. So age of a person can be between 0 to 255. I know that it cannot go beyond 100. So, but 0 to 255 can be a column. So if you want to store the age of a person in numbers, so this can be one thing. Okay. So this is storage. Storage should be how much? So storage of the number is equal to 0 to 255. How we can use that in SQL Server? Okay, so I will not directly create tables to show you. Before that, I will help you to understand the three things in the SQL Server. Declare, set, and print. What is that? What is declare, what is set, and what is print? Okay, so there are three terminologies you need to understand. One is declare. Okay. The second one is set. The third one is print or select. Print or select. So when we talk about this, is SQL Server case sensitive language? SQL Server is not a case sensitive language. Whether you type in uppercase or a lowercase, no matter, it does not matter. Okay. So now when we say declare, declare means that it will help us to help SQL Server to understand whatever the value. I would say declare @number. This number will be integer now. Okay. So this will help SQL Server to understand this temporary variable @number is any name which is provided by me. Okay. It is any name which is provided by me. So this is what? This is a temporary variable. Why we call it as a temporary variable? Because this @number are not stored inside the database. So this will be allocated a resource like integer data type, then assigned a value, then the value will be printed. In our case, I will just use a tiny integer. Okay, so I will say declare @number, which is tiny integer, and assign this @number. So now set is used to assign this number a value, 22. So I have assigned this particular @number a value, which is 22, and then I will print @number. Okay, so one, help me to declare something, declare a temporary variable with the data type a tiny integer. Set help us to assign a value to this tiny integer, then print help us to print or see what is inside this @number. So if you see what is inside the @number, that is 22. I cannot run the two lines and get the data because declare and set will help me to initialize. So this will help us to initialize, and then second one will help us to assign the value. But the print command help us to see what is inside the @number. Okay. So if I want to run this alone, will it work? No. Okay. So print will not work until and unless that thing is not declared. So declare, set, and print work hand in hand. Now, when you see this print @number, 22 is being shown in the message format. Okay. Instead of showing this in a message format, I want to select this I want to see the numeric format or a grid format. So this is the another thing which we call it as a grid. 22 is what? A number which is shown in a grid format. So previously it was showing in a message format. Now it is showing in a result window. So now what will happen if I pass a value which is less than 22? Okay. So let's say I will pass a value -20 or -50. So I know that. So I declared a number which is tiny integer. Then I assign this number a value which is -50. Okay. And then I will select this number. So we know that range of the tiny integer is from 0 to 255. So if you assign a value which is above 255 and below 0, so it will say that this is an overflow. It's an arithmetic overflow, which help which will which will help us to like determine that the any values below 0 and above 255 is not. So now what you need to do in that case, if we find it like it has met the storage, okay, then in that case we need to use an uppercase. So the declared statement, I will repeat it once more. The declared statement can help us to initialize. So this will be initialization. Why we need to initialize? Where is SQL Server not able to understand that this is a number? Okay, so initialization means that, let's say that I have a age and age is equal to 22. SQL will not understand what is age and what is 22. Okay, so SQL Server does not understand that, like it's not so smart. What is this age and what is this 22? Okay, to help SQL Server understand that age is equal to 22, first we need to assign how age can hold the number. Okay, how age can hold the number, because this is not a table, this is not a database, right? So we need to use the declare. So declare @age. So now SQL will understand why we use @age, because determine that this is temporary variable. What is meaning here? So this is temporary variable. Okay, so @age here means a temporary variable. And what is the data type for this @age? So I need to provide the data type. For example, I will provide the tiny integer. Okay, now SQL will understand now whatever this @age is, which is tiny integer. So this can hold the value, any value now within the range of 0 to 255. I will then assign the value to this tiny integer. Assigning the value, I cannot say that @age equal to 22, because as I mentioned, this is not a database, this is not a table. So in here we need to make SQL Server understand that this @age will hold 22, but for that we need to set this value. So set will help us to assign @age a value 22. Okay, now how we can see that what is inside this value? So we can use the select @age. Okay, now running these three statements will help us to assign a data type to the age, and then we need to set @age equal to 22 and set @age equal to 22, which will show us the data. Okay, now if you understand the calculator, if I just show you the calculator. So now whenever I use a calculator in here, I would say 4 plus 5. So it will show me the data 9. Okay, now if I just reset the calculator again, does I see the what was the previous value? Can I see that? No. Why? Because whatever operation I am doing as of on the calculator, so all the operation are done in a real time and it will show the result set. It will not hold or reserve the values for us. So which means any number you pass in here, 8 and 9, these are the temporary variables. So it will just help us to get the end result set, nothing else. The same thing with the @age here. So now we will see the second data type in the SQL Server, which will be the small integer. So as per the limitations of the tiny integer, right? So it can store the values between the 0 to 255. If there is a value which is like less than 0 or in the negative sign or greater than 255, it will not be able to store. For that, small integer comes into the place. When we talk about the small integer will take up to 2 bytes of information to store any value. And it can go in a range from -32768 to the positive 32767. Okay, it can store anything between this number, minus to the positive side. Does it require a comma? No, comma is not required. Only the numeric data will be printed inside this. Okay, only the numeric data, not comma, not hyphen, not any brackets, not like that. Okay, so declare a small number which will be the small integer, and that number can print the 32767. Okay, can I print something which is negative? Yes, absolutely, you can print something which is also negative. Now, okay, so now when I print it, it will be like this. So as I have mentioned that it will take 2 bytes of information, but how we can prove that? For that, there is a one function in SQL Server function which will help us to get the length of a particular number. That is known as data length. I want to find it how much data length. Data length means how much this number is at the rate number is taking up the space. If you see now, if I rerun this statement, so it is taking 2. 2 means byte. Okay. On the top, so whenever I print something on the top, the column names are empty. Okay. So it's your choice whether you want this column name to be empty or you can give them a name. Okay. So in SQL Server, we can give them name. I would say if on the top there is no name for this, so I will use @num. Okay. And on the top, if there is no name, I will say as byte. Okay. As I mentioned, SQL is not a case sensitive. You can type in a lowercase or uppercase, no matter. Now, instead of a no column name on the type, it shows number and byte. Okay. We have seen that this small integer cannot go beyond the 32767. If I just put 32768, a one number above that, so it will give us an arithmetic overflow. Oh, it's a minus. In a positive sign, 32768, it will be arithmetic overflow. Okay. So SQL Server will give you an error message. Just you need to read about this. Arithmetic overflow means that, okay. Data length means that we know that, okay. Verbally, we know that it will take 2 bytes of information. But how we can say it to the picture will look like, okay, how much data, how much byte of information it's taking. And byte means how much space it's taking to save this information. No matter for any data type, if the length is being described. When I say length is being described, so let's say that I store a number which is 32767 or minus 32767. It takes 2 bytes of information. If the number is only 3, which is very small, does the byte of information vary? No, it will be static. Static means whether the number is 0, okay, no matter what you do. Now we will understand about the one more. So where we can use a small integer data type, like if you are like having any production data wherein you are just labeling any items, so you know that on a daily basis you get the 15,000, 32,000, up to 32,767 items you can print. So we can use a small integer for that. Okay. So there can be then numbers of things. So if you are storing the pin code information also, so in India we store the pin code information in the numeric format. So we can use this column as in small integer. Okay. So that would be another example for that. Okay. So same thing, there are the n numbers of scenarios for that. Okay. Then after the small integer, we have the integer data type. This is the third type of data type in SQL Server. So when we talk about the integer data type, this is the size. When we talk about the size, so it can hold a number between this particular range. So size of an integer should be equal to this. Okay. Oh, this is the length. This will be the, instead of size, I will say range. This will be the range and it will take up to storage. Storage should be around 4 bytes. 4 bytes of information. To store any integer data, the range would be this and the store up to 4 bytes of information. Okay. Now, integer data type. So @n1. So number, it can be anything. I will change it any human thing. So it's not I need to use @number. It can be any name which can be used by us. So I will just use @n1. So @n1 is my integer data type now. Okay. So now I declared a number @n1. This is integer n1 equal to 3, or you can go for this particular range. Okay, always remember that it will only accept numbers, no special characters, no comma, no full stop, no brackets, no hyphens, nothing like that. So SQL Server will take and print this number @n1 as I will just print to the grid. So this is my grid format to hold any number between this range. If the data type is integer, it will take 4 bytes of information. It will take how much information? The 4 bytes of information to store this particular number in SQL Server. Now, okay. So this can store this big number in a negative as well as in positive. So I will just highlight, execute, and copy paste it once more. So I can just do the negative of this number. So this can be stored. Okay. This is one way. So if we have the number 0, so will it also take the 4 bytes of information? Absolutely. If the data type is integer and the number is 0, you want to just store the 0, still it's taking the 4 byte of information to store this 0. Okay. So as of now, you will be seeing that, okay, this 4 byte of information is a very less data. Why we are concerned about it? Let's say that I have a table, employees, and the employee table has 4 column, integer, 4 integer column, 1 integer column, second integer column, third and fourth. Okay. So let's say that there are 10 lakh records now. Will it matter now? Or there are 10 million records now? If the record length is more than the in millions, will it matter? It will matter. Okay. As of now, it will not. You will see it is only in bytes, but in a real time, it will be in the lakhs. Okay. Good. Now, when we talk about the data length, it will take the 4 byte of information. Any number greater than this will give us an error message. Will give us what? The error message. Okay. So I will just, if I just type the 8 over here, so this will give us an error message. Okay. So now, so any number, so this has a length of a 10 digits. But if I just say one number above the 47, like if I do it 48, it will throw an error message. To overcome this issue, we have a big integer in SQL Server. We have what? We call it as a big integer. So when we talk about the big integer in SQL Server, so big integer will hold the number range, which is very big. Okay. This is the big integer range. So it will take up to 4 byte of information. No, sorry, 8 byte of information for the big integer. Okay. So the 8 byte of information it will take to store a single number within the big integer. Okay. So at the rate n1, instead of n1, I will type at the rate phone number. Okay. This is the phone number of a person and I will change the data type. So now the phone number of a person. So this is what big integer. So it can store this big number in SQL Server. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and 19. So it has 19 characters inside it. No, sorry, 19 numbers inside it to store this big integer. So to show you the data, it will take around 8 bytes of information to store this data. How much information it's going to store? The 8 byte of information to store this data. Okay. So if I just run this statement, so this will be some numbers which are not in a like readable format. Let me remove some numbers from here. So let me check now. So you see this number is being printed up to 5 and 7. Why it is showing 5 and 7? So after the 5, why it is showing the 7? Because it is doing a round off of this whole number to 1. So we need to understand this. So the total number of values which it can store in SQL Server is between 1 to 24. Between 1 to 24. Okay, that will be the range of values. It can store up to 7 precision values. Okay, after this, within the 24 numbers, so the values can be. So you see, this is 9 plus 6. 9 plus 6 is how many numbers? 9 and 6 is 15. 15 and 3, 6, 9 and 10. And this is around 25. So we have just surpassed the values in here. Okay, so this is totally 25 values in here. Okay, so we have the 7 precision and it will take the up to 8 byte of information. So any number which you store. Okay, and you see, if I just remove this particular number and just print it, let's see what will SQL say. Still it is the same thing. Okay, so you see this number will be accommodated. The total length of this data so will be this. So this particular number. So it can accept up to the 12 digits over here and 3 digits over here. So which means up to 15 digits it can hold in here. Okay. So the total length of this would be around 50, not greater than that. If it is greater than 15, then it will throw us an error message. Okay. So the total precision over here is often 15. digits. So starting from this point to this point, just 1 second. So if I have a big number, let's say that I have a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it will also show me the data. Okay. So which means it can accept this number as an highest number. After this number, whatever the values we have, so it will start on truncating the decimal point over here. So whatever is after the decimal point. Okay. This was one information. So how much after the decimal point, how much values it can store? 888. So it can store up to only 3 decimal points. So after 15, it will not be able to show us any data. So if I just type 1, so this will be the overflow and it is doing a truncate. Okay. If this is greater than 5, then only it will truncate. Okay. So we'll talk about a data type in SQL Server, which is decimal. So decimal have 2 points. One is known as precision and the second one is known as scale. Gamma. Okay, so decimal have 2 pointers in it. One is known as precision and other one is known as scale. So when we talk about the precision simply means that, okay, both the left and right of the decimal point. If we have any value like this, so the precision will be 12. Why it will be 12? Because it will be both the left as well as the right of the decimal point. Okay, this is precision. The scale, what does the scale mean? The scale indicates, I will type it. So the scale indicates the number of digits to the right of decimal point. Okay, so the scale will indicate this particular value. Is it clear? If we have any number between 10 to 19, total 10 to 19 as a scale, like if the number has a length of 10 to 19, it will take 9 byte of information. If a number is between 20 to 28, 13 byte of information. 29 to 38, 17 byte of information. This is the precision and the storage information for my decimal data type. Okay, how we can use it? So I will just copy it and I will just say decimal. Instead of float, I will type decimal. So I know that. So there are 12 values over here and the 3 values over here. I will say the total values are 15 and the 3 values in the floating point. So which means this after the point we have 3 values. If I just highlight it and execute, so you see a number over here. How much information it's taking for the 15 bytes? 9 byte of information. So why 9 byte? Because the value is between the 10 and 90. Okay, so will it mean that if I have a smaller number in here, okay, it will auto arrange the size? Okay, so if we have 9.9, so will it also take the 15 byte of 9 byte of information from 9.9? So you see it's all automatically accommodating this or like adjusting the size. How? So by default the decimal has that capability. Okay, it depends upon what number you are passing. Inside that number what value is present. Okay, based on that value and this precision chart, so it will take the size. Okay, this is one thing. If you have a big number, how big a number can be stored in here? As I mentioned, so this will be up to 38. 12 threes are 36. So this will be 36 and 36, 37, 38. So this will be around 38. So 38 should be the length, the total length of this particular precision. So let's see that how much values it can print. An arithmetic overflow. Why there is an arithmetic overflow? Because SQL Server cannot accommodate this value. Okay, so 36 and 2 values is 38.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What SQL keyword is used to retrieve data from a database table based on a specified criteria? Your options are A. Get, B. Select, C. Search, and option D. Fetch. You can comment your answers in the comment section below. Now let's move ahead with our session.
Now we will understand about the string data in SQL Server. So when a string is being set to you, what does the string mean? String can be a name of a person, address of a person, email ID of a person. It can be anything within the single quotes. Okay, anything within the single quotes. So is known as a string. So there are the two different data types to hold the string data in SQL Server. One data type is known as character and the other one is known as varchar. Okay, so today we are going to break some myths about it. Okay, now when we talk about the string data, it can be anything like within the single quotes. Let's say my name. Okay, so it can be any email ID, alpha@gmail.com, right? So this is my email ID, or it can be my address, HNO111, okay, 101 Alpha Street @213. Okay, it can be a combination of a number, so or it can be any like pin code 190011, some numbers, right? So within this codes, so whatever data you pass, so this is known as string. What is this known as? This is known as the string data in SQL Server. Okay, so when we talk about the string, so string can be stored the data in the character as well as the varchar. Okay, by default, first we will talk about the character. What is the character data type? Okay, so character data type is something which can store the data values within the single quotes. Okay, it can be a name, age, or anything within the single quotes. Okay, so by default, how much values the characters can store? How much value a character can store? So character is a fixed data length. Fixed data length. So what does the fixed data length mean? Okay, let's say we have an integer value over here. If inside the integer value, I pass a number 0, how much information it's going to take? How much information it's going to take? How much byte of information it's going to take to store? 4 bytes. So if I pass a big number, so how much information it's going to take? 4 bytes of information, right? Still the 4. So it means that the data, whatever we have, it is fixed no matter what the value is. Okay, by default, it also the character also adhere the properties of the fixed data length, which means no matter if the value is alpha or Christine or Georgiana or anything, any small value or a big name, so it will still take that fixed data length. Now I would say declare at name, which is my character, and I would say set @name equal to ALPHA, and then I would say select @name. Now, so when I run this statement, so we are understanding about the character. So alpha has how many values in it? Alpha has how many values in it? 5 values in it, right? So 5 characters are present in the alpha, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are not defining any length of character over here. If I hover my mouse on this character, it is showing the data type character of 1. What does this 1 mean here? 1 simply indicates that it will only have the by default 1 value which it can store. So declare @name, which is character, it will store only the A. Which A it is? Let's see. I will just type here D so that you can understand. It will accept only the first character, one character. Okay. So now I can define a length of the data which it can store. So I know there are the 5 values. I will just say character of 5. So I am passing a length. So this is only possible inside the strings. So for the numeric, except decimal, none other can have the length. So in here in the character, we can pass the length. If we will pass the 3 characters, it will show us the 3 values. If we pass 2 values, it will show the 2 values. So now, if we pass the 10 values, now out of 10 values, how much space we are being using over here? Out of 10 values, how much space we are using over here? So we have 10 values. Let's say these are from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So there are 10 values. 1, 2, okay, and I am going to pass the value A, L, P, H, A, R, O, B, I, N, H, O, O, T. So you see, I am passing the different values in here. Now, the 4 values I am passing to a one column for the 10 characters. Now, fixed data length, what does it mean? No matter if you will pass the less values, so still it will reserve the space. These space will be reserved. What will happen to this space? These will be still be reserved for your data type. Now, for that, I need to see a column which is known as data length. So if I just check this column as name, NAME. So data length of a name column. So what is the data length of a name column? Let's see that. So if I declare character of 10 and I'm using only 5 characters out of 10. So still it's taking the 10 bytes of information. This characteristic, we call it as a fixed data length. What is that fixed data length? No matter if you are passing the 10 characters or 5 characters or 1 character only, it will still occupy the 10 spaces for that. You got it? Okay. So if I just pass in 1, 2, 3 as well, so it will also accommodate. Okay. There is a myth that 1, 2, 3 cannot be stored in here. It can be stored. Okay. There is one more myth. I will be talking about that. $$ special characters cannot be accommodated. It can be accommodated. So what is the length it can hold? What is the maximum length it can hold? It can take up to 8,000 bytes of character, not greater than that. So it can take up to 8,000 bytes of characters. Okay. So which means it can take up to 8,000 characters inside the character. Okay. Inside the character, it can take up to 8,000 characters. Not one greater than that, not one. Okay. So if you are going greater than 8,000, it will throw us an error message. Okay. So the maximum numbers or the values which character can hold, it's up to 8,000. Okay. Now you understand the properties of the character. So when we talk about the varchar, now varchar is the new data type in the SQL Server. Again, the properties of the varchar are same like a character, but there is one difference. It will reserve the data based on a variable length data type. What is a variable length data type? So if you remember the decimal over here, decimal. So no matter in the decimal, if the data is within the range, it will take the space accordingly. Okay. So let's say that I have said on the top, this is 15,3. It will still take 5 bytes of information because the value which we are passing is between the range of 1 to 9. So again, I'm stating here 15,3, but the value which we are passing are greater than that. So it's going to take the 9 byte of information, which means a variable length. Depending upon the what kind of variable value we are passing inside that name, and based on that, it will take that space. Okay, based on that, it will take that space for the varchar. So varchar also by default will take 1 byte of information, which means only one character it will print. If I just hover my mouse, so it will take only one character. So @name is a varchar. And when I print this varchar or select the data from the varchar name column, so it will just print a only. Why? Because by default it can only print one. Same like a character. Character will also by default can accept the one value. So now I would say this alpha 1, 2, 3. This is alpha 1, 2, 3. So total characters in that is including the numbers are 8. Okay, but I would say 10. Okay, what should be the data length? So 8 is my value, 10 is my data length. In this case, what the SQL Server will reserve? It will reserve the 8. Why? Because of the variable length, which means that if this was my, I will just change the color. Come on. I will just change the color over here. It was my varchar. Now character will not release this space. You remember that, right? So if there are free space, we declared something character of 10 digits, and over here we pass only value 5. Okay, 5 value were there, 9 values were there, 4 values were there, 3 values were there. There are some extra free spaces in here. So there are some extra free spaces. For those, right, for those extra free spaces, okay, character will not release them, but varchar will. So varchar will save us some data. So varchar will help us to save us some space. Okay, which means that, so how much byte, what byte of information a varchar can take? It takes 1 byte of information for each character. So it will take what? I will copy paste 1 byte of space for each character. Okay, it's a fixed length. Again, if somebody says to you, so what byte of information it takes for each character? It's 1 byte of information. How? So you see, if I just print this, it is taking only 1 byte. 1 byte means alpha. So it is taking 1 byte of information for one character. Same for the character and the varchar. Is it clear now? So if you will put the 8000 over here, we know that the value is not greater than 8. So it will take the variable length. What is my variable length out of 8008? It can both varchar and character will store anything because it's a string. String can contain any kind of data. Okay. Both variable and the character data. Now pay attention to this, everyone. Once more, I will show you. Okay. So we have the data type. One is known as character and other one is known as varchar. We can use varchar. We can use varchar use all time. Oh, yes, you can use a varchar or character. It depends upon the scenario to scenario. Varchar can space, and then why to use varchar? As I mentioned, right? So varchar. So if you have a column which is varchar, then in that column, like in here, we don't know the values, whatever we are going to pass. Okay, so this is a variable length. Depending upon the variable, so we can have the data. So let's say there is a gender column. In the gender column, we have a static data. Static data means male or female. Okay, in that case, we will put the either male or a female, or there is some column like for Mr. or Mrs. Okay, so in that column, the data is static. We will use the character data. Or there are some columns in here. There are the like I would say suffix or the I would say some code information which is very much static. So for those we can use the character. Where the data is static, which will not be changing, or where the data is constant. You know that your company are generating product in before the product is being generated, there is one column which will inform like the address of a particular product, like say India, Delhi, Bangalore. Okay, so everything is 2 bytes, 2 characters. So this is static. You use character in that. Okay, right. So wherever the data is very much static, which is not at all changing. So now we will use varchar for the column, like let's say about the gender. Oh, sorry, name column. Okay, department column, where the information can vary from value to value. Now I will just give you one more time this character and varchar wala thing. So when we talk about the character in SQL Server, character is what length? Character will be fixed length. Okay, fixed length. When we say fixed length, so if in the gender, okay, I will get the information male. Okay, for example. So I will just print the @GEM. Okay, so this is my static information. So when I print or when I select something which is @gender, okay, so it will just print them. Now, as we are more concerned about the background of it, when I say background, so I mean like how it is saving the data, right? So how much information it's going to take to save this particular data. So it is going to take the 5 bytes of information. Okay, 5 byte. Why? We are just passing one. So what is the cause it's taking 5 byte of information for that? It will matter only on the basis of what? Data. So what kind of data I provide here? So that would be the length of my column. Okay, no matter the values what I am going to store. So data length. So 5 will be the length throughout the column. Okay. Again, this scenario will change. For what column? Varchar. If my data is varchar. Now, varchar will reserve some space. It will help us to reserve. The same thing I am just running with the varchar. What is the difference between this and this? If I have I will just generation 1 and gen 1 and gen 1. So if I just run both of statement together and to show you the data, one is character and one is varchar. So one is taking 5 byte of information to store the M character. The other one is taking only 1 byte of information. Got an idea how this is helpful? The length you can go for the character and varchar. It is from 1 to 8,000. There is no zero, so it will be from 1 to 8,000. If it can hold from 1 to 8,000, so how much space it's going to take? Space. Remember that it will take for every byte 1 byte of information. So it will be from the 1 byte to 8,000 byte, depending upon how much character information it has. Okay, very good. So 1 byte of space for each character. So now we have seen this data type in SQL Server. Now we will take one more data type, which is again character and the varchar. So when we talk about so this was a normal string information. Now we have to store the Unicode information. Okay. So let me show you what does the Unicode information mean. So in my character, okay, in my character, I want to store, or in my varchar, I want to store some information which is other than English, how the SQL will behave in that case, any language, or if I have the value like this. So what will be the output for this particular value? If I would say 15, okay. Why SQL Server is not able to understand this? Okay, so why the SQL Server is not able to understand this? So that now comes the picture. So where we need to understand about the Unicode. When we talk about the Unicode information, it is the information which is like the data which we need to store other than English. Okay, so where SQL Server will take more efforts to save those information. Okay, so where the SQL Server will take more efforts to save those information. Okay, now. Okay, so for that, as I mentioned, so we need to talk about the N character and N varchar. N character and N varchar. When I say N character, okay, so N character will store this information. For that, I need to say N over here. So now the SQL Server will be able to understand this and will print the same information what we were displaying on the screen. This way, the Unicode will help us to break this Okay, Unicode information will simply help us to break this data, and then the SQL Server will store it. Now, to store this information, SQL Server will take 2 bytes of information for each character. If it's taking 2 bytes of information, so what it will be the 2, so 8,000. Now, to store the 8,000 byte of information, will it be accommodated inside it? No. So then in case it will be 8,000 divided by 2, which is 4,000. So it can store up to 4,000 character. Why? Because every information, every bit of data which we store inside this Unicode will take 2 byte of information for each character. Okay, so 2 cross 4,000 is equal to 8,000 byte. Okay, so now you see here we have said n character of 15, but it is taking 2 byte of information per character. 15 into 2, it's what? 30. So it will take 30 byte of information to store this data. You got it? You got it? How this is different? The first thing I need to change here, so I need to change it from 8,000 to the 4,000. Why? Because it takes 2 byte of information. Okay, now does it mean that if we have English characters, so will it use something else? Okay, so no matter the values which you are going to store inside this, whether that is a simple English or whether it's some other language. Okay, so still it's going to take the 2 bytes of information. I will just type the alpha, ALPHA 123. So it's still going to take the 2 bytes of information. Okay, so rather than this, if I type any other language, let's see that other than the Chinese, if I type the French, which means hello world, so it is like also taking the 30 bytes of information. For Arabic as well, so in the Arabic, if I just type the hello world, so I'm just showing you different characters so that you can understand how this is being different. Okay, I don't know whether it's right or wrong. So this will be the hello world translation. Okay, 30 bytes of information. Okay, now I will type one more information for this in Hindi as well. I will try to find it from the. Okay, so you see this particular information, instead of this, I will type this in the Hindi. Okay, so no, it will not have any kind of a translator. So n character will definitely store it. Okay, without having any information. Okay, it will not have any kind of a translator inside it. Okay, so by default, if we say about the compiler have to translate this in other language or to store this information, or whether the data type which we are having, so character cannot accommodate that. Okay, so that is the reason for every bit of information, every single character, the Unicode will take that one extra character. So there is a different, I would say, उसको जाएंगे फिर 10 बज जाएंगे. So okay, so Unicode uses a different bitmap. Okay, so which we call it as a UTF-16 or UTF-32. Okay, so UTF stand for the Unicode bitmaps. UTF. Okay, so UTF-16 or UTF-32. So what it means? It means that, so for the different characters, this will be a repository for that. Okay, so with the use of a UTF-16 or the UTF-32, so this will help us to store any characters which is other than English. And now when it stores this information, so it will be taking for every single byte. If we have the alpha written in any other language, so it will take for this particular word 2 byte of information. Why? Because of the UTF-16 or 32 encoding. Okay, so this is nothing, this is a bitmap within the UTF. Okay, so which means that if you check the bitmap location for that Hindi, if I would say namaste, okay, So this n will take the 2 byte on the bitmaps. Okay, so those will take about 2 bytes of information for this. Now we need to understand about the more types of data in SQL Server. When I say more type of data, other than character and the Unicode data type, what we have, okay, other than the Unicode data type, what we have in SQL Server, we have the data for the date and time. So now we will understand about the different types of data, like other than the this one. So we will understand about the date and time formats in SQL Server. Date and time, date format, time format, and date and time format. What is Unicode? Okay, so the date and time format will follow this pattern: year, month, and day format, and the time will follow the format of a hours, minutes, seconds, and millisecond format. Okay, so the together date and time will considered as a timestamp. Together, date and time format in SQL Server is known as a timestamp in SQL Server. Okay, so these are the three formats. Let's understand them about them one by one. So date will take around 3 bytes of information. So whenever we talk about the date, okay, so date will take around 3 bytes of information for a particular person at the rate DOB, date of birth of a person. So what is the date of birth? So what date this person was born? Okay, so which means that this will be a date format. Okay, now the date, whenever we say the date format, will it store anything within the single quote? So what will be the date for the today? 2023 hyphen 19 hyphen 11. Okay, yeah, so I put the wrong month, 11/19. Okay, year, month, and day. Now this will be taking the 3 bytes of information. So whenever we talk about the date, so it will take around 3 bytes of information. For byte, it will take 3, but for the time, it will take 5 byte of information. So for the time, it will take 5 byte of information. Okay. Now, time is hour, minutes, and seconds. So whenever we print the time, it will add some 3 extra milliseconds towards the time. Hour, what currently hour is 11, 15, 00, or 10 or 14. So this will be the time. So time will take around 5 bytes of data. Okay, 5 byte information it will get for the time. Okay, so this extra data which you see, it is what? This is the millisecond information. So it can show up to 7 millisecond precision information in SQL Server. How much information? The 7 millisecond of information. Now together date and time. Together date and time will be considered as a timestamp. Okay, together the data which we have inside the date and time, this is considered as a timestamp. So it will take how much information? It will take around 8 bytes of information. Why? 5 bytes for that date and the 3 bytes for the time. Oh, sorry, 5 bytes for the time and the 3 bytes for the date. So together it will be the 8 byte of information. My data will be like this, and over here I will say date and time. So this will be considered as my timestamp. Okay. So far these are the different data types in the SQL Server, date and time related format. We have other format as well, XML format as well in SQL Server. Okay, the second format which we have in the SQL is a var binary max. So some of you may have the question, sir, I want to save the big files, like the files which are very huge in size, like 2 GBs, 1 GB, 500 MB. So where I can store those data. So those data will be stored inside the var binary max. Var binary max are considered as a blob data type. Blob means the binary large objects. Okay, so like if you want to store any information, like how you will store a big file, now you need to understand this. The SQL Server does not understand whether your data is ABCD video or anything. Okay, so the SQL Server will understand this is an MP3 file. What is this? This is an MP3 file, MP4 file, or any file like this. Okay, this can be any video file or any audio file or anything. To store the data inside the SQL Server, first you have to convert this video audio file to the binary. Then that binary data will be stored inside what? Inside the SQL. Okay, if you will say that, sir, can I store a video MP4 file over here? It is not possible. Okay, this is not at all possible. Got it? So what is XML? XML is a data type. Now it's not a good time to understand about this because it requires functions. Where binary max means the binary large object. It can be big files, MP3 files, audio documents, anything. So you can store inside the where binary max. Now, I have a question now to every one of you. Okay, I want to store a data in a column. I want to store a data in a column. And I don't know the what kind of data I will receive. Okay, maybe it is 1000 characters, 2000 characters, 500 characters. So what length I will choose over here. Okay, so after that we are just seeing it XML data type. XML is a different data type, and we will talk about the XML in the coming days. Why? Because it requires the functions to read the data from that particular tables. Okay, so for that we need a different set of examples. Not going to do it now. Then I was talking about the binary large objects, blob. What is a blob? Blob means binary large object. These are the data types. Okay, so which means that if you're going to store any video files, any big images, any big documents, you need to store those things under the blob characters. By default in SQL Server, there is a where binary max as a data type, so which will store this information, and this will take around 2 gigabytes of the space to store a single record. So create database name. So I created database is not presented. So to see the changes, so whatever changes I do with the command line, so those will not get automatically reflected. I need to refresh so that I can see those changes. By default, it will be not there. Okay, I will just refresh the databases and I will see the database name present there. I created something. I did what? I created a database. I will create one more database, create a database, which is company. Okay, so a database will be created. Now, can I create a database with a number? You cannot create a database. Just pay attention and wait. And mute yourself, please. Can I create a database with a numeric if it starts with the 1, 2, 3? The first I will show we create a database with the same name. Creating a database with the same name, it is not possible because that object already exists. So always SQL Server will say that choose a different name. Okay, so I cannot create a database which start with a number. One company is a new name, so it will give me an error message. Directly I cannot use it. There is a workaround. So but after any character, database name can contain any characters like company 1. So it can be done, or company 1 over here. So this can be done. The first thing should be any alphabet instead of any numeric data. How I can create a database named as a one company? For that, I need to use a quote. What is a quote? Quote means simply square brackets, these bracket. So anything within this quote is known as a quote identifier. Okay, so this will help me to create a database now. Okay, how? SQL Server will say that it is one information, and now this database will be created. To see all those changes, I will do a small refresh. You see, one company, one company demo, everything is created over here. Okay, this is to create the database. So all the steps over here I have done. This is a CLI. CLI stand for command line interface to create a database. Whenever we create a database, remember this. Whenever I created a database, by default, for that database, 2 files are created. For one database, physically on a drive location, 2 files are created. One is known as data file and other one is known as log file. The size of each file is around 8 MB by default. You can change the size 8 MB, 8 MB, not bytes, it's an 8 MB size. So whenever you create a database, two files are created. First file is named as data file and the second file is named as log file. How I can see that? I need to go to the properties of any of the database. I can see that files option over here. In a moment it will appear. Under the files option, I see the path where it is created. Okay, so this is the path over here. So this path will help me to see where the file has been created in SQL Server. You see, the file has been created, the size is 8 MB, and this particular location file has been created. Click on new database and type the name of a database. I will type the name of a database, SQL GUI, graphical user interface. With the help of a graphical user interface, I have created one database. This is another example. Okay. So I don't need to mention any file path name. If I want to change the path, I can change the path from here. There is a browse option over here. I can change the path to any other drives. So inside I will go to the top, minimize this. I will check the data inside the D drive, E drive, anywhere. So I can change the path. But to me, it looks good. What you can do after you get the recording, you can open the recording one side, pause the recording, play the recording, pause the recording, go back, right? So that way you will also understand. You take notes now on your copies or your notebooks, or if you have the laptop, Word document, anywhere you can take the notes. Now you can say that, okay, you have to create a database using a GUI, using the CLI. What you are trying to do over here, you are doing the two things. Now you are understanding as well as doing that thing. So this way you will get confused, right? It's up to you. I will not say whether you want to do it or not. It's up to you how you want to do it. Okay. So how to create a database using this command. Now the create command is clear. Now I have created several databases in the SQL Server. Okay. Now the second command in the SQL Server is the use. Okay. Whenever I open a new query connection, new query on my screen, so it will open a new particular window, and that particular window is connected to the master database. I want to create a table. So what I want to do, I want to create a table, but I want to create a table in a company database. I want to create a table, let's say create a table which is named as an employee. Okay. Create a table named as an employee. Employee has 2 columns or 3-4 columns, whatever the length can be. So employee has a column which is the employee ID, which is integer column, employee age or name, which is also varchar column, varchar 20, varchar. And then we have the employee gender, which is the character of 5 or 2, which will put male and female. So we'll say that the age, it's integer, comma, date of birth, which is date. Okay, so these are my columns. You can type all this in a single command. It's your choice. Uppercase, your choice. Lowercase, your choice. Multiple lines, your choice. So everything is accepted in SQL Server as long as you are not having any error message. Let's say that I forgot a bracket in here. How I will know that there is an error? Okay, let's say that I forget this bracket. So if I try to run this command, the SQL Server will give me an error message. Incorrect syntax near the comma. So whenever I say there are multiple commas, so you just need to double click on this error message. Whenever you do a double click on an error message, it will take to the line, no matter where you are on your screen. So whenever you click on that double click on this error message, it will take to that line where the error message is. Now you need to read this line so that you can understand where the error message is. I see that there is a bracket missing. So I will just use the bracket. So then it will be gone. You got an idea how the errors are being, how you can identify the error messages? Good. Now I have to create a table. So where create a table on which database? Company database. Company database. So what is my current database? Current database name is master, but they know that on the bottom bar there is a master over here, and on the upper bar, so there is a master over here written. So which means currently I have been connected to the system database, which is master. But which database I have to create a table on? I have to create a table on the company database. I need to change what? I need to change the connection. How to change the connection from master to company? Okay. So master database to the company database, how to change the connection with the help of a use command. So the use command use database name. Okay, use database name. This command will help us to change the connection. Okay, so whenever you say use company, this command will help us to change the connection. Okay, so you see currently it is master on the bottom bar and on the top left corner. So when I highlight use company and I execute this command, the database name changed automatically to what? Company. Now I will create this table which has 5 columns in it. Okay, command completed successfully. I will refresh, I will expand company, and I will expand the tables, and I will see a employee table with the 5 columns. Okay, so I can see the employee table with the 5 columns. Now let's say I have to create one more table, so which is named as a department. I will not change any column names, I will just change the table name. But on which database I have to create? So database name is demo. So on the demo database, you need to create this particular table. Okay, now always remember that. So if you will not change the connection, what will happen? You will push the data to the other databases. I will be creating the data on the company database. Was this the requirement? No, this was not the requirement. We have done the breach in here. Breach is like we have to create the department on the demo database. We have like wrongly created a database on a, oh sorry, table on a department. So which is a wrong. Okay, always before creating any table, you need to mention the database name. So use will help us to change the connection, switch the database from one database to another database. Okay, so let's say that you are working for the different customers. Okay, now if you are copying the customer 1 information to the customer 2 and customer 2 information to the customer 3, that is a wrong, right? That's a breach in contract, right? So always use the database name. So always be sure where you are creating or adding the records. Okay. Okay, so this command will help us to do what? Change the connection from one database to another, the use. Then we have the alter command. Alter. When we talk about the alter command, alter will help us to add columns, remove columns. We are just talking about the structure. So everything is about the structure. Add the columns, remove the columns, and modify data type of a column. So this is for the table. Okay, so how you can alter the table under the database demo? We have a table which is named as a department. For this department table, so there are 5 columns. I have to add a column. So add a column which is named as email. So we need to add a column which is named as email, and the data type for that is integer. Let's say that I am just using that integer data type for this column. So I will just use an alter table, alter the table, which is what? Which is named as department. Okay, so we are going to alter the department table, and then we are going to do what? So we are going to add a a column which is named as email, and this is having a data type as an integer. Okay, alter table name, add column data type. Okay, with the help of this statement. So as of now, there are 5 columns. The 6th column will be added. The column which is going to be added will be added after the DOB. We cannot place it anywhere. Okay, so the column will be always towards the very end. Okay, so we can also add a column like this. Okay, this is first thing. How to drop a column or how to remove a column. Let's say you want to remove some column in SQL Server, which is named as gender. Pay attention to my screen. Okay, so how to remove a column? So this is my department table, and I want to remove a column from the department table, which is gender. Okay, so from this table, I want to remove a column which is gender. Okay, how to remove that? For that, I will say drop the column. I want to remove the column named as a gender. I know for dropping a column, I don't need to define its data type. Okay, so alter the table drop column name. Okay, so this way you can drop a column in SQL Server. Okay, again, I will show you how to add a column. So alter my table. Okay, alter my table to add a column. Why I require to add a column? So I require to add a column as of now. Maybe client required some new data. Let's say salary column was not added. I will say salary column need to be added. I would say add the salary column and add the data type as an integer. So this way, and column will be, so for the gender, it will be gone, right? First, I will show you gender is gone. Yeah, gender is gone. So I will add a column which is salary integer. So salary integer will be added after the email. Okay. So this way also, I can also remove a column. I will just show you, drop a column which is named as an e name. Come on. Okay, so varchar 20, from integer to varchar 20, the data type has changed. So you can change any data type for the salary as well for any column. So you just need to mention the column name and its data type. Alter table name, alter table name, alter column name. So column name is what column? So let's say for the age column, I will change it to character of 20. So from integer to character of 20, it will be changed. Now, okay. So this way you can change the data type of any column from one data type to another data type. Yeah, this one. So DML statement are used to work with data in a table when we are connected to any tables within the SQL Server. Then with the help of a DML statement, we will be able to write data into my table. So these are the functionality. These are not command. So we can write the text, we can read the text, or we can update the text. Read and write and update text simply means that a user will be able to connect to my database or my table and will be able to add new records within that table. So a user will be creating a new record within my table. Or the user will be able to read the record. Read means, so whatever record were present on my table, those can be read by using the DML statement. Then the third statement which we have is the modification or update. And now let's say that there are 10 records which I have created in my table. Now with the help of an update statement, I can modify those records, either a single record or multiple records within my SQL Server. So these are my commands now. So we have the select, insert, update, delete, and merge. So what is the use of a select statement? The select statement is used to retrieve the rows from the database. So when you want to read the rows from a database, and inside the database we have tables, we can read the record from a table by using the select state reading. If you have 20 record, 1000 record, 500 record within your database, so with the help of a select statement, so you will be able to retrieve those record or read those record from the SQL Server. The second statement which you have is known as insert statement. So insert is like adding a record. So when you want to add a single record or multiple records into a table, so you will use an insert statement. The insert statement will help you to add the records within my table. Okay, this is my insert statement. Update statement simply means that modify. So when a record, a value is being inserted into a table and you want to modify that value or values, even a single value or multiple values, so you should use the update statement. The update statement will help us to change the existing table data in a table. Existing data, if you want to change within a table, so you use an update statement. Now, then delete statement. The delete statement will help us to remove the rows from a table. So if you want to remove the records, either a single record or multiple records, so you will use a delete statement. Then we have merge and bulk insert. So merge is a part of a join. So when we cover the join statement in SQL Server, so we will see that how we can use the merge. So merge is also a DML statement in SQL Server. Bulk insert. So bulk insert process in SQL Server simply means that when you want to insert thousands of record into the table by using an import file or BCP, bulk copy process. So which means the data is present within a notepad file, a comma separated value. So with the help of those files, we will load the data into the SQL Server. So those statements are known as the DML statements in SQL Server. Now, I'm going to show you them one by one, each and every command. So DML command. To create a DML command, I will just create from the start. First, I will create a database. Create database named as in company. So you need to create a database. You need to use a database. Then you need to create a table. Table name is employee. Employee has ID column, name column, age column, gender column, and the salary column. So focus on my screen. You can type it in a single line or you can type in a multiple line. Okay. So now once it's created, a table will be created on the database company and the table name would be employee. Table has how many columns? Table has 5 columns. So all the 5 columns we can see over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we will just understand about the which command, the DML commands in SQL Server. So the first DML command. So the first DML command we have in SQL Server is read the data from a table. We'll do what? The read command. So what is the use of an read command? So and what is the command for that? A moment ago, I shown you about the select statement. Right. The select statement help us to read the data from a particular table. The first command to read the records from the employee is known as select command. So select. So select is a simple way to read records. Select. Select my column names. So column name we have EMP ID, comma EMP name, comma age, comma gender, comma salary. So from which table I want to read? So from the employee table I want to read. So there is an employee table, EMP name. So from the employee table, I want to read the records. So select statement help me to read the record from this particular table. The first command, DML command. So it's your choice in which pattern you want to read the records and how many columns you want to read. So I have multiple columns. So I can read any of 2 columns or 3 columns or 1 column from the table. Okay. In any sequence, if you want to read the record, you can read it. Let me display the employee age first, then gender, then salary, then those column. Does it mean that it will change the records from this particular table employee? No. Okay. So the select statement help to read the records from a table. So in my table, there are 5 columns. So now I can choose the order of these 5 columns. Okay. I can choose the order, like first is the employee ID, employee name, age, gender, and salary. So select is only helping us to read record. If I change the order, does it mean that the order of the table and these column will also change? No. Any change or any modification you do within a select statement will not impact my main table. Okay. If you add a column in here, if you just use the 3 column, it will not remove the records from the table. This is only for the visualization purpose, nothing else. Over here, instead of typing the column names, if I want to just skip this part and just read all the records from a table, and wherein you don't need to type the column names, you can put an asterisk sign over here. The asterisk sign simply represent all the columns in my table. So if I hover my mouse on this asterisk sign, so this will give me the definition of my columns. So it will pull employee ID, employee name, age column, gender column, and the salary column. Okay. So if you don't want to type the column names, you can put the asterisk sign over here. This is one thing. So select statement help us to do what? Read the records from the table. Is it clear? Insert into table. So what columns we have, then we have to provide the values. So we have the value 1, comma, value 2, comma, so on, so on, so on, so on, so on. Multiple values can be there. So this is the syntax to add a record into the table. Okay. Now, to insert the record into the employee table, how to do that? So insert into employee, insert into employee table. Okay. In my employee table, how many columns I have? So if I check, there are 5 columns, and this is the pattern for those columns. What we are going to enter in this column? We are going to enter the values in this column. So the first column is the integer column. If I have the integer column, I should give the values which are integer. So I will give the 101 as an employee ID. Name of a person, alpha. Age is 21. Gender is male. Integer column, then salary. Salary of a person is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This is a simple way to insert a record in my table. Right. So let's say that. So while adding a record into a table, you missed something. Okay. You missed a comma. Or you missed some, like, let's say I'm going to enter the record for beta. So which is female. And you miss this hyphen over here. How you will detect that you have an error message in your table when you run it? So it will say incorrect syntax near the keyword gender. So if you are not sure, if you are just not sure where actually the error message is, at which line, just double click on this error message. You need to do what? So you need to double click on the error message. So it is stating that there is an incorrect syntax near gender. Now gender is here. So check this, check before the gender what problem we have. Before, not after. So whatever comes before gender, there is a problem. So which means here we have the problem. So mostly, so it should be within this line. So we are missing a comma over here. Again, I will run it. Then it is stating that unclosed quotation mark for the character string. So over here it is stating that. So over here female comma 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I just click on this line, so there is a what missing? Quotation mark. Quotation means the single inverted comma is missing. So with the help of this, we have identified. Now if I execute, so one row affected, which means one record this was added and one record this was added. So to read the records from a table. So now my choice is like this. We can just say to the SQL Server, select employee ID, employee name, age, gender, salary column from the employee. This is one way to reading the record, right? Now, the another way to read the record by using the select statement is, so let's say that I don't want to read the employee ID. I want to see how many male and how many female are there and what are their salaries, only the 2 columns. Now, I can see the 2 columns. Okay, so you can change the order. Let's say gender first, then salary, then I will check the employee ID and the employee name. So this way, so if you read the record from the table using the select statement in a reverse order, or if you change the order of a particular record, it will not change the structure of the table. It will not change anything, any structure by using the select statement. Now, if you don't want to type the column names over here, okay, if you don't want to type the column names over here, instead of providing the column name, we can use an asterisk sign. Asterisk represent all the columns of a table. So asterisk simply represent what? Whatever columns we have within a table. So asterisk represent that. Okay. So you see the value 1 will be separated with the value 2 with the help of a comma. Value 3 will be separated with the value 4 with the help of a comma. Value 5 and value 6 will be separated with the help of a comma. There is no other value after that, so we don't need in comma. Okay, so comma simply states that, so it's a differentiator between the value 1 and value 2. With this help, so we have inserted the 9 record in my table. Okay, so we have inserted how many records? And 9 record in my table. Okay. Right. So now we need to understand about the very important terminologies. So which is an update statement and which is a delete statement. Both these statements shouldn't be run without the filter. So always remember that. So when you are running an update statement and delete statement, never run this statement without the filter. Filter means that, so in my table there are multiple records. There are multiple records. So maybe somebody will say that update the record of the table, update the table name. What is my table name? So which is named as employee. Set column 1 equal to value, comma, column 2 equal to value, or so on, so on, so on, so on, like this, where column 1 equal to value. So where condition is very much important in this case. So why the where condition is important? Because if I would say set column 1 equal to alpha, column 2 equal to beta, then everything will be updated if you are not using any where condition. Okay, to give you a small example, I would say update my employee table, set employee name equal to David. Okay, gender equal to male. Comma, salary equal to 7, any value. If I just run this statement, so what will happen? Every record of my employee table, okay, every record of my employee table for the name column, for the gender column, and the salary column will be David. So everything over here will be David. Everything over here will be male, and every salary would be this value. If we just run this statement. So we need to always identify. So identify means you will get a task. Task will be change the values of a particular record number or the EMP ID equal to 108 or 105. So whenever you find the employee ID 105, change the record. What we need to change? Set these values. Okay, set these values. So now how to set these values? So we will use the where condition. Where is what? Where is the filter in SQL Server? Where is what condition? Where is the filter? So for which particular employee ID I need to change the values? For the employee ID equal to 105. Where employee ID equal to 105. So if I read the records from an employee table and I will check where employee ID equal to 105, you see, so you will see the data for only one record. So same thing. So when we are going to update and we are using the where condition, where is a filter which will show us only one record from the table, so that one record will be updated. So previously for the ID 105, employee name is Fox 25 and the female. Now it will be David, male, and this particular salary. One row affected. We were going to update one row, so it is just showing us the one row. So you will see the record. Now it should be David, male, and this particular value. Okay. So this should be this particular value. Now, it's your choice. You want to read which record from the table and update those values. So again, I will show you one more record and I will just help you to understand the logic here. So change the value of the record 109. For 109, change the name and only salary and age. I would say age. 33 would be age and the name of the person can be David. Okay. Or it can be Adam for 109. So I need to update. So I need to update which record? So I need to update the 109 ID, where update my employee table and set the value for 109 ID, set the employee name equal to this and the value equal to this. Just highlighting this and updating this particular record. So employee name and employee age. I will update the two columns. One is name column and age column for ID 109. So you see, name is Jim. Jim will be changed to Adam. Employees from 24 to 34 will be updated. This is another way to do what? To modify a record within my table. Okay, to modify a record within my table. If you see the record for 109, we have Adam and 33 present here. Now, good. Now, let's say that you have been asked increase salary of female employees by 0.10%. Okay, so we have a request from the team where we need to increase the salary of all the female employees by 10%. So this is my table. Okay, from this table, what we need to do? First, we need to identify where the female candidates are. So we will say where gender equal to female. Okay, so find out from this table all the females. How many females are there? There are 3 females. This is my current salary. I need to do what? I need to change the value of a salary column into 0.10%. So salary multiplied by 0.10. So if I show you the exact value for this column, so this was the previous value. I would say 2.10%. Instead of 1.10%, I will just say increase bit more, 2.10%. So this was my old salary and this is my new salary.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. What is the purpose of Power Query in Power BI? Your options are A. Data visualization, B. Data transformation and cleaning, C. Report formatting, and option D. Dashboard creation. You can comment your answers in the comment section below. Now let's move ahead with our session.
Yeah, so when you open a Power BI desktop, you'll find a window like this to be opened up. Okay, yes, it will be only using organizational account. You cannot use your personal accounts for sign-in purpose. You can only use your professional email IDs for sign-in purpose. Okay, so if you have any issues using, and if anyone has any issues using personal using any organizational email ID, you can just connect with any one of your family members. So if you can use their email ID, or if not, then you can check with Intellipaat operations team if they can help you in that case. Okay. Yeah. It will be better if you sign in now. It is much better to sign in now. Not too much required right now, but later on you have to do it. Okay. When we need to move into Power BI services, it is required. Okay. So let's close this window for a moment. Okay, and let's come back here. Let's see this. Let's understand this application first of all. So please focus on the screen now. Okay, understand one by one each and every window. Okay, so this will be your reporting canvas. This is your reporting canvas where you will be creating your reports. By default, we will get page one. We can add n number of pages inside a report, which we'll do slowly. Once you will come to the visualization section, you will learn here how to create visuals and create a number of pages as per the requirement. Okay. In the left hand side, we have three windows. Okay. In the left hand side, we have three windows. Please focus on this screen now. Okay. In the left hand side, we have three windows. First one is report view, which is what right now we are on. Okay. As I said, this will be your reporting canvas, the report view. And here you will be adding pages and creating reports. The second one will be data view. Data view. Right now blank because we don't have any data loaded here in Power BI right now. Once we load the data, you will be able to see the data here. Okay. And from here only, we will be creating new calculation using DAX. You will be creating new calculation, new columns, new tables, everything you will be doing over here. Okay. Once you complete DAX, you will understand how to do all this. Then we have the third window, which is the modeling view. The data model view, where we'll connect the data sources, tables inside the data source, number of tables inside the data source. We will connect all of them, and the data modeling will work over here in the third window. Got my point? There are three windows: report view, data view, and the modeling view. In the right hand side, we have filter section. Right now blank because we don't have any data. So once we load the data, we can add fields over here for the filtering purpose. We'll discuss this filter panel in the coming up sessions. Okay. Then we have by default these visuals given in Power BI. These are the by default visuals given. We'll discuss all of them. You can download n number of other visuals as well. By default, these visuals are available, but we can download more visuals from Power BI Cloud. For that, you need to sign in. Without sign in, it will not work. Okay. So there is a huge list of visualization available. There is a very big list of visualizations available. No one needs all of them. No one needs to learn all of them. It's not possible. Okay. So based on your requirements, sometimes you just need to search a little bit. And then if you need to download a visual, you can download from here. Okay. I'll show you some of them when we'll discuss about the visualization. Okay. And then finally, we have the data window. Here in the data window, you will find all of your data tables, sources, everything will come over here. Okay. So, okay. So let's jump in now. Let's first talk about, as I said, before talking to introduction of Power BI, I want to talk about introduction to BI. What is first of all BI? Okay. Let's talk about this and then we'll come to Power BI total. Okay. So let's jump into BI. What is BI? Why industry need it? Why this is so much popular these days? What is happening? What is the reason why BI is so popular? It's not like that 10 years back there was no BI. It is not like that. 6 years back there was no BI. It is not like that. But in the current environment, I can say BI is one of the most growing industry. Everyone wants to move into BI. Okay. Why it is like that? What is happening exactly in the industry and what is going on? So BI, the full form of BI is very simple: business intelligence. Okay. And what exactly is business intelligence means? So business intelligence means the stakeholders of business, stakeholders of companies, stakeholders of business, they want to have a quick look what is going exactly in their company, how the how so that they can make their decisions to grow their business. Okay, they need to make decisions, and for that they need reports. Okay, and the reason being it is so popular these days is because of cloud environment. Once since the cloud came in picture, the sources has increased a lot. Initially, we used to have databases only and then data warehouses. But now, these days, we have a huge list of sources available. Okay. So the tools are the tools need to be very smart as well, so that we can connect these tools, all the sources. Like for example, Power BI allows you to connect to n number of sources from where you can get your data, just perform a lot of operations on that data, and finally give a report to your stakeholders so that they can go ahead and make their decision. Okay, so sources are very high these days. Once the biggest requirement is because the sources are very high. Okay, we have a lot of cloud sources available now, so we need the tools which can allow us to connect to those cloud sources and get them in the data and get the data into the reports. Okay, second thing, when we talk about BI, we have two main operations. We have two main operations inside BI team. One is ETL and the other one is reporting. Okay, now what is ETL? Full form of ETL is extraction plus transformation plus loading. Now, what is this ETL? Okay, in some companies, I can say if they are big companies, they have a different ETL team. They have a separate ETL team and separate reporting team. In some companies, if they are only using Power BI, they don't need too much kind of transformations to be performed. They do everything. We can do everything in Power BI as only inside Power BI. Put the operations we can do inside Power BI. Okay. So what is exactly the meaning of ETL? As the word suggests, first of all, extraction. Extraction means extracting data from different sources. Now, what is the meaning of source here? Source means your data can come from an Excel file. Okay, it can come from a CSV file or any other different kind of a file. It can come from any database. There is a huge list of databases available: SQL Server, Oracle, Teradata, MySQL, number of data, NoSQL, number of databases available. Okay, so databases, then cloud. What I mean from cloud: Azure, AWS, etc. This is also a very big list. From web sources, so there can be n number of sources from which we can extract the data. Okay, when the data comes from different sources for a report, or either from a single source as well, but that doesn't matter. Sometimes you need to make some changes inside the data. The data will come in a very, I can say, in an unstructured way. You need to convert that into a data set. We have to convert the data source and make it as a data set. Data set means the data which is ready for the report. Okay, slowly you will understand that. Don't worry. In the code, once we will start doing these ETL operations, you will understand what do I mean from conversion of data. Okay, so we perform these transformation operations and then finally load it. Finally, once your data set is ready, then load it into your tool so that you can go ahead and start creating a report on that. Okay, so in the industry we have number of tools which we can use for ETL purpose. Okay, for example, we can use SSIS, we can use Informatica. These tools are only for this purpose. Okay, we can use Ab initio. There are huge list of tools available which we can use for ETL purpose. Okay, so as I told you, some companies they perform ETL separate. If they have too many operations to be done on the ETL, they do maybe separate tool and they give the data ready for the report directly to the reporting team. Okay, and the reporting team goes ahead and finally start creating report on Power BI, Tableau, or whatever tool they are using forward. Okay, but as I told you, Power BI allows you both the operations. So you will learn both the operations inside this course. ETL plus reporting, both of them. What my point? Is the brief intro of ETL clear with everyone? What is the meaning of ETL? Okay, when we take data inside BI, let's leave Power BI for a moment. Let's leave Power BI. Let's talk about BI only. When we take data inside, when we talk about data inside BI. Okay, so when we load data inside BI, Data contains, let's say for example, if we talk about a sales data, let's see for a moment, just for an example purpose. If we talk about a sales data, so let's say it contains customer information, maybe customer ID, customer name, and then it contains product information like category of product, subcategory of product, okay, product name, okay, and then we have, maybe we can have all a number of other columns as well, but let's leave for them for now, and let's talk about the numerical columns now. Then we have numerical columns like sales amount, okay, price, and maybe we have discount, okay, quantity. We have some numerical columns. If you look at this data, if you look at this data, let's say we have 1 billion number of rows inside this source. These are the column headers, and we have 1 billion number of rows inside that data. Okay. If you look at these columns, on which column you will do the calculations? Please think about it for a moment and just answer my question very simply. On which columns you will perform calculations? Mainly the calculations will be done on sales amount, price, discount, and quantity. Correct? The tables, please guys, these terms which I am telling you now, please understand these terms very carefully. Okay. The table which will contain inside your data, the table which will contain inside your data set, maybe we can have a number of tables. Okay. The table which will contain these numerical columns. In BI terminology, those tables are called fact tables. Please understand this term very clearly. Otherwise, you will keep on getting confusing what term Ankur is using. What is the meaning of fact tables? Okay. Generally, inside a data model, we have one fact table, or we can have more, but generally we have one, or maximum to maximum 2 or 3. Okay, not more than this. I'm not saying that there is a limit on that, but yes, generally in every project, this is the scenario. We get 99% of the time we'll have one fact table, and then maximum to maximum 2 or 3. Let's understand once again. Suppose you are getting data from Excel file or any other file or any other source. That doesn't matter, but any source, you are getting some sales data. Okay. Now, inside that, if you look at this, let's say suppose I'm getting only this data. I'm getting only one table. Okay, please try to understand my point. I'm just getting one table. Okay, in my data. And that table contains all these columns: customer information, the product related information, okay, and finally the numerical columns on which you will do the calculation. Okay. So as soon as these numerical columns come inside this table, as soon as these columns comes inside the table, you'll find only one or two tables like this. 99%, as I said, only one table like this, where you will find such kind of column on which you need to do all of your major calculations. Okay, that table is called as a fact table. Okay, but let's move ahead now a little bit. You will understand my point, what I want to say. So for example, let's suppose I have done a calculation and I got it that my sales amount, my sales amount is coming. If I do sum of sales amount, like total sales amount, and I'm getting an answer of 50 lakhs. Let's say I'm getting an answer of 50 lakhs. Okay, this is my total sales amount. So if I am giving this number, if I'm giving this number to any stakeholder, and if I am, let's say, suppose there are some more calculations I'm giving to my stakeholder, that okay, that price, the total price, or maybe let's say average price is just for an example, let's say 5,000, and then we have total quantity sold, let's say 5K, and the discount which will be total is, let's say, 50,000. So I'm giving this kind of a number, these kind of numbers to say any stakeholder, and if they are looking at these numbers, can they make any decision out of it? Can they make that this Does this number make any sense? Can they make any decision out of it? Like how they need to increase their business, what is going wrong, what is giving them benefit, what is it, where exactly they are lacking. They can't make any such kind of decision out of it. Definitely, I can do these calculations. I can show them in the graph. I can show these calculations in the card, but nothing can be made a decision out of it. What exactly is going on? Okay, a breakup would be needed. So, for giving breakup to these numbers, for giving breakup to these numbers, or doing filtering on these numbers, what we need the other fields, the other tables. Like customer related information will come from a customer table. Product related information will come from a product table. Okay. So these kind of tables, which will be giving breakup to your numbers, these are called dimension tables. These are called dimension tables. So guys, please keep these two terminologies very clear in your mind. Fact table and dimension table. These two are very big terms in BI. If you are going for a BI, uh, for learning BI, for understanding BI, and for working in BI, you will use these terms again and again. So I hope you are clear with these two terms now. What is the meaning of fact table and what is the meaning of dimension table? There can be n number of dimension tables inside a project, but fact table will be 99% one or max to max two or three. Okay, so let's me take your question. So anyone, Arun, what is your question? You mean we need to maintain the new fact table with all the numerical fields? When I said this, Arun, as I said, fact table will be only one or maximum to maximum two or three. Okay, you will understand that how to set up the fact table in some time. So wait for that. I'll show you how to set up the fact table. That's what the meaning of ETL is. That's what ETL is for. Okay, wait. You will understand in some. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I hope you understood the basic. That what is the meaning of fact table. If I am using the term fact table, I hope you understood what is the meaning of fact table. The table which will be giving me those calculations. Okay, as I told, from fact table I am getting these calculations. Correct? From fact table I have done some calculations and I am getting these numbers. Maybe I have some more calculations as well. But let's say for example purpose, we are saying that yes, we are getting these calculations right now from the fact table. And now, but these calculations will not give any idea to anyone. For giving idea to any stakeholder or any analyst, what they need is they need the breakup so that they can use these calculations with any kind of breakup. Like they want to see how much sales is coming from which kind of customer. That customer belong to which location. That customer is interested in which kind of products he is more interested. Okay, where we are lacking inside the product. So we need to give the breakup to these numbers, and those breakup will come from dimensions. Okay, so the dimension tables will allow you to break up your numbers, whatever you are getting from the fact table. So we need to learn in this in the coming up part of the course. You need to learn how to connect the fact table with the dimension tables inside the data model. Here, inside the data model. Okay, so as I said initially, we need to learn two parts very important, very clear. First is ETL. ETL means setting up your fact table and dimension table separately. Okay, setting up your fact table and dimension table separately. And then finally, after 2-3 sessions, it will take a lot of time to learn this, to set up the ETL. It will take time. We are not in any hurry to go ahead and start doing it immediately. Not like that. It will take time. And then we need to come to data modeling, that once all the dimension table and fact table has been set up, then how to connect them with each other in the data model, so that we can do this breaking up, so that it will allow us to do breakup. Yeah, fact columns are always important. Fact column, obviously, the fact columns will always be important. Each and everything is important inside the data. It's not only about the fact columns. Each and everything is important inside the data. Even the dimensions are very important as well. Okay. So now let's start doing an example so that you will slowly understood what I have explained here. Na? that will be little bit set up in your mind once we do a practical on it. Let's see how to do connect now. First of all, how we connect. We'll come to the connectivity modes and all those topics in some time. Wait for that. But let's take this point in practical. Try to understand this point in practical. What I said, and let's look at that in the practical. Okay. So for connecting to this Excel file as a source, what you need to do is if you click on this get data over here, if you click on this get data, you'll find some connectors over here. If you click on more, you'll find a very big list of connectors available. This is a huge list of connectors available. These are all connectors which allow Power BI to connect to different sources. Okay. So for making it simple for you, what Power BI has done, they have created groups over here. For example, all the files in you will find all the file connectors inside file group, all the database connectors inside the database group. Similarly, all the cloud connectors inside the cloud group. These are 3 cloud groups: online services and others. Initially, first of all, we are moving to a file. So let's click on file, Excel workbook, connect. Okay, select your file. I just shared the file with you. Just click on that, select it, and click on open. Okay, so once we connect to the Excel file, we can see there are 3 sheets over there. Okay, yes, do ahead. Please go ahead, do it simultaneously with me. Okay, so now if you look at these, we have 3 sheets available over here. We have some other one as well. Leave them for now. But yeah, just click on this if we are focusing on these 3 sheets for right now. Okay, so if you look at before selecting it, I want to have a preview of the data. I want to see what exactly is there inside my sheet. Okay, so for example, if you click on this orders over here, it will give you a preview. It will give you a preview. If you look at, please have a very patient look on this. If I look on this, it is giving me some row IDs, order ID. Obviously, it's a sales data. It's a sales data. So we are getting some order IDs information, order IDs, order date, shipping date. It's online sales data. Customer related information, customer ID, customer name, segment, country, location related information, which is containing country, city, state, postal code. This is all location related information. And then we have product related information, product ID, category, subcategory, product name. And then finally, these are the columns. These are which column? Can you please just name them now? These are the main columns: sales, quantity, discount, profit. These are my main fact columns. Correct. Very good. These are my fact columns. So yes, first of all, I had a look on this, and yes, I said yes, I need this table, so I will select it. I will select this table. If I go to the second table, this table is giving me information about salesperson, who was the salesperson, and which region this sales belong to. It belongs to West region, East region, Central, South, which region it belongs to. Okay. But if you look at this table, first of all, definitely it's a dimension table. Am I correct? I think you guys will agree with me. It's a dimension table. It will give a breakup to whatever numbers I will get from there, I can break them from here. Okay. First of all, it's a dimension table. But second thing, if you look at this table for right now, there is a problem inside this table. What is the problem? The column headers are not correct. The column headers are not correct. I have to make them correct. It's not coming correct from source. I have to do some transformation. Changes, transformation. I will do that. Not only, this is just an example. I will do a lot of them. Okay, but this is just an example. So I will do some transformation. But yes, I need these tables. I need this table as well. Okay. And the third one is returns. And definitely in online sales, some product can be returned by the customer. So if you look at them, this is also a dimension table. The products have been returned or not returned. So yes or no. And the order ID, which has been returned back. Okay. So if you look at this table as well, this table also contains the same problem. The column headers are not correct. But yes, I need this table as well. If I look at the other sheets now, these are almost repeating sheets from the first order sheet. So I don't want them. I will not select them because I have already got the order table. So this is kind of duplication. So I don't need them. I leave them. So once you select the tables, you will find three buttons over here. Three buttons over here. Load, transform data, and cancel. Load means you say that, okay, I am happy with the data. I will directly load it into Power BI and start creating my report. Transform means no, I am not happy with the data. I have to make some changes before I start creating the report. Okay. Cancel तो obviously सारा ही cancel कर देगा. It will cancel all of this. So I will, if you want to cancel all of this, then click on cancel. Okay. This is not required for right now. We need either one of them, either load or transform data. So I want to make some changes. So yes, I will click on transform data. As soon as I click on transform data, a new window will open up, and that will be Power Query. Power Query editor will open up. It has been installed automatically with Power BI. We have not installed it separately. It will automatically come with Power BI. Okay. Am I clear till here? These tables are coming from each worksheet. Yes. Correct. The different sheets are different tables. Is it recommended to analyze data before loading in Power BI or after? We can analyze it right now as well, or we can do transformation later on. For example, suppose it is not compulsory that I have to go ahead and come to transform data immediately right now only. It's not compulsory. Suppose, for example, if I have loaded this data, for example, I have not clicked on transform data. I just clicked on load data. I have not made my changes. I just clicked on load data. Okay. So it will load the data. Wait for a moment. It will load the data. I have not done any changes. I have directly loaded the data. No problem. Still, you can click on this transform data. You can come back here anytime. You can go back, transform data, click on transform data. It will take you to the Power Query. Got it? The three options are very simple. If you want to just directly load the data, then load it, and you can just click on transform data to come back anytime in Power Query. Or if you are clicking on transform data directly, it is automatically takes to the Power Query. Okay. Let's cancel it for a moment, and we have loaded the data. So now if you look at the three windows now, let's have a look at them. Initially we have discussed about them. So let's have a look on them. Initially the report view is blank because obviously we have not created any report till now. Okay. Okay. And then we can have right now, but now we can see that the data has been loaded over here. So I can see the three tables are coming. If I expand them, I find all the column names inside the table. Okay. And now if you look at the second window, data view, now it's not blank. Initially it was blank. Now it is not blank. We have the data. We can have a view of the data here. We'll learn in the future part of the course how to create the new measurements, new columns inside the data, new tables using DAX language. And even if you go to the modeling view, we have three tables now. They are not connected with each other. We have to make them connections, but we'll do that later on. Okay. So, but now all the three windows are working. We have the data over there in the three, in all the three. Okay. But this is not required right now. Where we need to focus right now, we need to set up the data for the report. So we will go inside Power Query. So for that, how you will go to Power Query, click on transform data and click on transform data button. It will open up the new window immediately. That is Power Query now. Okay. Now, if I look at this table for a moment, see guys, we are doing it for learning purpose. Correct. Right now we are into the learning purpose. But when you work, the first question when I was learning Power BI, the first question came in my mind that why do I need separate tables? Why do I need separate table of order? And even I want to create separate dimension tables of these customers and the product and all that should be the separate table. Okay, we'll do that. In some time we'll do that. We'll create separate table for them. But why? The first question which came in my mind when I was learning BI, that can't I do everything from the same table only, from the single table only? If all the information is there into the single table, what is the problem? Why it is not good to keep all the data into the single table and create the report out of it? I can. I'm not saying I can't. I am not saying that I can't. I can do it. But the problem will be your filtering. The problem will be your breakup, and the problem will be filtering. It will be too slow. It will start taking a huge amount of time because in real-time projects, the data size is too high. The number of records are too high. Okay. So what the reporting tool wants, whatever reporting tool you are using, whether Power BI, Tableau, any reporting tool, ClickView, ClickSense, whatever, every reporting tool wants that the calculations, whatever calculations are coming from your fact table. Let's say, for example, a number I'm getting 1 million number of sales, 1 million amount of sales. Okay. If I need to break up this, if I need to break up this, or if I need to filter this, I want to see that, okay, location wise breakup, product wise breakup, customer wise breakup. I need a separate dimension table. I need a unique information because the problem here in this fact table is these informations are duplicate. For example, if I look at the customer information, if I look at the customer related information, yeah, it's a combination of text and numbers. It's a combination of text and numbers. So obviously it will be a the combination. The data type for this combination will be text only. It will be varchar only, and the varchar will be text here in PowerPoint. So this is correct. So both the data types are correct for this table as well. So I'm okay with this. I'll just double click on the table name and rename it to be dim returns. Okay. Now let's move to the main table. Let's move to our main table, the orders table. This table contains lot of information on which we have to work a lot of things. We have to perform a lot of things. Okay. First thing first. Sometimes when we get data from any source, sometimes we are getting data from any source. Maybe we don't need some columns. For example, I don't need this row ID. I don't need, there is no use of row ID in my report. Maybe I don't need this row ID. Okay. So unnecessary, it will increase the data size. And higher the size, slower the report. Higher, higher the size of your data size, the data set, the slower will be the report. Okay. So I don't need this. I'll just right click on the column name and remove it. Okay. Let's say, for example, I want to cancel that action. I have just removed it, but I'm canceling my action. So I'll undo my action by canceling this cross button. So I got my row ID once again back. Why I cancelled it? Because let's suppose I want to delete multiple columns. So why to do same action again and again? So what I can do is I can just look at the right side. Maybe I don't, just for a demo purpose, maybe I don't need this customer information as well over here. What I will do is I'll select row ID, press the control key from your keyboard. Control key from your keyboard and select your customer ID and customer name as well. Sorry, customer ID and customer name as well. And row ID. Keep the control key pressed. You can select multiple columns like this in a single click and just right click on any one of them and remove these columns. All the three columns have been removed now. Okay. I'm cancelling once again, one more time. Let's suppose I want opposite action. I want row ID and then customer ID. Press the control key once again and customer name. I just want these three columns inside this table. I want to remove all the other columns. Instead of selecting all the other too many columns, what I can do is I can just select these three. I can do opposite action as well. Right click any one of them, remove other column. It will only keep these three columns now. Okay, it will only keep these three columns now. All the other columns have been removed from this table. So if you want to cancel your action once again, you just need to click on this cross mark. For example, I want to remove this row ID. I don't need this row ID over here. I hope it is clear with everyone how to remove selected columns or how to remove other columns. Okay, whatever selected columns you have, but how you can remove other columns. So yes, I want to remove this row ID for right now. I want to remove this row ID. So I'll click on this, right click on this and remove it. Great. Now what I want, first thing what I want is I want a separate table. I want a separate table for customer information. So let's first create, I want to separately create a dimension table for my customer information. How can you do that? That is ETL. This is only ETL, what we are starting now. This is the meaning of ETL. So please guys focus very carefully now. Okay. And that is what the meaning of setting up a data set, which I was explaining you in the beginning. That from source file, you will get all the information in a very random way. That all the columns are coming in a single table. But I need to make them separate. And then I need to create their relationships. That's what is BI. That's what is ETL. Okay. So let's come back here. So what I want is, I want to create a separate table for my customer related information. So how will I do that? So what I will do is, I'll duplicate this table first of all. Just right click on the table name, duplicate it. Okay. I just told you a few minutes back that yeah, I just need to keep customer related information inside this table. So what I will do is, I'll keep customer ID, I'll select customer ID and customer name, and I'll remove all the other columns. I don't need any other information. Sorry. Oh, this column also selected. I only need customer ID and customer name and remove all the other columns. Okay, yeah, we just got two columns now. Before I do the next section, before I do that, I want to just explain a very small point over here. I hope you guys know SQL. I hope you guys know SQL. At least basics of SQL, you guys are very clear with that. Okay. So in SQL, we have a very big funda of primary key and a foreign key relationship. Primary key and foreign key relationship. Okay. What is the meaning of a primary key? That means a dimension table. You can call them in BI language. We can call them in BI language. Primary key means dimension table and foreign keys means fact table. Okay. Primary key means dimension table and the foreign key means fact table. Oh, a fact table. Yes. Okay. So now to make the relationship between the two tables, it's a very simple example I'm giving. It's a very simple example I'm giving you. Let's say, for example, I have customer related information here in my customer. I have a customer table where I have customer related information. So I have customer ID and customer name. Okay. So let's say there is one. I'll just take two records. Customer ID is 1, and let's say name is A. Customer ID 2, name is B. There can be n number of customers like this. Okay. As I told you, this will be your primary key table. That means your dimension table. Okay. If you don't know SQL, that's okay. I don't have big problem from that. But just focus on this to understand what is the meaning of a primary key and a foreign key. At least that has to be clear. Okay. So maybe possible that some customers have similar name. Their name can be repeated. N number of customers can have same name. Okay, but their ID cannot be same. Similarly, as we don't have a lot of people, we can have same name, but we have different Aadhaar card, different Aadhaar number, PAN card number. We have a lot of IDs. Those are primary keys for us to identify you. Similarly, for a customer, there is a customer ID, which will be the primary key of that customer. Okay. So please keep that in mind that your dimension table, that means primary key table, it will not contain any duplicate information. Okay. So how to make this table as a dimension table? Right now, if you just remember what we have done a few minutes back, we have duplicated the orders table and we have removed other columns. We have removed the other columns. Now this table only contains information about the customer ID and customer name, means customer related information. Okay, but it is still not a dimension table. Why? Because it still contains duplicate. It still contains duplicate. So how to remove duplicate? For removing duplicates from a column, right click on the column name and remove duplicates. Remove duplicate. Now this table doesn't contain any duplicate information. Okay, it contains all the information of all the customers in a unique way. I will use this table as a dimension table. I'll double click on this table now and I will call it as a dim customer. My first dimension table is ready. Okay, my first dimension table is ready. But now in future, when I want to see, okay, great, I got this information. I have a separate table of orders. You already know that we have a separate table of orders. Okay, where we have some columns like sales, sales amount, discount, and we have quantity, these numerical columns, and there can be n number of numerical columns. Okay, so let's say for example, I'm getting total sales as 50,000. 50,000. Got my point? I want to see a breakup of this 50,000 by customer, from customer by customer. How much out of this 50,000, how much is there from A, and out of this 50,000, how much is there from B? Okay. So for creating this breakup, the number is coming from this table, and the customer information will come from this table. So for creating this breakup, okay, we need to create the relationship between the two tables. Correct? We will have to create the relationship between the two tables. So this is my primary key where there is no duplicate. And in the fact table, if I go back to my fact table, I will still have the customer ID. I will keep it as a foreign key so that I can make a relationship of this table later on with this table. Okay. But now I can simply go ahead and remove my customer name column from here. I don't need it anymore in this table because I have my customer related information from here from this table. Okay. I'll just keep customer ID here so that later on I can use it for creating the relationship of this table with the dimension customer table, primary key table. So select this column and remove it. Slowly, you guys have to understand this point that fact table finally, once I will complete my data set ready, my fact table should be left with only two kind of columns. Only two kind of columns. All foreign keys, all foreign keys, which will allow me to connect the fact table with different dimension tables. It will contain all foreign keys plus the numerical columns on which you will do the calculation. Am I clear with this point? Okay. Let's do one more example. Na? No problem. We have to do a lot of. So let's do one more. So what I will do this time is I once again duplicate my orders table. I need to create a separate dimension table for my order product related information. Product related information. So what I will do now is I'll just keep my product columns inside this table. So my product ID, I just want product ID. Yes, I'll select category, subcategory, product name. Only product related information. Okay. I'll select all these four columns, right click on any one of them and remove other column. We just need inside this table product related information. Cool. So we are ready now. This is our dimension product. So I'll rename it as dim product. What I told you few minutes back only, just few minutes back, I told you that dimension table, your dimension table must be containing a primary key, no duplicate. That ID should be unique only, no duplicate. What you guys need to do now here is same thing, right click on the product ID and remove duplicates. Remove duplicate. Done. This is my dimension table of product fully ready. Unique information of all my products. Okay. Now I will go to my orders table once again. As I told you that in the fact table, you will only leave the foreign key, and the foreign key here will be product ID, which I will use for creating the relationship between this table and this table. Okay. So what I can do now, I can remove my category, subcategory, sorry. I can remove category, subcategory, and product name, all the three columns from my fact table now. Slowly, we are reaching the agenda. We are reaching towards our agenda. Fact table should only contain two kind of columns. All foreign keys, which plus the numerical columns. So I have already done for two tables. I have the numerical columns ready. I now inside my fact table, I only have the product related foreign key only, which I will use to connect with this table. And similarly, for my uh, customer related information, I only have the customer ID left now. Okay. So what we are doing right now, if you summarize what we are doing right now, we are just setting up the data. We are making our data ready for the data. And that is what the meaning of ETL. We have to do, still we have to learn a lot of operations. This is just beginning. We have to make lot of changes. Yes, that is the meaning of ETL. If we summarize what we have learned today till now, let's do a recap, small recap, what we have learned till now. Okay. And as I told you in BI, when we talk about BI, it's about creating reports, obviously. But before creating reports, there are a lot of other actions as well. What are those actions? Those actions are ETL. ETL means extract, transformation, and load. Okay. So for extracting data, how we have seen from Power BI, how we have connected to an Excel file and we have selected our tables. We got that into Power Query by clicking on transform. We took that all of the data into Power Query. Okay. And inside Power Query, I told you before starting my actions inside Power Query, I told you two very important terms which I am repeating again and again: fact table and the dimension table. I hope it should be clear with everyone. What is the meaning of a fact table now? What is the meaning of dimension tables? Okay, and now we have started looking at that how we are setting up from this fact table, how we are setting up all the remaining dimension tables. As I told you, at the last, after completing all these actions, at the last, what I want is my fact table should only contain two kind of columns: all the foreign keys, which will allow me to connect to the dimension tables, plus the numerical column on which I will do calculation. Okay, and we have already set up, we have already created two dimension tables properly. We're already having two by default, the salesperson and the returns. And from this fact table now, we have created two more, the customer one and the product one. So let's complete the process. So let's take the orders table once again and duplicate it one more time. Now what I want to create a separate dimension table for shipping mode information, ship mode information. But the problem is I don't have ship mode ID. I don't have ship mode ID. Let's understand how to handle this problem. Okay. For example, in the previous example, we have the customer ID, then we had the product ID, but here we don't have the ship mode ID. So what I will do first of all is I'll select my ship mode and remove all the other columns. Remove all the other columns. So I only have ship mode left now. Okay. That's what I want inside this table. This is a table related to ship mode. Okay. As I told you, in the dimension table, we should not have duplicates. We should not be having duplicates. What I will do is, first of all, I'll remove duplicates out of it. I'll right click on this table name, right click on the table name and remove duplicate. Cool. Now, I want to add a proper ID column here, a proper ID column for shipping mode, ship mode ID. How can I do that? For that, go to add column option. Now we are using add column new option, add column. Okay. So we have number of options for adding a column. But right now what we want the first one to be used as index column. Index column. I want to create an indexing 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. Okay. And if I click on this drop down of index column, it will ask me that whether you want to start from 0 or you want to start from 1, or you can give a custom number as well. Let's click on custom for a moment. So for example, I want to start from 10 and increment it by 5. It will become 10, 15, 20 and 25. If I want like this, you can do whatever increment you want or from wherever you want to start. It's your choice. But for this example, I'm starting it from 1 only, simply from 1 and increment by 1. So it will be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Simple. 1, 2, 3. Let's reorder it. Let's make it as the first column. Double click on the column name and change it to be ship mode ID. Now my each mode has a ID. Okay. The each shipping mode has an ID. Cool. Wonderful. But the problem is in the orders table, in the fact table, this is my primary key now. This column is my primary key, correct? This is my primary key. But in the fact table, in the orders table, I don't have ship mode ID as a foreign key. I was having customer ID, so I was not having any problem. Okay, as a foreign key. Similarly, I was having product ID, a product ID, so I was not having any problem as a foreign key. But for this table, I have a problem. I don't have this ship mode ID here as a foreign key inside this orders table. So how can I do it? I have to get that column here. I want to get that column here in my table. Okay, how to get it? So for that, we need to merge the two tables. We need to merge. I can call it as join the two tables. How to do it in Power Query? Go to home menu bar. Home menu bar. There is an option of combine. Combine the two tables. For combining two tables, we have two options. Either merge them or append them. I'll talk about append later on. But right now we are talking about merge them. If you see the description, if you hover the mouse over merge queries, and if you look at the tooltip, it is saying merge this query with another query in this file. Query means table. Don't get confused. What is the meaning of query here? Query means tables. That means merge this table with another table inside this file. Okay. If I go into home menu bar once again, combine, merge queries, it will ask me that, okay, do you want to merge the two queries and create a third query, a third new query? So if you want like this, that you want to merge the two, combine the two tables and create a third table, then in that case, click on this option, merge queries as new. But I don't want it right now. I want to merge it here itself in this table only. I will click on merge queries. Great. Now it will ask me, okay, which table you want to combine it with? You want to combine this table with which table? I want to combine this table with dim shipping mode. So I'll go and select my dim shipping mode. Okay, which is the common column to combine? Obviously shipping mode. Okay, this is the common column to combine. And yes, I want a left outer join. Keep all the columns from this orders table. So use a left outer join. Okay, hit on OK. You will get something like this. At the time after merging, you will get something like this. You will be wondering, oh, what is this? Don't worry. Now what you need to do is you need to click on this expand button. Expand button. It is telling me that there are two columns. What you want? Out of these two columns, what you want? I already have the shipping mode here. I just want the shipping mode ID only. I will deselect shipping mode. I'll say to Power Query, I want shipping mode ID only. Okay. Hit on OK. Done. My problem resolved. I'll rename this column to be shipping mode ID. Okay. And sometimes one more thing, guys, very simple thing, but very important sometimes. How? Sometimes we need to, let's say for example, I need to move this column very beginning to my table. So it's too tough to do like this one by one because there are too many columns. So how it will be more easier for me doing this operation? Go to transform menu bar, transform, and there is an option of move. Move. Instead of doing it one by one, what I will tell Power Query, move it to beginning. Move this column to the beginning. Now from here, it is so simple to take it here. Goes to my shipping mode. Not too difficult. Okay. So it was very simple. And now I can remove this ship mode. I don't need it anymore. I can remove this shipping mode from here. I'll use this shipping mode ID as a foreign key to connect with this primary key. Okay. Am I clear how I have done this? How I got the shipping mode ID by using merge queries, combining the two tables, got the required column, and then I'll use it as a foreign key. Is everyone clear with this? It's very simple. Go to select, if you have more than one table, combine definitely will be available. So if you select your table, go to home menu bar, combine, merge queries. Yes, I want to merge inside this query only. So click on merge queries. It will ask you that, yeah, this is my first table. Which one is the second table which you want to merge it with? I want to merge it with dim shipping mode. I have selected dim shipping mode. Now, which is the common column? Initially, it is not there now, but before that, we were having the shipping mode. We just removed the shipping mode few minutes back only. So we selected shipping mode from here, shipping mode from here, and then click on OK. Use the left join and click on OK. Done. Once you do that, it will after merging them, it will create a new column for you. To expand that column, you will find shipping mode ID and shipping mode. So I told Power Query that I don't want shipping mode, I just want shipping mode ID. So I got it, and I have removed the shipping mode, which is not required anymore. I have my foreign key perfectly set up here now. Okay, I hope it should be clear with everyone now. Okay, let's do it for the location meanwhile. So duplicate the table, and now what I will do is, if you look at this location information, so we have country, city, state, and postal code. So I'll keep only these 4 columns and remove the other column. And obviously, postal code will be my primary key. Postal code will be my primary key. So what I will do is I'll remove duplicates from this column. Postal code will work as an ID. Okay, so it's my primary key. So I will remove duplicates from this. So this will now become my dim location. Okay, I'll go back to the orders table. No, will not take segment in the location. Segment is totally a different information. Okay, so from this table now, I'll just keep the foreign key of postal code. I'll remove all this other information. Country, city, state. Okay, slowly, my 90% of the fact table, I'm reaching to my point that fact table should only contain 2 kind of columns. All foreign keys, which will allow me to connect them with the dimension tables, plus the numerical columns on which I will need the calculation. You should be able to understand that in my fact table now, we can rename this table as well clearly to be very simple fact orders. Okay, so this table is now containing the information which is required for numerical calculations, and slowly we are reaching to that point that we have removed all of our uh, uh, unwanted columns. We are just keeping them the foreign keys which are required to connect them with the dimension tables. Okay, let's talk about the dates now. We have 2 dates available over here: order date, shipping date. Okay, so first of all, what I want is I want to create a separate dimension table of my dates, of which will be giving me all the dates, or the calendar kind of a table. Okay, so let's understand how to do it. So let's I'll handle the region as well. Don't worry, we'll handle the region as well. Don't worry about that. Okay, so let's duplicate this back orders, and let's keep the order date only and remove all the other columns. Let's remove all the other columns. So first of all, I want to see that if I want to create a calendar, but from where to start the calendar? From where to start the calendar? Which particular date from where I want to start the calendar? I want to see which is the earliest date inside when was my first order was placed. First order, earliest date inside this table. Minimum value, correct? Minimum value, yes. So how can you do that? Click on this filter arrow here. Click on this filter arrow here, and if you can go on to date filters, and you'll find the is earliest date. Is earliest. I just want the earliest date only. I just want only earliest date. Okay. So if I click on that, it will give me the earliest date. That yes, the first order was placed on 3rd January 2014. I got an idea that I want to start my calendar from 3rd January. Let's not from 3rd January, let's do it from 1st January. So how to change this 3rd January to 1st January? How can I do that? Go to transform menu bar, here you will find date, and if you click on year, you see this year. Let me repeat once again. Date, select your column, date, transform, date, year, start of year. I'll tell Power Query, please change it to start of year. It will change from 3rd January to start of year, 1st January. Got it? So now I want to use this as a value. Right now it is a table, but I don't want it. I want to use this as a value, as a parameter. So what I will do is, I'll right click on this value. Please see this very clearly, guys. Focus on this very carefully. I will right click on this value and click on drill down. Drill down. Drill down means I'm telling Power Query to convert this from a table to a single value, a parameter. Okay, click on drill down. As soon as you do that, it has become a value now. It has become a single value now, a value. And I'll rename this value to be minimum date. Minimum date. Here, let's do the same action once again. Fact orders, duplicate once again. And this time, I'll do the same action once again. I'll remove all other columns, only order date. And this time I want latest date. What is the latest date? Yeah, latest order date. Very good. Is latest. I'll select is latest. Okay. We have some duplicates inside that. So obviously we don't need the duplicates. So remove the duplicates. And the latest date as per this data set is 30th December 2017. So let's change it to the last day of the year, which I will do once again by going to transform, date, year, and end of year. End of year. So it will change it to 31st December 2017. Okay. So I got a very clear picture that I have to create a calendar of all the dates from 1st January 2014 to 31st December 2017. I will do the same action over here as well. I have to convert this into a value. So how will I do that? Once again, right click on the value and drill down. Okay. And I will rename this to be my maximum date. Perfect. अच्छा guys, एक और बात. अब मैं अगला एक्शन करूं. Whatever next action I will do. Before that, I want to tell you one more point. I want to, whatever we are doing here, whatever actions we are doing over here, so many actions we are doing, we are performing so many tasks. So something, obviously some code is running in background, correct? Whatever actions you are doing here, some code is running in background, which is performing all this stuff, whatever you are doing over here. If you want to look at that code, if you want to see that code, how it is going on, I want to see that. How can you do that? Go to home and click on advanced editor. Advanced editor. Okay, this will show you the whole code, or whatever actions you are doing over here. All of this is the code. Which language is this one? The name of this language is M language. M language. The language which runs Power Query. Yes, M query. The language which runs Power Query is M. Definitely, we can't learn M totally full, or no need to. Even I don't need no full M, or no one knows full M, and it is not required as well. Okay, but why I'm telling you, first of all, obviously for little bit about interview purpose. If you will go for an interview, definitely it can be asked from you that which is the language which runs Power Query. The name of language is M language. So this is all M code. So it will be getting written automatically by Power Query. You don't need to worry about that. Okay. But I will create one query by code, only one query for creating this calendar table. I will use a M query. I'll use a little bit M code. Okay. So that's why I told you about this. So let me show you how to create the calendar using these two as a parameter. I want to tell Power Query that start my calendar from 1st January 2014 as a minimum date and take it till 31st December 2017 as a maximum date and create a calendar between all of these dates. Okay. So for that, we'll use little bit M code. Let's understand how to do it. Go to home, click on new source, and click on blank query. I'm repeating once again. Go to home, new source, blank query. Okay. This will open up. Just need to write a little bit code over here. Equal to, put your curly braces. Inside the curly braces, use this code number.from pass as a parameter minimum date, which we have just created over here, minimum date. Come out of the bracket dot number.from maximum date. Okay. So now once you do that, you will get this list of numbers over here. You will get this list of numbers over here. So now what you need to do is, first of all, I have to convert this. I have to tell, now it's very simple. I have to tell Power Query that convert this list from list to a table like this, like these other tables. How to do that? Click on this transform and convert this into a table. Repeating once again, select this list and ask Power Query to convert this into a table, to table. Okay. You don't need to worry about the delimiter. Is there any error? Right now, I don't have any concern about that. So leave it for a moment and click on OK. Okay. You will get a list of numbers like this, but still you will ask me that this is not calendar. These are not dates. So how a calendar has been created? No need to worry. Just do last step. Change the data type of this column. Click on this ABC123 and change it to date. Now it's a perfect calendar from 1st January 2014. There is each and every day inside this till 31st December 2017. Each and every day is there, unique dates are there. Fully calendar. Okay. Just rename it as a double click and rename it as a date. Okay. Now see the beauty of Power Query. See the beauty of Power Query is now I have date available with me. Now I can do whatever I want from this date column. I'll go to add column. I'll go to date and I'll ask Power Query to create a new column for me, which will give information to me about the year. So I will go to, I'm repeating once again, date column, add column, date, year, year. If I click on year, it will create a separate column for me, which will containing all the year values. Now I think you can understand how much easy it will be for me later on if I want to say and do my analysis that okay, how much total sales is there in year 2014, 15, 16, 17, whatever. I have a separate column for year. It will be so simple for me later on. Similarly, I can go to add column and I can go to month. I want to get the month number, a separate column for month number. So I got the month number separately here for each and every row. Okay. Similarly, I want to get the month name. So month, name of month. It will give me name of month, January, February, name. We want to show in the report name wise. So we have the full name available now, January, February, March. So we are setting up the full calendar table now. Slowly, we are setting up the full calendar table, what we need. I can go to add column. I can similarly go for quarter of year. Which quarter this date belongs to. Yes, it has added a column for me, quarter wise. Similarly, week number, week of year. Great. Same way, I can go ahead and click on day number. And the beautiful last one is name of day. Is it Sunday, Monday? I want to see which products are getting more sold on Sunday, Saturday, or whatever I wish for. I have a perfect column now for day name. Are we clear that how we set up this dim calendar table now? So our calendar table is fully ready now. And now I have two foreign keys in my fact table to connect with this my date as a this is my primary key, date column as a primary key inside this dim calendar. And here I have two foreign keys to connect with that, order date and shipping date. I'll use them as a foreign key and I'll link them to this primary key of date table here in the dim calendar. Okay, so my table now, my fact table, almost 99% I can say it is ready. It is only containing the foreign keys which I want to link them. I have given this as an assignment to you for creating a separate dimension table for segment and get the segment ID over here and remove the segment column from here. Okay, and postal code, yes, for region as well. Do this for region as well. Obviously, do it for region as well. Okay, and the remaining columns are already foreign keys, product ID, sale, and these are your numerical columns. These are your columns on which you will do calculation. So I am 100% on my point from where I started. The fact table will contain two kind of columns, all the foreign keys plus the numerical columns.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of query editor in Power BI when working with SQL data resources? Your options are A, to design and visualize reports, B, to write custom SQL queries, C, to import and transform data before loading it into Power BI, and option D, to create relation between tables. You can comment your answers in the comment section below. And now let's move ahead with our session.
Yeah, so what we were talking about is import mode. So import mode means what? Import mode means we are copy pasting data from your source file into the Power BI account. Okay. So the benefit is obviously the calculations because the calculation is happening here itself in Power BI itself. So what is happening? Power BI just go ahead and write a DAX query. For example, if we are looking at this number, this is total sum of sales. That is what it is happening is it is sum of sales. So in background a DAX query is running. Okay, and it is showing me the total sum of sales very fast. No problem. But what is the drawback inside this mode? What is the problem inside the import? Why we can't use import mode every time? There are two big problems. First big problem is obviously you will need a license. You need a license to use import mode, and the license also are there are different kind of licenses available. Okay, so for example, if you want to import say 1 GB of data, then you need a pro license. Okay, if you need to import more than 1 GB of data, which is generally the case in larger in big projects, then you need to at least get a premium per user. You have to get premium per user or premium capacity license. So that will be obviously costing as well. Premium capacity license. So that depends on the company requirement, whether company purchases the license or not. But you will need license to import the data. First drawback. Second problem. The second problem is the refresh timing. Refresh timing. Suppose, for example, if I am importing 2 GB of data, if I am creating a report where I am totally importing 2 GB of data. Now, every day, or maybe let's say every day, I have to refresh my data at least 2-3 times, 4 times, 5 times, depends on your requirement. Okay, so when the higher the size of data, the higher the time it will take to refresh the data. Okay, you can do it manually. We can refresh the data manually by clicking here refresh. If I click on refresh, it will manually start refreshing my data. Okay, there is a concept called as incremental refresh, which we will discuss later on in the course. But still, it will take time. It will definitely take time to refresh the data. Okay, or there is as I told you, there is a manual refresh, or we will later on in the course we will see how to refresh the data automatically as well. But it will need time to refresh the data. That's for sure. But in case suppose you want to say no, I don't want like this. We want directly live queries, live whatever is going on in the source, live data should be shown here in Power BI. Then import mode will not work for you. We have to go for the second connectivity mode, which is direct query mode. The second connectivity mode name is direct query mode. This mode, the first problem with the direct query mode, it is not available with all the sources. For example, when I was connecting to Excel, CSV, PDF, or any folder, it has never asked me that whether you want the import mode or a direct query mode, because we can't use direct query mode here with these sources. We can only use import mode for these options. Okay, import mode is available for all the sources. Okay, but direct query mode is available for limited sources. Okay, so let me show you an example now. So let's go ahead now, and if I go on to get data once again, click on more. Let's go to a database this time, and let's connect to SQL Server database. When I click on connect, it will ask me that whether you want an import mode or you want a direct query mode. Okay, import mode, same meaning. The no change, import mode, exactly same meaning. Whatever the data in the SQL Server, it will copy paste here into Power BI. Exactly same meaning. But let's focus on direct query now. Okay, let's understand direct query. It's very powerful topic. Please focus very carefully. So let me open up my SQL Server. Let's copy the server name. Okay, and which database we want to use, let's confirm. So we'll use from here the Northwind database. Okay, so let me copy the name of database. Control C, Control V. Okay, I talk about the advanced options in some time. Leave for them for right now. Let's hit on OK. So this is my Northwind database. So let me see what table I want. I want this order details and order table. For right now, I want these two tables, order details and orders. So I selected both of them. Click on load. Okay, now let me show you the first difference first of all. If you remember yesterday, I have shown you the data view. The data view. These all tables are imported. Fact table, shipping mode, salesperson. These all tables are imported. We imported them yesterday. So we can have a look at the data. But right now we just took two order details and orders. Can you see what it is saying? This table uses direct query and cannot be shown. The first difference should be clear with everyone. That means the data is not copy pasted here in Power BI. Data is not here in Power BI. Whatever I will do, what will happen? Power BI, I have created a connection between Power BI and my SQL server. So what will happen? Whatever I will do, Power BI will go ahead, write a query here in my SQL server. Power BI will go ahead and write a query in SQL server, get the answer and display it here in Power BI. The data itself here is not in Power BI. The tables which we imported, we have seen the data is itself here in Power BI available. The data has been copy pasted here in Power BI. And whatever calculations that we are doing, that is happening here itself. But here, this is not the case. These two tables, because these two tables are in direct query mode. Cool. Now, let's go ahead and let me just do the first thing very simple. First thing very simple. I'll go ahead in the order details and I'll say, okay, show me the total sum of let's say total sum of unit price. Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll see this. Answer is very simple, 56.97K. Okay, so how it is happening? What is happening is Power BI is in background. Power BI is passing a query. I'm repeating my point. How I'm getting this number, the answer. Power BI in background is passing a query to my SQL server, getting the answer executed here in SQL server and displaying here it in Power BI. Okay, so it's a very common thing to understand that obviously right now the data set size is not too high. My database doesn't contain too many records. That's why it is not taking too much time. But that is a very common thing to understand. But data is itself here in Power BI, and the another case is Power BI has to go and in background it has to write a query to SQL server, get the answer, and then display it here in Power BI. Obviously, the second option will take a little bit more time. I hope you are clear with understand. Okay, it's a common sense to understand. Okay, when the data is itself here in Power BI, then the answer will be the calculations will be little faster. That's a 100% surety. Okay, and the secondary case is Power BI has to go ahead in background, fire a query from Power BI to SQL server, get the answer, and then show it here in Power BI. Obviously, it will be a little bit slower. Got my point? Secondary thing. Now, let's talk about what exactly is the meaning of direct query. What exactly is the benefit of direct query? Okay, so let me do one thing. What we have taken sum of unit price. So let's do one thing. Let's change the call out value to none. Let me show the full number. It's 56970.91. Wonderful. Let's go to SQL server. Let's write the same query over there as well. Okay, and we are into which table? Order details. So yeah, this is my order details table. You got it? And let me just do one thing. Let me write the same query of selecting sum of what we are showing unit price from. Let's copy this table name. To execute this, we'll get the same number, exact same number. 56970.91, 56970.91. Perfect. We are on exact 100% correct value. Now let's see the beauty of direct query. If I click on the blank area of the page, if I'm just clicking on blank area of my page, and let's go on to the format your report page option, format report page. And this is the option page refresh.
So when I
Page refresh. This option was not there if I use, for example, if I go ahead over here and if I use something from, let's say, if I remove these two tables, or let's say if I create a chart from my data which I have imported yesterday. I'm creating a chart from the data which I have imported yesterday. Okay, and let's convert it into a card same way, everything okay. If I go on to this, page refresh is okay, but page refresh will come only for these two tables. If I remove these two tables now, if I remove, I'll show you in some time, wait for that. But if I remove this order details and orders table, this option will not be shown over here. ये option आना ही बंद हो जाएगा. I'll show you that in some time. Wait for that. Let's remove this for a moment. Okay, let's talk about this now. So what I want to say is, what we have done is we have calculated sum of unit price, and now we are looking for page refresh. If I turn it on, there are two options available for me. Auto page refresh. First option is auto page refresh, and the second option is change detection. We'll talk about both of them. Let's first talk about auto page refresh, and let's set up the timing to be, let's say, 1 minute. I want to say, okay, in every 1 minute, my page should refresh. Okay, let's go ahead now and update something in Power BI, in SQL Server, sorry. Okay, so what I want to say is update I have increased the unit price from 100, where the order ID is 10248. Okay, so let's execute this query. Done. 3 rows affected. Let's see the numbers now. The numbers definitely change. Let's go back to Power BI. It should become 57270 now. Automatically. It should change to 572 done. There is an automatic update. I have not done anything. Every 1 minute, this page will automatically refresh now. If I do it one more time, if I update the numbers, done. My calculations will change. Done. It should automatically change. It should become 57570. Wait for, we have set up the timing for 1 minute. Just wait for 1 minute. This is done now. 57570. Automatic refresh. So what is happening exactly is a direct query is going on. A direct query is going on after every 1 minute. Power BI will go ahead, check the direct queries over there. Whatever the queries you are running here, it will be executed over there. Whatever the new fresh answers are there, it will be displayed on your chart. If I create n number of calculations from this page, for example, if I go to my order details once again, and if I show sum of discount as well, okay, so the sum of discount is 115.84, and some, let's say, total quantity sold, okay, and that is our 51K. Let's convert it into a normal number. That is 51317. So whatever charts you will create, all the charts will refresh after 1 minute. If I go ahead and make any other changes, for example, if I copy this query, and this time I'll not change, let's say, unit price. What I will do is I'll change, let's say, I'll change the quantity. Yeah, so quantity equal to quantity plus 10. Okay, their order ID is this one. So let's update this query. Let's update both of them. Done. 3 rows affected, 3 rows affected. And if you write one more query over here, it collects sum of quantity from this table. So let's execute both these queries and see the numbers. 57870.91, 51347. Let's go back here. Done. Both the queries have been refreshed, and both the queries are showing me the correct new refreshed numbers. Okay. So whatever queries I will do on this page, whatever charts I will create on this page from these two tables, only from, I'm talking about these two tables. Don't confuse that why these queries are not, because these are import mode tables. Nothing will change on these tables. We are talking about the direct query of these two, order details and orders. So whatever you will create on this page from these two tables, it will be refreshed after every 1 minute. Within every 1 minute, all the charts will refresh. Okay, cool. So I think now you guys must be very clear with the differences between the two modes. What is the meaning of an import mode and what is the meaning of a direct query mode? A very, very, very important interview question as well. Very important interview question. 90% of Power BI interview will have this question. What is the difference between an import mode and a direct query mode? Which mode should be used at what time? What are the benefit of each and every mode? What are the drawbacks of each and every mode? What are the limitations of each and every mode? So these are very, very important questions. Okay. And now in direct query mode, what are the options to refresh the page? Like we have seen two options, auto page refresh and change detection. So what is the difference between the two? These are all very important interview questions. Okay. Remember one point, as I already told, import mode will be available for all the sources. Import mode is available for all the sources. This whole list, all list of sources will give you the option of import mode. Import mode is available for all of them. But direct query is available for limited options. Databases. Okay, so for example, if I go to SQL Server Analysis database, I'll once again get the direct query option. Okay, so for databases, we have this option of direct query, or we have this option of for cloud, some cloud options as well. There are some cloud options as well. For example, Azure, we have Azure Analysis Service Database. If we click on, sorry, I don't have the options to connect with Azure connectivity details. I don't have with myself right now, but we have the option of import and direct query. Okay, keep that in mind. Got my point? So I hope everyone should be perfectly set up now with both the points of import mode and direct query. One more very important point, when we connect to the direct query mode, what extra thing we can do? Let's have a look on that. So if I go back to my Power SQL server, and if I once again make a new connection, okay, and if I want to give the name of my database, I can copy it, paste it over here, okay. And now, apart from, obviously I'll keep direct query, but apart from that, what extra I can do is I have advanced options available as well, where I can write my SQL query over here. I don't need to import the whole tables or everything. I can just write whole SQL query, whatever I want. For example, if I go back over in SQL Server, and if I select this query, if I copy this query, okay, I just want to say that, okay, this is my query. Please go ahead and take this data for me. Hit on OK. Then show me the preview over here. If I'm okay, I'll click on load. So keep that in mind. You can write the SQL query as well. If you don't want to see the whole tables and everything, just go ahead and write the SQL queries. Whatever you wish for. Okay, cool. So let's jump into Power Query once again now. I'm removing these two tables for now. We don't need them. So I'm deleting them. It was just for a demo of direct query. Okay. I'm removing these tables for now. Later on, if required, we'll take them back. And if you go to this option now, can you see there is no page refresh option now? If I deleted those two tables, there is no option to turn on the page refresh. वो option ही गायब हो गया अब. The reason is now we have all the tables in import mode. ये सारे tables मेरे import mode में. And in import mode, we don't have that option of page refresh or change detection. Nothing is available over there. Okay. So I hope this should be very, very clear now with everyone what exactly the difference between import mode and direct query. The same way, we'll remove the duplicates. And now we'll go ahead and add an indexing column from 1, and this will become my segment ID. Cool. I'll rename this to be my dim segment. And in my fact table, I'll have a merge with this. I hope you guys must have done it. Merge queries. Merge your fact table with this new table of dim segment using the segment name. All cool. Let's hit on OK. And let's take the segment ID on. So I'll call this to be my segment ID. Let's move it to the beginning. And let's simply drag it over. And now we can remove the segment. Cool. The last thing which left is, it is left for our region. Let's do it for region as well, very fast. Sometimes when we have too many columns into a table and it is getting difficult to search the column name, what is the more easier way is we can click on view, go to column, and which column I want Which column? Region column. So I'll click on region, it will take me to the region. This is also an option. How I have done that? View, go to column, select the column, whichever column you want to go forward for. Okay, so we have just selected a region. So I'll remove all the other columns, remove duplicates, pull, and the same way index column. Done. This will become my region ID. Okay, I'll rename this to my region. And go to home. All set now. We'll take it from here, the region ID only. I'll rename this to be the region ID. And we'll move it here in the left hand side. Yes, we can remove the region from this table. So my fact table is perfectly set up now. My fact table is perfectly set up now with all the foreign keys. Okay, all the foreign keys and only numerical columns which are required for my calculation. That's what your target should be when you are starting to work on a project. When you are into Power Query, setting up data means what? Setting up data means that this only, that your fact table should be containing the foreign keys properly to connect with all of your remaining dimension tables. The fact table should contain the fact table should contain all the foreign keys which will allow us to connect to all the remaining dimension tables and the numerical columns on which you want to do the calculation. Apart from that, all of your dimensional data, all of your categorical data should be there into proper dimension tables, separate dimension tables. Okay, that will allow your filtering, your grouping, breaking of the data very fast. Excel file. But if we look at the data in this sheet, there are a lot of issues with this data. Let's select it and let's hit on OK. Let's take it here into Power Query. And maybe sometimes you will get this kind of data. Then how you will handle it? Let's understand. First of all, let's remove the actions which Power Query has done it for me. So I want to take it from beginning. So from there only I will handle it. So I'll remove these two actions. Delete until end. So by default, it is like this. This file is coming by default like this. If you look at this data, there are number of problems. Let's discuss the problem first of all. The column headers are not correct. And even I cannot use this option, use the first row as headers. Reason? Because the reason is the first row doesn't contain the header properly. The first row is containing a lot of null only. Only few city names are there. Otherwise, all the values, all the columns contains nulls into the first row. Okay. Second problem. Second problem is the data of the sales is coming row by row. The data of this sale, for example, 2005 data is coming row by row. I cannot make a calculation row by row. Okay. For 2006, once again, the data is coming row by row. I cannot make this calculation row by row again and again. It's not possible for me. How to deal with this kind of a file? Okay. So the first thing what I will do is I want to tell Power BI, okay, please change my columns into rows and rows into columns. So I'll go to transform operation and click on transpose. Transpose. As soon as I do that, now my little bit problem resolved. If you look at the first row now, in the first row, apart from these two values, null, if you leave these two, null, apart from that, I have a proper value into the first row. 2005 data, 2006 data, 2007 data, 8, and same way till end, till we have 2013 and 13 data. Okay, let me show once again how I have done it. The problem was I was having this data year by year, row by row, and that is not okay for me because I cannot do these calculations row by row. Okay, so what I have done is I just click on transform and clicked on transpose to change the columns into the rows and rows into the columns. We have done a lot of time in mathematics. This same thing I am doing here. Okay, so now if you look at this, apart from these two columns, the first row is correct now. 2005 data, this is all 2005 data, this is all 2006 data, this is all 2007 data. So now I can use my option, use the first row as headers. My first problem resolved. These two columns I will rename manually. So I'll rename it manually city, and I'll rename this manually as category of product. Okay, so my first problem resolved. Second problem is in the city name. If you look at the city name, the name of city, I 100% I'm sure that these two sales belong to Seattle, these two sales belong to Portland, these two sales belong to Vancouver. Okay, I think you guys must be aware of that, that how we do it in a Excel file, how we, for example, how we go ahead and we use this fill down or up option like this. We use the fill down option. You guys must have done it n number of times. So same thing you can do it in Power Query as well. I'm very sure that these two sales belong to Seattle, these two belongs to Portland, and these two belongs to Vancouver. So what I just need to do is I need to go to transform, and there is a fill option, fill in the downside. My issue resolved. Now all my three rows are Seattle proper, Portland, Vancouver. Second issue also resolved. If I look at this table now, this table looks okay to me. It is city and correct data type, no problem. Category, correct data type, no problem. 2005 data numbers, numeric data type, no problem. All good. Everything is good. But still there is a big problem. What is the big problem left now? The problem is I have to make separate calculation. For example, I want to see what is the total sales. Total sales including all the years from here to the last value till this last value. Include all of them and give me the total sales number. Then I have to do separate calculation. 2005 separate calculation, then 2006 separate calculation, and then 7 separate calculation, and then sum them all of up. It's a very, I can say, very irritating kind of a task, and obviously not a good way. So what I have to do, what should I do? What I'll do is I'll select from 2005 till 2013. I'll select all of them from 2005 to 2013, 14, whatever it is. Yeah, 13. And then I'll go to transform and I'll ask Power Query to unpivot the columns. If we do pivoting in Excel, I hope you guys must have used pivot table in Excel n number of times. Pivot tables you guys must have used in Excel a lot of times. Okay, so if we do pivoting in Excel, what is the meaning of pivoting in Excel? Pivot table in Excel. What is the meaning of that exactly? So what we generally used to do is we used to go and get any kind of we get some calculation in a pivot table. Okay, session has been broken over here. I have to do it from beginning. But I think you guys must be aware of pivot table. You guys must have used it n number of times, the pivot table. Okay. Aggregate the data and then group them. Correct. The same thing here is what I want is it is already pivoted. It is already pivoted year by year. So what I want is I am telling Power Query, please unpivot these columns. Unpivot these columns. Now my problem resolved. I have the value data in one column only. Okay, so I will go ahead and easily calculate a sum on this. And then finally, I'll group them by year wise. Sorry. Yeah, I'll group them by year wise. And then further, I can take it grouping by category wise, city wise, anything, whatever I want. Am I clear? How I have done all these operations? Transpose, fill, and unpivot the columns. All these are clear. Power Query is all about setting up your data for the report, making your data ready for the report. Okay, Power BI will give you options to create new measurements, new calculations, uh, new uh, new visualizations, security. All these things will be managed in Power BI. But before creating that report, if you want to set up your data for the report, then we are using Power Query. Great. Let's move ahead now. So we are looking some more operations in Power Query. Okay. So for example, suppose we have a scenario. Let's suppose we have a scenario where we have a number of files into a single folder. Okay. Let's see how to connect that to Power BI. Maybe you are having number of files into a single folder. Then how you can use Power Query to connect to that. Let's see. So go to Home, click on New Source, and click on More. It's a file option, so click on File, a folder. I want to connect to a number of files into a single folder. So click on Connect. It will ask me where is the folder. So my folder is this is the folder. Okay. If I hit on OK, it will show me the file. It will show me the file. Yeah, it will show me like this. Okay, file names are coming over here. The content, the name of file, extension of file. These are all CSV files. Okay. And the last time when it was modified, when it was created, the folder path, everything. So obviously I don't need all this information. I don't need all this information to be used in my report. I just want the data of the file. So what I will do is I'll click on transform data. Transform data. Okay. And what I will do is I'll just right click on this column and remove all the other columns. Okay. I just left with the content of the file. The content, that means data inside the file. Okay. And now what I will do is I'll click on this combine file option. Combine the file. It will combine the 4 files. It will give me a demo. It will give me a preview. The most important thing in this preview is to select the delimiter. The correct delimiter should be selected. So we are getting a preview from the first file and we are looking at the delimiter. That is the most important thing. Okay. It's a CSV file. So obviously it's a comma separated value file. So our delimiter is comma only and I'm okay with this. But it can be a colon, it can be an equal sign, a semicolon, a space, a tab, or if nothing matching out of this, then a custom delimiter. If it's a custom delimiter, then you have to tell Power Query what is your delimiter. Is it a semicolon? Is it a inverted comma? Whatever. That depends on your need. Okay, but in our case right now, it's a comma. So I'll choose comma. Okay, and hit on OK. As soon as you do that, it will combine the data from all the 4 files and put that into a single table over here. Done. Now I got the data from all the 4 files and we have the data for 4 countries. Actually, these 4 files are for 4 countries. For example, if you look at them here, so we have data for 4 countries: Canada, Denmark, Canada, France, Germany, and Mexico. The 4 file contains 4 country data. Okay, and the remaining operations you can start once again, whatever transformations you want to make, whatever. For example, the date format is not correct. The date is not coming in a date. It is not able to recognize the date. What should you do? You should change it to date. Okay, you should change it to date data type, but it is not supporting. So what should I do first of all? I should change the format of this. That's a good example to understand. For example, if I look at them here, if I look at this date column over here, some of the dates are correct. Some of the dates are, this is, if I'm changing it to date, if you look at it once again, if I'm changing it to date, only these 2 dates are coming correctly. Otherwise, all are coming as an error. What is the issue? What is the issue inside this? Inside these dates? The issue is it is not able to recognize it as a date because of this hyphen. We need hyphen over here in the date, and it is coming as a slash. What can I do? No problem. Go ahead into the transform option, transform, and use replace option. There is an option of replace values. Replace the values. So what to find? I want to ask Power Query to find slash for me and replace it with a hyphen. Okay, done. So one problem is resolved now. Okay, if you look at this now, if I convert it into date, this time it will work. Still it is throwing an error. Now what is the reason? Okay, the reason is it is the dates are not, it is not able to understand the format of the date. No issues. How to handle such kind of a scenario now? Yeah, how to handle such kind of a scenario, because it will be too difficult to handle like this. So what can I do? What should I do? Let's go ahead to add a new column. Add a new column. That's the best example for understanding it. Add a new column. Okay, and give it a column from example. Tell Power Query that I will give you an example. Please, based on my example, add a new column for me. Okay, add column from example. It will ask you from all. You will give example from all the columns of this table or this selected column only. So I will say from selection only. I will give example from this selected column only. From selection. Okay. Okay. Now give your example. I will say, okay, take it as 15, 01, 1999. Give some more examples. Obviously, it will not able to understand because it is not same for everything. Give some more examples. 15, 01, 1999. Take more. No, it is asking me. You just have a look on this. Is it correct? Will it work fine for you? Just have a look for it. If I click on OK, no, no. Because some of the dates are going to, like, if I look at them here, this is not correct. It is going 25. That means the code is not getting exactly what I want. Let's give some more examples. Okay, the next one is okay. Next one, no problem in the next one. So I'll say this one is fine. This one is, I feel, also fine. Okay. Yeah, it is able to recognize the next one as well. This one is containing a problem. This is fine. Let's give an example for this one. This will make it a lot clear to Power BI. Yeah, I think this will resolve my issue now. This will 100% resolve my issue now. All my examples are perfectly setting. Yes. Now I can click on OK. This will give me this whole data. Have I not changed this one? If I change it to date now, yes, all perfectly set up now. All my dates are cool, correct now. Okay, down below there are some still errors. Okay, let's have a look on that. What is the error? Let's have a look. What is the error? How can you handle that? Okay, I hope you understood it, that how I have managed it. Okay, definitely I should have gone down a little bit more below to check those two, but we can handle it. That's not a big deal. Now, apart from this, what you can do is you can go to view menu bar, and click on column profile. It will show me that the total values are 1000. Out of which 37 are the errors. 37 values are the errors in this. Okay, so we can I'll show you how to handle this kind of an error when we go into Power BI. How to manage the format properly over there in Power BI. We'll handle that. But yes, we can have a look on this, that what exactly my column profile is. There are total 1000 values, out of which 37 values have the errors. Got my point? If I similarly look the column profile for any other one, for example, in this column there is no error. The total count are 1000. Is there any error? No. Is there any blank value? No. Yeah, if it will have blank value, it will show you here null or not. It doesn't contain any null value. Okay, so it doesn't have. For example, if we go here, clearly showing me there is no empty value. Okay, so let's say for example, I want to check for any column, any particular column. Let's say product ID. I want to check for product ID. Does it contain duplicate? I want to check out does it contain duplicate. So I can go to view. I can click on column distribution. Column distribution. Let's check it from some other sheet. Okay, this table is containing some issue. Let's take it from some other sheet. Yeah, here it will show more proper numbers. Yes, so it's a very simple way to understand that whether my column contains duplicate or not. If your distinct and unique numbers are matching, that means it doesn't contain duplicate. If it doesn't match, it contains duplicate. And we are into a fact table, so obviously it can contain duplicate. I don't have any problem from that. But if I go to a dimension table, for example, if I go to a dim customer, the customer ID should not contain any duplicate. You can see the numbers are matching. 793 distinct, 793 unique. The primary key, and it is not containing any duplicate. It is not having any null as well. How can I confirm it? I can go to view. I can click on column quality. Is there any empty values? 0%. All the values are valid only. Okay. I want to have more detailed overview of this. I can click on column profile. It will show me how much are the total values. Is there any error? No. Empty? No. If your distinct and unique are matching, that means it doesn't contain duplicate. Okay. Is there any empty string? No. What is the minimum value? What is the maximum value? All the information I can collect it from here. If I don't need this much information, I'm only interested to check whether it contains duplicate or not. Then you don't need to go for column profile. You don't need to go for column quality as well. Only column distribution is okay for you. Column distribution will show you the distinct and unique. If these two numbers are matching, that means it doesn't contain duplicate. If not matching, it contains duplicate. Okay. Okay. So let's close it out. We are okay with this. Apart from this, I'm just removing this data set. It was just for a demo to how to combine multiple tables from a single folder. Okay. So I'm disabling the load of it, and even I'm disabling the load of sheet 1 as well. These two are not required, just for a demo. We have used them. Okay. Apart from this, what we have in Power Query to perform, are there any other actions to perform in Power Query? Yes. What extra we can do in Power Query? We can go to transform. Still, we can go to let's say if I go back to my fact table, and if I go to my transform, okay, if you remember, we have created a calendar table, and in the calendar table, I have added all these columns like year, month name. From here, add column date. I hope everyone remember that. We have added all these columns, correct? In case if you don't want to add a new column, for example, if you don't want to add a new column, but want to make change here in this column itself, you want to make change here in this column itself, I'll ask Power Query not to add an extra column for me. Just make changes here in this column itself. Then instead of add column, we'll go to transform option. Same options are available over here in the date. So I'll say to Power Query, okay, no, let's go ahead and change this date. I just want the year values. Don't give me the full date. Just give me the year value. If I do that, it will only put year values over here. It will replace this column with year values only. Okay. Similarly, you can go ahead and perform all the other operations as well of the date. What we have done over there in the add column menu bar. So we can change it to month number, name of month. Okay. And quarter number, similarly week number, and day number and day name. So whatever you want. All the options are available over here. In case if your data type is date and time, right now you can see in add column as well, the time option is disabled. And even in the transform as well, the time option is disabled. Reason for that is the data type of this column is only date, not date time. There is no time involved with this date. But if I change it to date time, Obviously, it will be all 0, 0, 0 because we don't have time available over here. Yeah, but for a demo purpose, it's okay. We can go to add column now. The time is enabled now. If we want, we can add separate column for hour, minute, and second as well. Similarly, in the transform as well, the time option is enabled now. We can just replace this column with hour, minute, and second, whatever you need. Okay. In case if you want the time to be included, the time should be included in your date. You don't have time available over here right now, so we are just having date. I hope the options are clear with everyone. We can use group by operation. For example, if we go to our let's go for a better example to the fact table. And in the fact table, if I go ahead and I use a group by, so group by on basis of what? I'll say group by on basis of, let's say, shipping mode ID, or maybe it's a region ID. Let's say on shipping mode ID, I want to say count the rows based on this. Return okay. So it will give me a group by based on my shipping mode ID. I just need a straightforward calculation. Based on my shipping mode IDs, I want to see how many total orders are there. Shipping mode ID 1, 2, 3, 4, and based on that, how many total orders we have. Okay. So whenever you want to do a group by, I'm repeating once again. Maybe it is not 100% clear with everyone. So I'm repeating it once again. Just go to transform. Whenever you want to do a group by based on a date or based on any other column, click on group by. Major thing is select the type of operation. What you first of all, on which basis of which column you want to do group by. Let's say postal code. So what kind of operation you want? This is important. A sum, average, median, maximum, what? So right now we are keeping it, let's say, count rows. Okay, and let's click on OK. So based on our postal codes, how many orders were there? It will give you a clear picture. Based on your postal codes, how many orders are there? Name of column, whatever the name you want to grab. We're talking about this one, correct? Column, talking about this one. When we do such kind of operation of average and maximum minimum, okay, for example, when we do such kind of operation, average, maximum, minimum, average of what? Okay, then this column operation will come in picture. In case of count rows, obviously it is simply counting. When we do sum, average, this kind of operation, it will ask you on which column you want to perform the sum, on which column you want to perform the average. Done, and you can call it as aggregated data. Now you can load it into your table. It will also load as other tables into my into Power BI when I will load the data. Got it? Sometimes you need to manually create a table in Power BI or Power Query as well. You can do the same thing in Power BI as well. The same thing available here in Power Query as well. We need to create some data. Okay, you will understand that when you will more deal with Power BI projects in Power BI. Right now you're in Power Query, but when we reach to Power BI, you'll understand it more deeply. Sometimes you need to manually enter some data. So how can you do that? You can click on enter data and just start creating a table over here. Give your column name, let's say location, and you can add more columns, location, date, and then purchase. Let's say purchase related information. I want to just put some manual information. Mumbai, whatever date, buckets, 6,000. Okay, so like this, you can keep on entering the new values. Once you're done with all entering the data, now what you need to do is you just give a name to your table. And hit on load. Okay. So it will load as other tables. This table will also be there now as other table. Okay. And you can use it in your report. Am I clear with this? So let's do one thing. Let's take our fact table first of all, or maybe we have too many tables over here. We have two. Sometimes when you have too many tables, let me show you one more thing. The best one which you can do is click on new layout. It's very simple to understand. Click on new layout. Add the tables over here. Like for example, I want to add fact table. Just drag and drop it. Simple. I want to make my model in my choice. Whatever Power BI is doing, let Power BI do. I don't care. I'll create my model myself. So I have a new layout now. So I'll take my fact table first of all. Then I'll take my one by one dimension table. So let's take dim location first of all. Automatically Power BI has created a connection for me. Beautiful. I have not done anything. If I remove it once again, for example, if I go ahead and remove it from the model, remove from diagram. If I take it once again, please have a look. I'm just dragging it. Power BI is automatically creating a connection for me. Reason behind that is the common column name. First of all, two conditions must be satisfied. Then Power BI will create automatic connection for you. First, the name of common column should be same. For example, here I want to connect postal code and postal code. It's not compulsory that it has to be same. Okay, it may be different as well. I can name it as pin code. For example, if I change this name to instead of postal code, if I change it to pin code, no problem. I can still create a connection between pin code and postal code, but that I have to do manually. Power BI automatically will not understand that I have to connect pin code with the postal code. If you want Power BI to automatically create the connection for you, then the name of column which you want to connect should be common. Secondary thing, which is very very important to understand now. The secondary thing is this cardinality. Let's talk about this now. Can you see here? It has been clearly, if you focus here, what it is showing here 1, and what it is showing here star. That means this relationship is one to many. If you remember, guys, if you go back into the previous session, I have told you that dimension tables will have unique records. I hope you remember it. Correct? We created dimension tables from the fact table so that we can have primary key, the unique values inside the dimension table. That means 1, no duplication. 1 means no duplication. Star means yes, it contains duplicate. Obviously, the fact table will contain duplicate. A single postal code will have multiple sales. Obviously, it will contain duplicate. The relationship should be 1 to star only. If you double click on this arrow, this is very very important to understand. If you double click on this arrow, Power BI supports 4 kind of cardinality. It's called cardinality. Okay, Power BI supports 4 kinds of cardinality. Okay, 1 to many and many to 1. That's the same. It just depends on the order of your table. For example, if you are keeping the fact table above and location dimension table below, it will become many to 1 because here the postal code is duplicated, and here it is unique. So it is many to 1. If I change the order, for example, if I take dim location first and if I take fact orders below, then it will become 1 to many. 1 to many. That is same. Many to 1, 1 to many, no problem. Okay. But there are 2 more kind of relationships. 1 to 1. That is also okay. This situation comes generally when we create connection between 2 dimension tables. When we are connecting 2 dimension tables, then we get 1 to 1 kind of relationship. That is also okay. But many to many, we have to avoid it. We should avoid it, and we have to avoid it. I will give you a practical example in few minutes to show you why I am confidently saying that many to many should be avoided. Okay, a lot of people in the BI industry, they know it. They always have on their mouth that we should avoid many to many relationship, but very few people understand practical aspect of it. Why. So we'll have a practical example on this to understand why we should avoid many to many relationship. And if we are getting many-to-many relationship, then how we can handle it? Okay, I'll show you in few minutes. But just right now, for keep in mind that we are right now having one-to-many, and I hope it is clear with everyone. What is the meaning of one-to-many? Am I clear till here? One-to-many. Let's take our some more tables as well. Let's take the other tables as well. For example, I will take, we have already taken location. Let's take our DIM customer. So immediately you can see once again, it is connecting my customer table, my dimension customer table to my fact table automatically. Reason is once again the same reason. It is having a common column name, customer ID. If you can see, it is connecting my customer ID because the column name is same. Secondly, it is supporting one-to-many, which is okay. Or we says, yeah, good. One-to-many, many-to-one, no problem. Please go ahead, get the relationship done. Okay, you can see clearly the filtering direction is single side filtering. There are two kind of filtering, single side, both sides. We have to keep it, we should keep it single side only. Single side filtering means the filtering should come, you can see the direction of filtering. See the direction, arrow direction. The direction is pointing from dimension to fact. The filtering direction will go from dimension to fact. And that should be the case always. Okay. Filtering direction should always go from dimension side to fact side. If I take another table, let's say dim product, if I drag it, cool, done. This is kind of a star schema. This is, we are making a star schema. You can see the little bit shape of star is coming. That is why it is called a star schema. Fact table is in center and I'm making a direct relationship with my dimension table. I'm slowly reaching here on the star schema. Then let's take our next table, which is dim region. So if I take my dim region, cool. My one more dimension table, direct connection with the fact table with 1 to star relationship. Okay, that is the benefit of creating such kind of we have what we have done in Power Query. We have set up the data set very properly. Salesperson, cool, done. If you look at the salesperson, this is almost giving me the snowflake schema now because it is not having a direct connection with the fact table. It is getting connected to my region table. This is getting connected to my region table. The dimension tables are getting connected with each other. Let's leave it for a moment. We'll talk about this later on. Let's first focus on the star schema only. Let's do first example from this one, and then we'll move to the snowflake as well. Dim segment, once again, one-to-many relationship with my fact table. Dim shipping mode, cool, one-to-many relationship with my fact table. And last, what I want is dim calendar. So I'll take my calendar table. This time it will not create the relationship automatically. See, please have a look properly. Can you see? It is not connecting my calendar table to my fact table. Why? Can you guys tell me now? Why it is not connecting the calendar table directly with the fact table? No common field. Now, one more important thing to understand here. I have two dates over here. If you look at the fact table, I have two dates. Order date, shipping date. I have two dates inside my fact table. Here I have date, which is definitely unique date, primary key. But here I have two dates, order date and shipping date. So which one should I connect? I want to connect both of them. May I? Yes, I can. Let's do it. First, let's connect to date to order date. Let's first connect date to order date. One-to-many. It will be one-to-many. Perfect. I think it is done. Yeah, it is done. You can see here one-to-many between my date and order date. Cool. But now if I connect date to shipping date as well, let's see the difference. What will happen? Let's connect date to shipping date as well. Wonderful. One more connection, but let's see the difference. Please focus on difference now. If you look at the two arrows, this is between date and order date. Date, you can see here date and order date. Many to one, no problem. And this is active. But if I go to the second one, between date and shipping date, you can see a dotted arrow. First of all, you can see the difference between the arrow. The arrow here is the line, not arrow, sorry. The line here is a dotted line. Here it is a solid line. Here it is a dotted line. And what is the meaning of this dotted line? Dotted line means everything is okay. Shipping date, many to one, everything is okay. But this arrow, this is not active here. This relationship is inactive. Can I make it active? No, I can't. If I try it, it will throw an error. What it is saying, please understand the error. You can't create a direct active relationship between fact orders and dim calendar because an active set of indirect relationship already exists between these two tables. To make this relationship active, you have to go ahead and make the first one inactive. That means what, in short summary, you can have only one relationship active between two tables at a time. When we will learn DEX, I will use a function called, you can make a note of it right now only so that you can keep it in your mind. I'll show you how to use a function called use relationship. And we will make a use of this indirect relationship. I'll show you a use of this indirect relationship. Okay, let me repeat once again. What we have done is we have created connection between the fact table and the dim calendar table. Okay. So there are two dates available in my fact table, order date and shipping date. So what I have done, first of all, I have connected with my date to order date. And that is very simple. A simple one-to-many relationship, and it is active. It is active, no problem. Okay, all cool. But when I create my second relationship between date and shipping date, this is also same, one-to-many, everything is okay. But I can't make it active. Okay, if I try it, it will throw an error. It will not allow me to. The OK button is inactive. I can't make it active. For making it active, I have to come back and make this one inactive. Then only I can go ahead and make this one active. But we don't have to do it. What we will do, we will understand when we learn DEX, we'll use a function called as use relationship, where I will tell Power BI in some calculations to use this inactive relationship only. Okay, so you don't need to go ahead and make it active. There is nothing requirement of that. Okay, it's not we can't do this kind of nonsense. And I'll come back here and then I will make this one inactive, and then I'll make second one active, and then in future once again I'll come back and make a reverse change. I'll not do like this. Nothing like it's not required. For that, Power BI has offered you one function, use relationship, that you will learn once you will understand DAX. So leave it for now. But keep that in mind. It's an important interview question as well. That how many relationship between two tables I can create? I can create n number of relationship between two tables. No problem. But only one of the relationship can be active at a time. Out of your n number of relationship, only one can be active at a time. Okay, am I clear with this point now? Yeah, so we have three kind of categories available, which are office supplies, furniture, and technology. So we are getting the numbers filtered. Cool. And now see, the beauty of the model is all of these charts are connected with each other now. If I, for example, I want to see, okay, if I click on this standard class, just click on this. See, all my other charts will also get filtered. This is all beauty of this data model, because my tables are connected properly with each other. So they are all giving me perfect filtering. If your team is saying, okay, I want to focus just only on technology, so just click on technology for a moment. All of the other charts will also get filtered. What it is meant now? What it is meant now? So I'm focusing on technology, and inside technology, 0.4 million of sales is coming from consumer segment. Around 2.46 million of sales, 0.25 million of sales is coming from this corporate segment inside technology. And inside technology, from 0.18 million sales is coming from home office segment. Similarly, here I'm getting a very clear picture that in technology, most of the time I have used 28.87%. I have used this one, standard shipping mode for technology, kind of technology product category. And similarly, very less on second class and very less on first class as well. Most of the times, which is 28.87%, I'm using this one, the standard class shipping mode. So this is all working because of this relationship. Okay. if your model is not connected properly, if your data set will not be having connections with the tables properly, you will not be able to do this. Okay, and I think you have already seen one of the examples which I have given to Binu when I have removed the relationship between the fact table and dim segment. So what happened? It was not able to filter the numbers. It was all showing same values. This is definitely not correct. Okay, one is our budget. One is pointing to the budget, what budget we have for the sales, and the other one is what exactly the sales have happened. Very simple two tables. Only 8 records. Okay, but let's have a look on both the data. Let's have the data view. If I go to budget, yeah, if we look at the budget first of all, please have a look very carefully. We have 3 columns: date, product, and budget. Date, if you look at the date is not unique here. Date is repeating. 1st January 2021, 1st January 2021. Then we have some date, some repeating values on date, 2nd January, 2nd January. Date is not unique. In short summary, on single date, we have multiple budget plans. Good. If you look at the product, then product is also repeating. Milk, cheese, milk, cheese, milk, cheese, milk, cheese. We are just selling milk and cheese. This is also repeating. It's a very correct. It's correct as well, because on 1st January, it's a very simple thing that on 1st January for milk, my budget was 10 rupees. On 1st January for cheese, my budget was 12 rupees. On 2nd January for milk, my budget was 13 rupees. Similarly, for 2nd January cheese, my budget was 35 rupees. Same thing will go ahead, continue. Now let's go on to sales. If you look at the sales now, once again, 1st January milk, the sales happened 20 rupees. 1st January, once again, cheese, sales happened 30 rupees. Then 2nd January, milk. So this is not unique as well. This is also not unique. And this is also not unique. And this is correct data. No, nothing wrong inside the data. But the problem here is, if you look at them, we have 2 common columns. If you look at the column names, we have 2 name common here: date, product, date, product. But still, if I go into the data model, Power BI is not creating any relationship. Power BI has not created any relationship for me. Why? The reason Power BI is saying clearly that nothing is unique. Both are having, for example, if I connect date to date, let's have a look. I'm telling Power BI, please connect date to date. So if I do this, Power BI will show me a warning. It will give me a warning. It is okay. Power BI is saying it is allowing me to do it, but it is giving me a warning that this relationship has cardinality many to many. This can cause ambiguity in your answers. Okay. And you can see that filtering direction. The filtering direction in many to many will always be both side filtering. Okay. Few minutes back, we have seen when we were connecting from dimension table to fact table. If you go back here, when we were connecting dimension table to fact table, the filtering direction was always single side. From dimension to fact table side, single side. Okay. But here in this case, it is both side filtering. Okay. Let's see. I'll say Power BI, no problem. Please do go ahead and create this relationship for me. Okay, cool. Let's do. We have created the relationship. Let's go ahead into the chart, into the report view now. Let's understand the problem. What is the problem? Let's first create a separate table for budget. Separate table for budget. Nothing, everything will be correct. Product and budget. Let me just zoom in the values a bit. Cool. So I think you can see the numbers very clearly now. These are the values which are coming from budget table, a separate table for budget. Let's create similarly one more separate table so that we can have a look on the numbers. That's why I'm creating them. Let's create a separate table for sales as well. Similarly, once again, date, and then from date hierarchy, okay, let's do one thing. Sometimes, guys, this date comes in Power BI. That sometimes it is a problem. The date comes with a hierarchy always. They started to show as a hierarchy. I don't want it as a hierarchy. I just want a simple date. So what you have to do is go on to File, Options and Settings, Options, and here in data load, this time intelligence, just turn it off. Turn it off. Hit OK. Now it will come normally as a date. You can see the date hierarchy has gone. It is coming normally as a date. Okay. If you want the hierarchy like year and all that stuff, we'll talk about that in more detail later on. But I think if you just repeating it how I have done it, File, Options and Settings, Options, data load, and turn off this time intelligence auto date time. Turn this off. Okay. Done. So I'll get simple date now, which I want. So I got date. Once again, I got product and I got sales. Cool. Let's zoom in the values here as well. Yeah, perfect. Now these two tables has relationship now. We have already created the relationship between the two. So if I create a combined table where I have data from both the tables, it should work. Let's see whether it is working or not. So let's take date from sales table, product from sales table, good, sales, and let's take budget as well. And let's see the problem now. Let's see whether it is working or not working. See the problem. Please have focus very clearly. If you look at the budget, if you look at the budget for 1st January 2021 for cheese, the budget should be 12, but it is not able to filter. It is giving me a budget of some of these two. It is not able to filter them by product. It is not able to filter them separately by product. It is giving me 20, 20, 22 for both of them, which is definitely incorrect number. Similarly, on next day, 2nd January, the budget, the sum of budget, if I sum up these two, it will be 48, and that is what it is showing for both of them, 48 and 48. That means what is happening? It is able to filter the numbers by date, but it is not able to filter the numbers by product wise, by product category wise. It is showing me the same value for budget for both of them, which is definitely incorrect number. Am I clear here? Okay. Same way, if you look at the 3rd January, on 3rd January, the budget sum of budget is 27 plus 26, which is 43. 53, sorry, 53. Yeah, 27 plus 26, it is 53. And it is not able to filter it. The total budget is 123. That is correct. And it is able to filter them by dates. By date, it is able to filter correctly values because we have the many to many relationship between date. But it is causing an ambiguity when I am grouping data from other columns by product wise. It is not giving me the correct number. It is causing an ambiguity. Okay, let's go to Power BI data model once again, and let's tell Power BI, okay, let's delete this relationship. And instead of date to date, let's create between product to product. Product to product. And once again, it will be many to many. This time between product to product. Okay, once again, many to many. Product to product. Let's go ahead in the chart once again. Again, problem. Now, what is the problem? This time, what is happening? It is able to filter the budget by product wise. If I look at cheese, 1st January, look at the sales. Look at the sales for now, for a moment. 1st January, if I look at the sum of sales, cheese, 30, correct. Product wise, correct number. No problem. But date पे number filter नहीं हो रहा है. The date is not getting the number filtered. If you look at the first, now what it is doing, it is summing up the numbers product wise. Okay, summing up the number product wise. So 12 plus 35, cheese. 12, 35, 27, 74. So it will always be repeating 30, 74, 74, 74 for cheese. Okay. Then similarly for milk, 10, 13, 26, which is 49, 49, 49, 49. It is not able to filter the numbers date wise. Now it is filtering the number product wise, but it is not able to filter the numbers date wise. Okay. So now I hope the problem is clear a little bit with everyone. What is the problem? Okay. If we are using many to many relationship, what kind of problem we are facing? Okay. Let's see the solution of this. What is the solution of this? That will happen obviously if you will try any many to many relationship on your models. It will cause ambiguity between your tables. Okay. This kind of ambiguity will come. Some numbers will filter properly, some numbers will not. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of Power BI service in data visualization? Your options are A, to create and design reports, B, to share and collaborate on interactive dashboards, C, to perform data analysis, and option D, all of the above. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move ahead with our session.
Now let's see how to avoid this. For that, what I'll do is I'll go to my data model, data view, and click on new table. New table. A little bit text, guys, little bit text. Not too much, but little bit. I'll create a calendar table here. Okay. And how will I create the calendar table? I use distinct function. Distinct. Distinct is a very simple function of DAX, which allows you to create a unique value from all the duplicate values. So for example, I pass date over here. You can take date from any table, sales table or budget table, that doesn't matter. Any date. Just take date. So what is the meaning of this? It will give me a unique list of dates, not repeating, just unique. Distinct gives unique value. Okay. So I'm passing sales date inside that. It will give me a list of unique dates over here. If I hit enter, you can see here, it will create date for me, 3 unique dates only. These are not repeating now. 1st January, 2nd January, 3rd January, single time. Okay. Let's change the data type of this column. Date to just date only. I don't want date time, just date only. Cool. Done. Same way, absolutely same thing. I'll do one more time, and this time I'll do it for product. So one more new table, product, and once again distinct, and I'll pass product name from any of the table. Close it. It will give me a unique list of, we have 2 products only, milk and cheese. So we got a unique list over here. Now what I will do, I'll go back to my data model. I'll take my calendar over here. I'll take my product over here. I'll delete this many to many relationship. I don't need it anymore. Now how will I manage? I'll connect this date to this date. Obviously it will be one to many. It is one to many. I wanted this, I got it. I'll connect this date to this date. One to many. I got it. I'll connect this product to this product. Once again, one to many. And I'll connect this product to this product. One to many. All my relationships now are one to many. Nothing is many to many. All of them are one to many. Let's go back to our table. You will find the numbers are correct. Let's create a new table. Obviously, we have to create a new table, not this one. Let's create a new table. And what I will do, I'll take as a dimension. I'll take date from calendar table, the unique dates. I'll take product list from product table. From these 2 tables, only I will take numbers now, budget and sales. Okay, and let's zoom in and let's check the value. Let's see the values. Perfect. My numbers are getting filtered absolutely perfect now. On 1st January, cheese, the sum of budget was 12 Absolutely correct. And sum of sales was 30. Correct number. 1st January 2021, milk. The sum of budget was 10. Sorry. The sum of budget was 10. 10. Sum of sales was 20. 20. 2nd January, cheese. 35. 35. 30. 30. I am able to use combined data from both the tables with no ambiguity. My numbers are showing correctly. 3rd January, cheese 27, 27. Budget is 27. Sales for cheese on 3rd January is 60, 60. Similarly, for milk, it is 26, 26. And for 3rd January, yeah, milk, the sales is 40, 40. We don't have these two tables. We are back to the original scenario where we were having these two tables only. So we have connected, initially we have connected date to date with a many to many. Yes. So if we go back to our model, obviously it will not work now. So let's remove it. Let's create the new table again. And what we were doing is let's put this product in calendar for silent for some time. So let's take date from here, let's take product from here, let's take sales from here, and let's take budget from here. Okay. And if I go to values and if I zoom in my values, the problem was because we are connecting relationship between two dates, the date column. By date, numbers are getting filtered properly, no problem. By dates, there is no problem in filtering the numbers. Okay. But the problem is by product. Okay. But the problem is by product. If you look at the product, it is not able to filter my budget. Okay. It is giving 22, which is sum of budget. Correct. Once again, it is giving 48, which is sum of these two. So product से filter नहीं कर पा रहा. It is not able to group them by product wise. Okay. Because we have created many to many between the dates. So I'm not able to get the correct numbers from my product wise. I'm getting this problem. So that's what will happen if you will work in a, this is a small example, but when you will work, for example, suppose if I go back to this model, if I go back to this complex model where we have multiple tables, even if I create many to many between my fact table and one table, that one table will start causing numbers ambiguity for other tables as well. ठीक है, वो calculations में number ambiguity आएगी. Same thing is happening over here as well. Okay, so my dates are getting filtered properly, but my product wise I'm not able to filter them properly. I'm not getting the correct numbers. Okay, then I went ahead and I said, okay, let's remove this one, and instead of this one I'll create between product and product. Okay, so I changed it to from date to date to product. Then if we went ahead, we have seen it was now able to filter them properly by cheese. So summing the values 12, 35 and 27, and then answer was 74. So it is 74, 74, 74 everywhere because it is not able to filter them by date wise. Now what I want is, I want to say that right now everything is in my data model perfectly filtering everything. So for example, if I go to consumer, it will filter all of my cards, all of my charts, everything beautifully filtered. My cards are showing numbers only for consumer segment now. And if I click on home office, it will start showing numbers only for home office now. Similarly, my two charts have also been filtered for the numbers have been highlighted only for home office now. Due to some reasons, maybe any reason, okay, that may be a requirement of your any one of your stakeholders. They want to say that please don't filter anything when I'm clicking anything on these charts, on this segment chart. Let's understand the requirement once. Right now, what is happening if I am clicking on any of the chart anywhere, because of my data model is working perfectly fine. My numbers are filtering everywhere perfectly fine. But that is very good. But due to some reasons, maybe I want to say that yes, if I select something from this segment, if I click on anything from this segment, these two charts should filter as it is right now. What is happening? It should continue. No problem inside that. But these cards should not filter. Okay. I don't want to see the numbers to be filtered by segment wise on these cards. Can I do it? I'll not change anything in the model, because if I'll do it, it will start creating problem on the below charts as well. Okay, so I don't want to do it. So can I do something like that? That I just want to stop. I'm not saying that I'm stopping the interaction or maybe the filtering between two tables. I'm not stopping that. What I'm stopping is I want to stop the interaction of this chart with these cards. Kind of interaction between these two, between this chart and the cards. Can I do it? Yes. How to do it? Let's see. Okay, let's see how to do it. Select your chart from which you want to handle the interaction. I want to handle the interaction with this chart. Select your chart. As soon as you do that, you will get this format option here. Format. Click on that, and there is an option called Edit Interactions. Edit Interactions. Okay. Right now, if you see, as soon as I click on this, I'm as soon as I click once again, I'll get those symbols. Click on that, you will get these symbols. I'm getting some symbols now. If you look at right now, what is happening? It is showing this one is active, this one is inactive. Like it is highlighting this one. That means it is filtering. It is right now filtering from, if I select something from here, this will filter. If I select something from here, this will also filter. If I select something from here, this will also filter. Similarly for this one. And same here as well. It is filtering as well and highlighting as well. Same for this one as well, filtering as well and highlighting as well. Okay. But as I said, I want to stop the interaction of this one with charts, with the cards, or not with charts, cards. So what I will do is I'll keep it selected and make it none over here, none. Same, I'll make it none over here as well, for this card as well, for this card as well, and for this card as well. Done. Now for removing these symbols, once again click on Edit Interactions. So the symbols have gone now. Now if I select something from here, in card पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Nothing will filter on the cards. Charts will keep on working same way as it was working before, but nothing will filter on the cards. If I change anything, these are filtering as it is, but nothing is changing on the cards. Same, nothing is changing on the card. But that doesn't mean कि कार्ड पे अब इनसे भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. इनसे तो पड़ेगा. If I select something from here, my card will still change, because I have stopped interaction of this chart with the cards only. That doesn't mean that the cards are not interacting with the other two charts as well. Nothing like that. I have not said this anywhere. Okay. कई बार सब लोग अपने मन से कहानी बना लेते हैं. हमको तुमने तो बोला था कि ये स्टॉप कर दिया, तो ये फिर ये क्यों हो रहा है? I have not said anywhere that the interaction of the cards have stopped with these two cards as well. No, nothing like that. If I select something from here, my cards will filter. Okay, just stopping the interaction with this particular chart. So now you guys know, it's just an example, but now you guys know that if I need to stop the interaction between one table, between one chart and another cards or another chart, I don't need, it doesn't mean that I have to go my data model and make the relationship active or inactive. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हाँ सेगमेंट से मुझे करना है, आई नीड टू हैंडल इट बाय सेगमेंट, so I'll go ahead and make this relationship inactive or make it active. No, nothing like that. Okay, if you need to do it by interaction, handling the interaction between the charts. Don't change anything in your data model. Got my point? Am I clear? If you want to start it once again, for example, I want to start this interaction once again, select your chart once again and go to format, edit interaction once again. It is right now none, so just make it filter once again. If you guys are working for if you guys are learning, and if you guys are, maybe I don't know, but if you guys are looking forward for any interview in Power BI in future coming up time, this topic of data modeling plays a very important role, especially in interviews. Okay, a lot of interviewers definitely they ask questions on data modeling, that what is the meaning of star schema, what is the meaning of snowflake schema, what is the comparison between them, then what is one to many relationship, what is many to many relationship, why should we avoid many to many relationship. Okay, what is the meaning of cardinality? Some people even sometimes we forget that what is the meaning of cardinality. The cardinality means we have four kind of cardinality in Power BI. Okay, one to many, many to one, many to one, or one to one and many to many. Okay, what is the meaning of filtering direction? Okay, so we have two values inside that single side, both sides. So what should we do if we are getting both sides? We can get some errors. So what should we do to handle it? So we have seen this example for that. When you are creating reports, using your data set, and you are sharing, obviously you will be creating these reports or sharing with your team, with your management team, or maybe to your client, to whomsoever for you are creating this. So they also need data level security. For example, there is a user X. There is a, maybe you're sharing report with X. X can handle data. X can have a look at the report. He can show only, he must be looking at the numbers only related to west and east region. Okay, I have to take care of this. That when I'm sharing the report to X, he must be looking at the charts and the cards and whatever filtering is happening. Everything must work for X, but he must be looking at the numbers only for west and east region, nothing else. Okay, this is called row level. That means data level security. We are restricting data, that this person can only look at the data calculations only related to west and east region. Similarly, there is a Y user who can only see data for, let's say, south region. Okay, there is a Z user which can see data for north region or central region. Okay, central region. Okay, there is a user, let's say A, who can see data for all the regions. There is no restriction for this user. Maybe you can call it as super manager who can see data for all the regions. How can we handle this in Power BI? How to handle all this in Power BI? Okay, so for that, what you need to do is, in this data model only, here in the data model, there is an option called manage roles. Manage roles. We have to create roles for this. We have to go ahead and start creating role for this. Okay, for creating our roles, we need to click on manage roles. Till now, we have not created any role. So a new window will open up. We have not created any role till now. Okay, let's start creating the role. So let's work on this example only. Let's first simple example. So let's say my first role name is West region. A user who can see data for West region only. And the region value is coming from dim region table. The region values are coming from dim region table. So I'll go ahead into dim region. I'll say add filter on region column, and he can see data only for West region. Make sure that the spelling is matching from your data set. If it is WEST West, it is case sensitive as well. If W is small, you have to keep it small. If it is capital, then you have to keep it capital. Okay. Let's post a simple example. Let's create one more for, let's say, East region. Okay. Same way, I'll go to region and I'll add one more filter, add filter, region. And for this role, it will be East. Okay. And let's hit for save. We'll create more complex roles, but let's first test these basic roles. Simple roles. Two roles. So let's hit on save. How can I test it? For testing it, first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go to our report and add a table over here, which is just showing me the name of region. We have 4 regions data. Exactly, we have the regions data for 4 regions. And let's do one thing. Inside this table only, let's add sales as. So now we have the data for sales data for all the 4 regions. Okay, and all the charts right now are showing everything. Card is showing everything. Each and everyone is showing everything. Let's go back to the model now. Let's view as. For testing our role, click on view as. So now I want to view this report as a West region user, as a user of West region. If I click on OK, and now if I go to my report, my numbers have changed now. It is showing data only for West region. All these numbers are showing data calculations only related to West region data. Okay. The table has also been filtered. It is only showing West data now left. The calculations only for West region left. On these charts, 100% sure the numbers have changed only related to West region. On all these cards, all these charts, everything is showing data related to West region only. Okay, if I click on stop viewing, it will be back to the original numbers. It is back to its original numbers. Similarly, if I go back here and if I click on view as East region, it will start showing me the data related to East region only now. Now the numbers are once again filtered, and all the charts and all the table also filtered, only showing data for East data only. East related data only. Okay, why all this filtering and all this is possible? Because beautiful thing is this data model. ये सब क्यों हो पा रहा है proper? Because of this data model. All these numbers are getting filtered properly, and I'm able to secure my data as per my role requirement. If your model will not filter proper data, your roles will also not work properly. Okay, so am I clear till here? Okay, let's create some more complex roles. So I want to say, let's say one user who can see data for both East and West region. East and West region, both. Okay, so how will you do that? If you want to show both East and West region, then click on dim region again, put add filter, region name, and just put the first region name to be East, or put the or symbol. So using or symbol, use pipe. Use the pipe symbol from your dashboard or from your keyboard, sorry, not dashboard, keyboard. Okay, and then copy this or copy it and paste it and just change the value to West as well. East or West, both. If I hit on save, and now if I click on view as, if I go to the third row of East and West, this time it will show me data for both the regions, East and West, and the numbers are also calculating for both of them, East and West, both the regions. Okay, now if I want to say that, okay, there is some user, let's say there is some user who can see all the data, correct? Who can see all the data. But if I go to, let's say, view as, let's say view as other user, okay, and if I go to my report, कुछ भी नहीं होगा. मतलब, I'm not able to tell it clearly. What I want to say is, if you want to create such a user, वो नहीं लेगा other user, ऐसे कुछ नहीं लेगा. If you want to create such a user who can see all, now it's compulsory. Once you create these roles now, once you have created a role, it is compulsory that every user has to be assigned in some of the role. For example, let's say Prema Krishnan. I am sharing this report to Prema Krishnan. For example, I have not assigned Prema Krishnan any role. I have created some roles here. I have not assigned Prema Krishnan any role because I want that Prema Krishnan can see all the data. Prema Krishnan can see all, there is no restriction for her. He can see all the data. But if I will share this report to Prema Krishnan will get a blank report. He will not be able to see even a single number. Okay. So how to manage it then? How to manage it? So for what you have to do is you have to create a new role, let's say manager role or whatever you want to name, you want to give it, and don't apply any filter on it. Just keep it blank, the filter area to be blank. Okay, now for whomsoever you want to say that, okay, that person should be able to see all the data, you just assign this role to that particular person. Okay, yeah, let me repeat once again. Now what we have done, we have created 3 roles, and we have seen that whenever we try the report from any of the role, it is filtering according to the role. For example, if we look at the report from West region, it shows only the data for West region. Similarly, if we click on East, if we look at the report from East region, it shows data only for East region. If combined, then it will show data for East and West region both, but filtered. But now there is a requirement where we need to share this report to some user who can see all the data on the report, nothing filtered. Okay, the straightforward thing which will come into my mind, that okay, I will not assign that person to any of the role. Obviously, he will be able to see all the data, nothing filtered. But ऐसा नहीं होगा. It will not be like this now. Now, what will happen if you will share this report to anyone who is not assigned to any of these roles? He will not be able to look anything on the report. He'll just be looking at a blank report. Okay, how we can manage it? So for such kind of a role where no filtering is required, that user can see all the data, you just need to create a new role, give it some name as per your requirement, give it some name. You can put it manager, supervisor, or whatever you want. Give some name and don't put any filter over here for this particular role. So for any user to whomsoever you want to share this report, that person should be able to see everything. Please assign this role to that particular. I'll show you how to assign the roles to particular user. We have not talked about that till now. Okay, I'll show you in some time. Wait for that. But I hope you understood my point, that this role has to be created if we need to share with someone who can see all the data, where there is no filter on that particular role. There is no filter on this particular role. Now, suppose if I want to create a role where I have restriction from two tables. Okay. No, other user role will be here in Power BI desktop only. It will not be there to assign there in the Power BI service. So we have to create this kind of a role. There will be no restriction. Okay. Yes. So now suppose we have a role where we have restrictions from particular region. Let's say for South region, and there is one more filter required, that this person can only see the data for South region plus the let's say from furniture category of product only. He is handling sales for South region and only for furniture category of products. No problem. How can you handle such kind of a scenario where filters are coming? There are two filters now, okay, which need to be handled. First filter will come from region. So go to region, add filter, region, add it as a South. Done. Second filter will come from product table. So product, go add filter, category, furniture. Done. Okay. Make sure that the spelling is matching. I think it is correct. Yeah. Furniture. Cool. Done. So now, it's just an example. Like you can add filters from multiple tables as well. It's not restriction from only one table. You can add filters from multiple tables as well. Okay. So if I hit on save, and if I click on view as for this particular user of South region and furniture, we'll get only data related to the numbers are only showing. You can see here it has changed to South. Here you can see it is only showing for furniture now. The other two categories data is not coming. Okay, and the numbers are also changed. It is showing only for South region related to furniture category only. So now we have seen that how to create these roles and how we can apply filters from anywhere. I think you guys can do it now. You can have multiple. For example, keep that in mind. Then when it was two regions, I have shown you that how to add the filter using the pipe symbol. Okay, so make sure that you know how to add these symbols. You want, for example, it is this pipe symbol means east region or west region. That means it will involve data from both of them. If you have two conditions which you want both of them to be satisfied, which generally not is the case, but if you want it like you, for that case you have to use AND operator, AND condition, AND. ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि आप रीजन ईस्ट भी हो और वेस्ट भी हो, ठीक है? It should be in this case obviously or only. Use or symbol, pipe symbol only. And so these are and or symbols which you just need to keep in mind. And if you are applying condition of multiple tables, so ये example भी मैंने आपको दिखा दिया. One condition is coming from region table, one condition is coming from product table. Similarly, you can have condition from other tables if you have such scenario. We have seen how to test the roles by looking at view as, well, by testing our roles by clicking on view as, and we have seen if we click on a particular role, then it will show me accordingly my numbers have been filtered. So now the point is, अभी तक जो भी हमने किया है, whatever we have done till now, first of all, whatever we have done till now, we have done in Power BI desktop. This is our development application. We have done it over here. Okay. Now we are moving forward one step further Okay, because of this RLS, to understand RLS more properly. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll save our report. Just save your report and click on publish now. We are taking this report onto the cloud now, Power Cloud. Publish. Now, you guys, if you have not signed in using your account, if you have not signed in, it will not allow you to publish the report. You have to sign in inside Power BI, then only it will allow you to publish the report. By default, when you will do it for first time, you will only find my workspace over there. Your destination will be only one, my workspace. You will not find other names like this. Okay, you will only find my workspace. I'll discuss with you guys what is the meaning of my workspace, what is the meaning of other workspace. We'll discuss them all in detail in coming up session. Just what you need to do is just click on my workspace, yeah, select and publish the report. So it is starting to publish. It is publishing. If you are doing same thing simultaneously with me, definitely you must be getting whatever I'm telling you. Okay. So once you sign in has been done, you have to sign in using your professional email account. Okay. And once you once you are able to log in inside this, you'll find the same my workspace over. You will not find all this other stuff I have created myself. You will also do later on. Leave for them for now. You will only find my workspace over there. So click on my workspace. Inside that, what is the name of our report right now? New batch Intellipaat. So this report must have published. If I go down, let's go on my workspace. So what is the name of our report? New batch Intellipaat. This is the report. If I open up this report, you'll find same report what we have published over there. We just created this small report till now. So we got this. Okay. Same report we have created here. Same one page only till now. Only few number of charts. Same thing we are getting here in Power BI services. Okay. I'll go back to my workspace. And I'll go back to my same new batch Intellipaat. This time I'll not click on the report. This is the data set for this report. Data set for this report. New batch Intellipaat. This is report and this is data set for this report. So once you go to data set, click on this three dot ellipsis button. Ellipsis. And here you will find security. Security. Now click on security. You'll find those roles जो हमने वहां create किए हैं. The roles which we have created in Power BI desktop. East and West, East region manager, South region and furniture, West region. Why it is showing 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere? Because we have not assigned these roles to anyone till now. These roles have not been assigned to any user till now. Now let's suppose I want to assign this East and West region role to my particular user. So I'll enter the email ID of that user here. I'll enter the email ID of that user here. Similarly, I want to assign this role to another user. I can assign single role to multiple people. Whomsoever I want to see this data for East and West region. So I can assign these roles to all those people. You can see here the other role is not coming now. That's why I have created this manager role now. Manager role over there. वो जो अदर की आप लोग बात कर रहे थे वो आ ही नहीं रहा है. कहाँ गया वो अदर? मुझे भी नहीं पता कहाँ जाता है वो, लेकिन वो नहीं आता है. ठीक है. But if you want to create a role for someone who can see all the data, then you have to do something like this with no filtering. So I have a manager role for that. And to whomsoever I want to share such kind of a report that he can see all the data, just enter the email ID of that person. Okay. Click on यहाँ पे अभी ये 0 ही क्यों आ रहा है? क्योंकि हमने ऐड नहीं किया. So after entering the email ID, click on add, save. Now you will find two people over here. That means this role has been assigned to 2 users. Similarly, click on add, save. This role has been assigned to 1 user. And the other roles are still 0, 0, 0. तो मेरे पास इतने तो email ID भी नहीं है कि मैं सबको assign कर सकूं. I think you guys must have understood it. So now what will happen when I will share this report to Chetan, Nishant and all these people or to this particular ID, they will get the reports as per their roles. We have already seen क्या होगा वो तो हमने टेस्टिंग में ऑलरेडी देख ही लिया है. Okay, so when I will share this report to these particular users, They'll be looking at the reports based on the security restrictions what I have applied. Okay. Now the last thing which will come in your mind is how to share these reports. For sharing these reports, go to your report once again. Okay. Go to report, click on share, and enter the email ID of that person. So suppose for example, I'm entering Chetan's email ID. So as if I share this report to Chetan will get a mail, or Chetan can log into app.powerbi.com and just have a look on this report. And based on the restriction, he'll be able to see data only for a particular region, particular role, whatever has been assigned to him. Okay. Am I clear with all this now? This is also a very, very, very important topic.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Coming to the first question, what are the steps involved in data analysis? There are several steps involved in data analysis. So now, talking about the first step in data analysis process is to define your objective. And in data analytics, this is sometimes called the problem statement. Now let's move to the second step, that is collecting the data. Once you have established your objective, you will need to create a strategy for collecting and aggregating the appropriate data. A key part of this is determining which data you need. This might be quantitative data or qualitative data. Moving ahead, the third step is data cleaning or pre-processing. Once you have collected your data, the next step is to get ready for analysis. This means cleaning or scrubbing it, and it is crucial in making sure that you are working with high quality data. Key data cleaning tasks include removing major errors, duplicates, and outliers. Also, it is used to remove unwanted data points and bring structure to your data. So now, moving ahead, we are having next step as data exploration. Data exploration is used to explore and visualize data to uncover insights from the start or identify areas or patterns to dig into more. Next, we are having data modeling. Data modeling is the process of analyzing and defining all the different data your business collects and produces, as well as the relationship between those bits of data. The next step is data validation. Data validation is the practice of checking the integrity, accuracy, and structure of data before it is used for a business operation. And last, we are having implementation. So in this, we're going to implement our business operation. So these are the important steps for data analysis. So now, let's jump into the second question. What are the key differences between data analysis and data mining? Talking about data analysis, it involves the process of cleaning, organizing, and using data to produce meaningful insights, whereas data mining is used to search for hidden patterns in the data. Also, data analysis produces results that are far more comprehensible by a variety of audiences than the results from data mining. So this was the difference between data analysis and data mining. Now moving to the question number 3, what is data profiling? Data profiling is a methodology that involves analyzing all entities present in data to a greater depth. The goal here is to provide high accurate information based on the data and its attributes such as the data type, frequency of occurrence, and more. So this is all about data profiling. So now, moving to the question number 4, what are the top tools used to perform data analysis? So there is a wide spectrum of tools that can be used in the field of data analysis. Here are some of the tools. The first one is the Microsoft Excel. As we know that Microsoft Excel is used in major companies for the data analysis. Along with that, we are having Power BI, Tableau, RapidMiner, and many more. So these are the top tools that are used to perform data analysis. So now, let's check out the next question. What is an outlier? Outliers are the data points or observations that are significantly different from other data points because of their abnormal distance from the rest. Here you can see that in this graph, we are having the outlier present that is marked with an orange color, right? So as I told you the formal definition that outliers are the data points that are significantly different from the other data points. Here you can see that the data points are having some pattern, right? But this is an outlier that is significantly different from other data points. Now talking about the outliers, there are two types of outliers. The first one is univariate and the other one is multivariate. So this is the basic idea about an outlier. Now moving ahead, what are some of the popular tools used in big data? There are multiple tools that are used to handle big data. Some of the most popular ones are as follows. The first one is Apache Hadoop. Moving ahead, we are having Apache Spark, Apache Storm, Flink. You can also use MongoDB and RapidMiner. So these are the popular tools that are used in big data. Moving to the next interview question. What is the use of pivot table? So this is a question of Excel, right? So talking about pivot tables are one of the key features of Excel. They allow a user to view and summarize the entirety of large datasets simply. Most of the operations with pivot tables include drag and drop operations that aid in the quick creation of reports. So this is the idea about pivot tables. So now let's move to the question number 8. Explain different types of data validation techniques used in data analysis. There are many types of data validation techniques that are used today. Some of them are field level validation. Talking about the field level validation, it is done across each of the fields to ensure that there are no errors in the data entered by the user. The next one is form level validation. Here, validation is done when the user completes working with the form but before the information is saved. The third one is data saving validation. This form of validation takes place when the file or the database record is being saved. And the last, we are having search criteria validation. This kind of validation is used to check whether valid results are returned when the user is looking for something. So this is the basic idea about different types of data validation techniques. Moving to the next question, we are having what are the top Apache frameworks used in a distributed computing environment? So we already know that Hadoop and MapReduce are considered to be the top Apache frameworks when the situation calls for working with a huge dataset in a distributed working environment. So we are using here Hadoop and MapReduce for the distributed computing environment. Moving to the next question, what are the ideal situations in which t-test or z-test can be used? It is a standard practice that a t-test is used when there is a sample size less than 30. Now, coming to the z-test, it is considered when the sample size exceeds 30 in most cases. So this is the situation in which we use t-test or z-test. When the sample size is less than 30, we use t-test, and when it is greater than 30, we use z-test. Now, moving to the question number 11, what are the disadvantages of data analytics? Compared to the plethora of advantages, there are few disadvantages while doing data analytics. Some of the disadvantages are listed below. The first one is data analytics can cause a breach in customer privacy and their information such as transactions, purchases, and subscriptions. Moving ahead, some of the tools are complex and require prior training. So this is the biggest disadvantage of data analytics. And the last point, it takes a lot of skills and expertise to select the right analytics tool every time. Alright guys, it's time to move to the next question. Moving ahead, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a dataset while performing analysis? So let's suppose if there are any discrepancies in the data, a user can go on to use any of the following methods. The first one is applying several strategies together to find missing values and using approximation if needed. Moving to the second point, user can replace the invalid data with the corresponding valid and up-to-date data. Moving ahead, it can create a validation report with details about the data in discussion. And the last point is that escalating the same to an experienced data analyst to look at it and take a call. So this is a way to handle missing data. Also, you can replace the value with mean, median, and mode. So these are the ways to handle missing data. Moving to the next question, what is the difference between the concept of recall and the true positive rate? So let me clarify you. Recall and the true positive rate are totally the same. Talking about the recall is a metric that quantifies the number of correct positive predictions made out of all positive predictions that could have been made. So when somebody is asking you the formal definition of recall, you can say that out of the total positive, what percentage are predicted positive. Now talking about the formula of recall, it is true positive upon true positive plus false negative. Now, moving to the question number 14, what is the simple difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients? In the case of standardized coefficients, they are interpreted based on their standard deviation values, whereas the unstandardized coefficient is measured based on the actual value present in the dataset. So this is the difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients. So basically, it is asking what are the ways or techniques that are used to detect outliers. So the first one is box plot. So we know that while using box plot, we can easily find outliers, right? The second technique is z-score, and the last one is interquartile range. So these are the techniques to detect outliers. Moving to the next question, what are z-test, chi-square test, f-test, and t-test? As I already told you about the t-test is used when your sample size is small, basically when the sample size is less than 30. Alright guys, so now after understanding what is t-test, now let's see what is z-test. So z-test is used for large sample. Basically when your size of the sample exceeds more than 30, we are using z-test. Now coming to the chi-square test, people used to pronounce it chi-square test also. This kind of hypothesis testing is used when there is a requirement to find out the level of association between the categorical variables in a sample. The test of significance is to determine the difference between observed and expected frequencies of certain observations. Now, moving ahead, we are having f-test. So in f-test, hypotheses of interest are about the differences between population means. So this is the idea about z-test, chi-square test, f-test, and t-test. Moving ahead, we are having what are the advantages of using version control. There are numerous benefits of using version control. Now let's see. The first one is it establishes an easy way to compare files, identify differences, and merge if any changes are done. Moving ahead, it creates an easy way to track the life cycle of an application build, including every stage in it such as development, production, testing, etc. It also brings a good way to establish a collaborative work culture. Along with that, it makes ensure that every version and variant of code is kept safe and secure. So these are the numerous benefits of using version control. Moving to the next question, what is collaborative filtering? Collaborative filtering is an algorithm used to create recommendation systems mainly considering the behavioral data of a customer or a user. For example, when browsing the e-commerce sites, a section called recommended for you is present, right? This is done using the browsing history alongside analyzing the previous purchases and collaborative filtering. So this is the idea about collaborative filtering. Moving ahead, the next question is what are the properties of clustering algorithms? Any clustering algorithm, when implemented, will have the following properties. The first one is hierarchical or flat. Moving ahead, we are having iterative, and the last one is disjunctive. So these are the properties of clustering algorithms. Now, moving to the question number 20, explain the term normal distribution. Normal distribution is also known as Gaussian distribution. It is a type of probability distribution that is symmetric about the mean. It shows that the data is closer to the mean and the frequency of occurrences in data are far from the mean. In normal distribution, mean, median, mode are equal. So this is the basic idea about normal distribution. Now, moving to the next question, that is question number 21. What is the difference between overfitting versus underfitting? Overfitting and underfitting are the two main problems that occur in machine learning and degrade the performance of the machine learning models. Now talking about overfitting, it occurs when our machine learning model tries to cover all data points or more than the required data points present in the given dataset. Because of this, the model starts catching noise and inaccurate values present in the dataset, and all these factors reduce the efficiency and accuracy of the model. The overfitted model has low bias and high variance. The chances of occurrence of overfitting increases as much we provide training to our model. The more chances of occurring the overfitted model. For example, the concept of overfitting can be understood by the above graph of linear regression output. For example, you can see this graph. In this graph, the model is trying to covering all the data points. Hence, it results in the overfitting. Now, after understanding overfitting, let's see how to avoid overfitting in the model. So there are several ways by which we can reduce the occurrence of overfitting in our model. The first one is cross-validation. The second one is you can train with more data. And the last one is removing features. And there are some other techniques such as ensembling, regularization, and many more. So after understanding overfitting, it's time to understand what is underfitting. It occurs when our machine learning model is not able to capture the underlying trend of the data. To avoid the overfitting in the model, the fed of the training data can be stopped at an early stage, due to which the model may not learn enough from the training data. As a result, it may fail to find the best fit of the dominant trend in this data. In the case of underfitting, the model is not able to learn enough from the training data, and hence it reduces the accuracy and produces unreliable predictions. An underfitted model has high bias and low variance. For example, in this graph, you can see that the model is unable to capture the data points present in the plot. So this is the basic idea about underfitting. Now let's see how we can avoid underfitting. So we can increase the model's training time, and also we have to increase the number of features to avoid underfitting. So this is the basic idea about overfitting and underfitting. Now moving to the question number 22, what is RMSE in a linear regression model? RMSE stands for root mean square error. It is computed by taking the square root of MSE. The lower the RMSE, the better the model and its predictions. So this is the basic idea about root mean square error. Moving ahead, we are having the question number 23. What is naive Bayes? Naive Bayes classifiers are a collection of classification algorithms based on Bayes' theorem. It is not a single algorithm, but a family of algorithms where all of them share a common principle. That is, every pair of features being classified is independent of each other. The fundamental naive Bayes assumption is that each feature makes an independent and equal. So this is the basic idea about naive Bayes. Moving ahead, we are having the question number 24, that is, explain univariate, bivariate and multivariate analysis. So now, talking about the univariate analysis involves analyzing data with only one variable, or in other words, a single column or a vector of the data. This analysis allows us to understand the data and extract patterns and trends out of it. For example, analyzing the weight of a group of people. Now, let's move to the bivariate analysis. Bivariate analysis involves analyzing the data with exactly two variables, or in other words, the data can be put into a two-column table. This kind of analysis allows us to figure out the relationship between the variables. For example, analyzing the data that contains temperature and altitude. Now moving to the last one, that is multivariate analysis. Multivariate analysis involves analyzing the data with more than two variables. The number of columns of the data can be anything more than 2. This kind of analysis allows us to figure out the effects of all other variables on a single variable. For example, if you want to analyze data about house prices, which contains information about the houses such as locality, crime rate, area, the number of floors, etc. So this is the basic idea about univariate, bivariate and multivariate analysis. Now, moving to the next question, what are the different statistical techniques used in data analysis? The first one is the correlation. It establishes and measures relationship between different variables. For example, let's suppose if you are having a data set, so in that data sets you will be having features as well as the output variable. So basically the correlation will establish the relationship between the features and the output variables. Now talking about the regression, it allows identifying if the evolution of one variable affects the other. So we are having different types of regression such as linear regression, multiple regression, right? So in linear regression we can see that one variable can affect the other dependent variable. For example, you can consider experience versus salary. So as the experience will increase, your salary will also increase. So this is an example of linear regression. Now, the last one is time series. It predicts future values by analyzing sequence of past values. So basically, you can use the time series for the forecasting, right, based on the past data. So this is a basic idea about the different types of statistical techniques used by data analysts. Moving next, we are having type 1 and type 2 error. So the question is, what is type 1 and type 2 error? Talking about the type 1 error, so type 1 error is also known as false positive. Basically, it occurs when a null hypothesis is rejected based on the statistical findings, even if it is true. For example, if a person is having a symptoms of COVID and he knows that he is COVID positive, but in the end, the results come negative. So this is a type of false positive case, right? That is type 1 error. Now talking about the type 2 error, it is also known as false negative. It occurs when the null hypothesis is not rejected based on the statistical finding, even it is false. So this is the basic idea about type 1 and type 2 error. Now moving to the question number 27, what is the difference between where and having? So the first difference that I will tell you about where, that in where you are not allowed to work with the aggregate functions, whereas talking about the having, you can work with the aggregate functions. Now, where is a clause which is used to filter records prior to grouping, whereas having clause is used to filter values within a group. Also, where is implemented in row operations, whereas having is implemented in column operations. So now talking about the last point of where clause, this clause can be used with the select, update and delete statements, whereas having clause can only be used with the select statement. So this is the difference between where and having. So now let's move to the next question. Next question is, what are the different types of methods to create a data frame? Now you can create a data frame with the dictionary, with the list. Also you can create a data frame by uploading the CSV file or Excel file. So now let's see the first way, that is dictionary. So here I will create a dictionary with the variable name as dict1, right? So as you know that dictionary will have key as well as value pair, right? So this is the key. So the key is here as student and the value is here Gaurav, Dilesh, Rishabh, Vasim and Priyansi. So the another key that we are having as marks. So this is a key and the values are here, right? Now if you want to create a data frame, then I have to upload the library, right? So I will just simply write here import pandas as PD. Okay, so here I am writing here as PD. So PD is an alias. So I'll just simply write here PD dot data frame function. Make sure that D and F are capital, and inside that I will put the dictionary, right? So this is a dictionary variable name dict1, right? So when I'm just writing this, you can see that the output will be displayed with the student and marks as the column, right? And here the value of the key will be displayed, that is nothing but Gaurav, Nilesh, Rishabh, Vasim and Priyansi, and so as the marks. Okay, so this is the way to create a data frame via dictionary. Now if you want to create with the list, so what I will do here, simply I'll just create a list with list1, and here I will simply write Gaurav and 82, right? And then I will just simply write the another name with the marks. So you can see that when I'm writing here PD dot data frame list1, so there will be no column, since I'm just writing here the records. So now if you want to print the column, so I'll just simply write PD dot data frame, and inside that I will pass the list, and I will just pass another parameter with the name columns, and inside that I will just write student and marks. So what will happen when you are executing it, you will see that student and marks are the columns, right? And these are the records. So this is a way to create via list. Now another way, as I already told you, that you can upload a CSV or Excel files to create a data frame. So for that, let's suppose if you are having a CSV file, so you have to write pd.read_csv, and inside that the file name. And for the Excel file, you have to write pd.read_excel. So in this way, you can create a data frame even through the CSV or Excel files. So these are the ways to create a data frame. So this is the basic idea about how to create a data frame. Now moving to the next question, that is question number 29, extract, store and type columns from the data frame. So here you can see that this was our data frame, right? And from this data frame, I want to only extract, store and type, right? So our data frame variable name was df. So I'll just simply write here df, and inside that I'll just create a list, and I will just write the column name, that is store and type. So you can see that this is a way to extract, store and type columns from the data frame. So now coming to the question number 30, is telling that fetch the records where size is greater than 50,000 and type is B. So you can see that it's basically a condition based statement, right? You have to write here condition. So first I have to write here the data frame, and our data frame is having the variable name as df. So inside that df, I will just write the column name as df size and greater than 50,000, and here I will use the AND operator. And what is the type here? Type here is B, right? So simply I will write here df type is equal to B. And when you are writing this code, you can see that here we will get the type, that is of B type, and size is greater than 50,000. So this is a way to fetch the records where size is greater than 50,000 and type is B. Now moving to the question number 31, is telling that add a new column with an address. So in our data frame, let's suppose if you want to add any new column. So the data frame variable name is df. So I'll just simply write here df, and inside that I will just write here address. So our new column has been generated. Now I have to put the value there. So I'll just simply write random values. Let's suppose Bangalore, Chennai, Gurugram, Mumbai and Delhi. So when you are writing df.head, then it will display the new column also along with the records inserted in it. So this is a way to create a new column. Now moving to the question number 32, what are the different types of sampling techniques? So there are different types of sampling. So now let's see the first one, that is simple random sampling. In a simple random sample, every member of the population has an equal chance of being selected. Your sampling frame should include the whole population here. To conduct this type of sampling, you can use tools like random number generators or other techniques that are based entirely on your choice, right? So this is the basic idea about simple random sampling. Now, let's see what is systematic sampling. Systematic sampling is similar to simple random sampling, but it is usually slightly easier to conduct. Here, every member of the population is listed with a number, but instead of randomly generating numbers, individuals are chosen at regular intervals, right? Moving ahead, we are having the cluster sampling. Cluster sampling also involves dividing the population into subgroups, but each subgroup should have similar characteristics to the whole sample. Instead of sampling individuals from each subgroup, you randomly select entire subgroups. So this is the idea about cluster sampling. The next one is the stratified sampling. It involves dividing the population into subpopulations that may differ in important ways. It allows you to draw more precise conclusions by ensuring that every subgroup is properly represented in the sample. Alright guys, after that we are having the purposive sampling. Purposive sampling refers to a group of non-probability sampling techniques in which units are selected because they have characteristics that you need in your sample. So these are the different types of sampling techniques. Now, coming to the question number 33, what are the different types of charts that Tableau provides? So there are several charts that Tableau used to provide, starting from bar chart, line chart, pie chart, maps, Gantt chart, scatter plot, tree map, box plot, density maps, and many more. Okay, let's move ahead. Now, coming to the question number 34, explain hypothesis testing. Now, let me give you an idea about the hypothesis testing. Talking about the hypothesis testing, it is the process of testing assumptions for a population parameter on a sample of data. The process involves different hypotheses and a statistical proof to accept or reject the hypothesis. Here, the null hypothesis is represented by H0, whereas alternate hypothesis is denoted by H1. Now, let's see the steps involved in hypothesis testing. The first one is stating the hypothesis. Moving ahead, we are having the collect data. Then we will see the evidence to fail or accept the hypothesis. Then we will test the hypothesis, and according to that, we'll make the decisions. For example, let's suppose there is a student with height more than 5 feet have BMI more than 20. So this will considered as a null hypothesis. Now, what will be the alternate hypothesis? The students with height more than 5 feet do not have BMI more than 20. So this is our alternate hypothesis. Now, what we'll do, we'll apply here a statistical test to support the hypothesis, whether we have to accept null hypothesis or reject null hypothesis, right? And at last, we'll make our decisions. So this is how hypothesis testing works. Moving to the next question, what do you mean by the term data wrangling? Data wrangling, also called data cleaning, data remediation, or data munging, it refers to a variety of processes designed to transform raw data into more readily used formats. The exact methods differ from project to project depending on the data you are leveraging and the goal you are trying to achieve. Now let's see some examples of data wrangling. It is used to merge multiple data sources into a single dataset for analysis. It also identifies gaps in data and either filling or deleting them. It deletes data that's either unnecessary or irrelevant to the project you are working on. Data wrangling can be manual or automated process. In scenarios where datasets are exceptionally large, automated data cleaning becomes a necessity. That being said, this is the basic idea about the data wrangling. Now, moving to the question number 36, what is the difference between count, count blank, and countf in Excel? The count function in Excel is used to count cells that contains numbers. Talking about the count blank, it is used to count cells that are blank. Now what about the countf? COUNTIF is used to count the cells that meets a specified criteria. Now moving ahead to the next question, we are having what is the difference between correlation and covariance. Talking about the covariance, it indicates the direction of the linear relationship between variables, whereas correlation is a statistical measure that indicates how strongly two variables are related. For example, in a dataset we are having the feature and the dependent variable. So what will correlation do here? It will see how much a variable. So here the correlation will tell the collinearity between the two variables. Now, next point is covariance range from -infinity to infinity, whereas correlation ranges from -1 to 1. Right? Now talking about the covariance, it is affected by scale of a variable, whereas correlation is not affected by a scale. So this is the difference between correlation and covariance. So now let's see, when do we use normalization and standardization? So first I will discuss about the normalization. Normalization is used when features are of different scales. Also, it scales values between 0 to 1 or -1 to 1, depends. Along with that, the important point is note here, it is really affected by outliers. Now, if you want to implement normalization, then there is a library known as scikit-learn. So using scikit-learn, you can apply a transformer called min-max scaler. Now, it is useful when we don't know about the distribution. So now, after understanding what is normalization, let's see standardization. So the most important point of standardization is that it is useful when the feature distribution is normal or Gaussian. Talking about the standardization, it is used when we want to ensure zero mean and unit standard deviation. Also, it is not bounded to a certain range like normalization. In normalization, the range was from 0 to 1 or -1 to 1, but here it is not bounded to a certain range. Along with that, it is much less affected by outliers. So here also there is a scikit-learn library that provides a transformer called standard scaler. So if you want to standardize your data, you can apply this library. So this is the basic idea about normalization and standardization. Now let's move to the question number 39. So what is the use of p-value? We use the p-value to understand whether the given data really describe the observed effect or not. Basically, p-value is the measure of statistical importance of an observation. It is the probability that shows the significance of output to the data. If the p-value is less than 0.05, we will reject the null hypothesis, or we will accept the null hypothesis if it's greater than 0.05. So this is the basic idea about p-value. Moving to the last question for this top 40 data analyst interview question. What is a skewed distribution? A skewed distribution takes place when one tail is longer than the other. So there are basically two different types of skewed distribution. The first one is left skewed distribution and the other one is the right skewed distribution. Talking about the left skewed distribution, it occurs when the long tail is on the left side of the distribution, whereas in right skewed distribution, it occurs when the long tail is on the right side of the distribution. Now, let's see the figure to understand in a simpler way. So here you can see that in this graph, the tail is on the left side, right? So what is it? This is a left skewed distribution. And here the tail is on the right side. So this is the right skewed distribution. Okay. In left skewed distribution, mode is greater than median and median is greater than mean. You can clearly see that mode is greater than median and median is greater than mean. Now talking about the right skewed, here the mean is greater than the median and the median is greater than the mode. Also talking about the left skewed distribution, it is known as negatively skewed distribution, whereas right skewed distribution is known as positively skewed distribution. So this is the basic idea about the skewed distribution.